Welcome everyone to the 6th and final Biological Physics and Meaning mini-conference. Great that you could join us. The topic today of exploration is new vistas for biological physics and meaning. We have a diverse range of speakers and topics today, each a window to a new vista and potential future. Our first speaker today is Seppo Vainio. He is speaking today from Lapland. Seppo is a professor in developmental biology at Quantum Institute, Faculty of Biochemistry and Molecular Medicine in Oulu University in Finland. Seppo will be speaking on nanobiocosmos, translating meaning to biology and physics.
I've been following your lively discussion every now and then when it's possible, based on my daily other activities, and it's been really fascinating to see so much exchange of knowledge and thought and theories and many other features that are really fascinating. And I think that this is a great opportunity, and I'm honored to be able to give a talk in this meeting and at this time of the year and history of everything, given all these issues that are ongoing globally. I hope that my voice is heard okay, because I'm actually in the middle of Lapland in a hotel where there's pretty lots of foreigners and kids playing around. I couldn't find a better place because I have kids in another end, so that was even more noisy. So basically, the idea and my window to look really this topic is as introduced biology, and I'm really willing to learn more about viewpoints of the physics, and because that's then really a fundamental driver of the evolution and also us every day, so that we are under the constraints of the physics and the physical forces that are then driving evolution of us and also the fundamentals of our being at all levels. So basically, this just to start with, I mean, because the audience is, I guess, pretty heterogeneous. So this is just the neighborhood that I'm living in. So it's called Syynimaa. It's symbolizes, I guess, the place where I'm now. So this is a artistic display of I guess sun, in a sense that it's the mythical Lapland ring that is kind of also kind of somewhat outlining the architecture of the place where we live in Syynimaa, which is a place in Oulu that nicely kind of one can illustrate how arts and science and intuition and many other features come together. And also when we think about meaning in biology, so it obviously stems at the very heart of the creation, in a sense that we are kind of living entities that are trying to really get an idea about where we come from and where we are going into, and how much we can really, let's say, deal with this process altogether. And this Ouroboros symbol is obviously somewhat also metaphysical level that we eventually would like to bridge together rational knowledge and also the intuitive knowledge and all levels of let's say process of forming systematic understanding, which is more or less the essence of science. So then concerning about the organization, so this is maybe one of the biggest dilemmas still in biology, that we are dealing with forms in all occasions. So whenever we look around, so we can really see that all structures are organized in a very coherent way, so that this is just happening at the very fundamental level of molecules, and then cells form tissues, and they form organs which are functional and making us to function, and the organ systems at the level of individuals. So basically, then how this construction actually happens is something that my scientific career has been more or less in part devoted to. So, and still it's a kind of a mystery how shapes and structures are really established during the life course of a new creation. So basically, what we think is the fundament at one level of, if you think about biology, is the cell, which is the building block of all living organisms, let's say, except viruses, but the viruses are using, let's say, us altogether. So then if you think about eukaryotic systems, so they are having a nucleus which then houses the genes which are considered to be the drivers of the programs that then establish us and other species, and then these are translated into process in the transcription translation, which then creates proteins, and the proteins are considered to be the enzymes, let's say, that make the metabolism to function, and or let's say us to live altogether based on biochemical pathways. And then we were thinking that the genetics, when we were having the Human Genome Project as an example, so then we then thought that the genes are, I mean, obviously clustered to so-called chromosomes, which then are clusters of more of this linear massive polymer that is then constructing the genes that are encoding these proteins. So that's more or less the Watson and Crick idea. So when now processes have evolved further, so when science has progressed in this molecular biology area, so now we have come to a situation that these all obviously hold true if you look at the situation, so that the genes are encoding for proteins, which then are serving as enzymes, let's say, are structural ones that hold us together, and other species. When you have your skeleton, let's say that you have your uh, bones and ligaments that are then constructed of collagens, let's say, or other types of matrix molecules that are then about 70% of our polymer structure. So now then there's a new level of information that has been coming up clear during, let's say, past 10 years around. So then this previous one, which was much centered about individual genes, let's say, and their functional studies based on knockouts and other types of things. So now we have another entity where cells are really making bubbles, which are very small. So these are really invisible for the naked eye. So there are of nano size, which is obviously 1/10 to the millimeter, and then we have even pico-size vesicles, and these colored illustrations are then saying that cells, when they die, so they are also making these droplets, and then other colors are indicating other types of, let's say, functionalities. And this is an emerging area, which now is one of the topics of this, what it means in it altogether. So on the right side, you can see then an illustration, so that basically you can see inside these droplets a lot of different molecules. So more or less all the same molecules that are present in the cells and now function as the genes, proteins, metabolites that make the cells to live. So these are now mobile as well. So basically this means that now instead of, let's say, what biology and medicine has much studied about, when we think about individual proteins and receptors, let's say, that bind to certain molecules or ligands, let's say, that are then executing their function into the cells. And we have a package. It's a new mode of signaling and let's say communication between cells, so that you construct these type of bubbles that are and it's a new class of like a symbol function of the cells that are then spread all over the body and beyond even the body. And this is meaning quite a lot of rethinking to our kind of understanding about life altogether. So one aspect then, when we consider about brain and where we think that the much of the sort of functional organization happens, is that we can now also use the cells that I started to talk with, so that you can reprogram them to take my cells or your cells and then reactivate them to so-called iPS cell states, which means that you are making them induced pluripotent, so that they are again taken back into the babyhood, and then you can reshape basically their fate to other types of lineages, which means that you can make muscle, brain, fat, and any other, let's say, even organs and organ mimicry structures from these, including the brain. So that's has been a very active area, and led to Nobel Prize to this Yamadaka from Japan. And this has been one of the features. And what it means, it has opened up an actually interesting process, is that when we think about brain also, so you can actually program the brain, including its neuronal cells, and then you can make these brain organoids with some these mimicry structures are that are then being grown in a petri dish. So basically, you can make out of your own cells, basically your let's say cells that would be representing another part of you, and then now people are actually trying to even rewire these to electronic wires. And I was reviewing one ERC grant, let's say, that aims to do this, and in Aalto University, for instance, in Finland, I would believe that in MIT also, try to, let's say, bridge the mechanisms of brain activity to electronics. And maybe this is what Elon Musk or somebody is really also trying to advance. But this is, let's say, technological things where it has certain powers. So one of the powers is that we could also now, let's say, convert the brain, including any other cells, to live sensors, which means that if you think about our current technologically oriented approach to science, which is based on measures of various physical forces, or let's say living organisms. So we can then basically now see that we can also edit the genome, so that you can convert individual organoids, the cells, let's say, on the brains to, let's say, these capacities that would be reading any kind of a, or let's say, delivering information about anything that would be encountered by these cells, and then you would be able to uh, convert them to become indicator of something. So that's one aspect, which why I stress in the sense that now it means that we can also make a new era in terms of why, let's say, converting evolution, let's say, to a reading capacity of information, how we react to physical stimuli altogether. So that's just one aspect of that thing. So Kevin Warwick also has somewhat developed this. And if we think about learning, which is obviously quite complex phenomenon, and we think about the brain, so now people are also able to make robotics where you could, Kevin has made actual plates that you can then use these organoids, let's say, or mini brains that would be then learning to play with this robot. And then, it's pretty, sounds maybe pretty wild, but it's basically also offers interesting opportunities to consider research that deals with, let's say, learning proceeds and what the brains have to do with that. Okay, so this is more or less the layering that is seriously, I guess, eventually being done, which America, I guess, is quite active, that you have these electronics and it's supercomputing. And even in Finland, we have now learning procedures where educators are trying to make this, let's say, the super brains that would be super, sorry for this noise, sort of a coupling of these together. But that's, let's say, something that is just for, let's say, inspiration. So if you go back now to this nanocommunication area, that is kind of part of this cell signaling that then makes cells to organize themselves to structures, including the brain. So then this is something that excites me, because now all these individual structures are now carrying lots of different molecules. You can envision that they're really programming in a sense. So we now know that basically brain is having lots of these vesicles. So if you think about the synaptic vesicular communication, that is basically the, let's say, bona fide situation where we have really the kind of a communication that is mediated by neurons to neurons, and then the synaptic vesicles are transmitted. So now you can see that all the vesicles which are representing this nanocosmos is actually mediating communication. And importantly, these are now able to cross the blood-brain barrier, which is then something that is very important. So in a sense, it's very interesting. I was just looking for this talk, like say our views about the classic thinking about blood or sangvia and where the life force resides. And these are just speakings from the chat GTP about metaphysical principles, how when we, before having this knowledge, how people think that the blood is the essence of life, in a sense that you would be basically, and where the soul is, and how these things may encounter. And we have had projects where we now collect the exosomal representations from the systemic circulation, and then we can putatively measure eventually things from the blood that are representative of our actions and thoughts and emotions, let's say. But this is interesting to see how this is progressing. So then, in a sense, we would say that we are living a kind of a breaking of the dogma, so that this essence of science, in a way, we're expected that we as subjective beings, we cannot reach, let's say, truth in the sense of the Western science, that you basically need these devices that are then reading us information about what's really out there. But now, in reality, we are really breaking the dogma in the sense that the brain actually communicates to the rest of the body, plus also then even beyond that. So that's something. And also these programming units allow us to let's say be used so that we can also make use of the organoids. So in a sense, this interesting Descartesian view, let's say, or this machine measure of living beings. So it's something that we can think, all of us, what this means. So then this issue that the blood-brain barrier really is executed by these signals, and you can see here the mechanisms that we think about what's going on. So that the thought, when we construct ideas, when we are having emotional expression, so to what extent the brain is connected there, so we can putatively now start to consider also the body-mind dilemma as sort of accessible, including our social beings. So how this system then is operating, so that you have these vesicles that are numbers of millions or even trillions, and based on the different conditions, we can then think about that there's lots of different types of almost endless, I guess, amount of how you could envision how these kind of vesicles could be constructed based on thinking. And I speculate this a little bit later on when I think about these meanings and what I think what's going on. So basically, one aspect also which is exciting in this area, when you think about Hippocrates and this history of science in terms of the foundations of medicine, for instance. So when food was considered as your medicine, so now we also have projects where we are targeting the food, and food actually has, given that this nano signaling is universal, so you actually have your chewing system, which then eats the raw food, like vegetables in this case, or let's say milk, and then these vesicles are released from your food based on your chewing up, and then they are able to sustain in the gut, and they can transmit into the blood and putatively go into the target organ. So now we are just constructing with Valio project, where we use these vesicles as new type of ways to take value in medicine. And that's interesting to see how this is progressing. And we also got an EIC Pathfinder project with EU funding, which then also goes for that nutritional aspect to consider that when much of the diseases that we might face actually are due to these poor understanding of the fundamentals and the very intricate nature of our food for thought, let's say. So this is now speculating about this gut and brain, so that what we eat, so we were thinking that you can almost eat any junk you want, that doesn't matter that much over the brain. But if we think about, let's say, spiritual philosophies, and we were actually exposed to macrobiotics in USA when we lived over there. And just when I said that I was in Boston last summer, so we visited also this kind of a place where the philosophy is that the food is really having spiritual elements. And this is somewhat interesting now, because the gut really transports these vesicles that actually release from the food. And now, depending on the quality of the food, if you now destroy these vesicles, which are more or less the same stuff as the brain functions, and they are entering into the brain. So now this is a serious issue that we have to reconsider. And I've been thinking about really that there's a biphasic, which also has been shown, that the gut feeling, let's say, which is the wording even, so that the brain actions impact the gut, because there's really a lot of different types of nerves that are also going into this area of the enteric nervous system. So therefore, we can really also extend this body mind philosophy also to deal with the it's getting a little bit noisy here. So that this be basic, let's say, gut impacts what we are eating and what we think about and how emotional we think, and this impacts our brain. So that's exciting to see. So then one aspect which is also something that I've been developing recently is this crappy stuff in, crappy stuff out, which you can also envision for the computing. So similar in the biology that now actually there's a lot of so-called genotoxins that we know. So basically, I've been now developing a theory that tries to go to the very fundament of diseases, which means basically that this gut, and if you put crappy stuff in and you don't respect all the procedures that are out there based on production of the goodies that we are using as so-called nourishment, so then we could speculate that that basically the gut vesicles are then loaded with so-called genotoxins, which are listed here, and these are bacterial products, and even the fusions between bacteria, the neural vesicles, including the food vesicles, then is maybe the really driving fundament of diseases that are then leading to genetic erosion. This is still a wild statement, but that's my interpretation about where we are today. And that's why it's not only that we putatively are undergoing genetic erosion of our systemic organs that promotes cancer, but also our brain, which is then impacting when these vesicles are transferring stuff from the gut, as I outlined. If we go back here, so these kind of good food. So if you have crappy stuff, then that might impact also your brains in a sense, that which is pretty striking. But this is still speculation, but that's at least something that we could speculate about. So now, when thinking about this opening, so this is again American uh, opening, let's say, that Joy Dispenza, that maybe some of you know. So I was exposed to his program, and then they do these so-called socio-biological projects where they put people to meditate. And we actually had at the same time a project, this mind cap that was in the first slide, which is an EIC path or pet open project, that we then basically are putting people to meditate, and we try to then fish these brain constructed exosomes systemically. And this is more or less exactly what Joe Spencer in this source program I learned that they're also doing. And they have done remote impact of cells, let's say, and claim that that might lead to a change, that there might be some metaphysical connections, or however this works, that might still be and obviously needing further research. And then this is something that is interesting and would connect, let's say, to our research lines that are then impacting our views about how we could engage new levels of, let's say, understanding of our social dimension, and how we are maybe responsible for more collectively of the peace and its loss, let's say, in societies, let's say. So then the other element, which is pretty interesting, is that thinking again about the intuitive viewpoints to understanding about our existence. So then Charles Darwin formulated an evolutionary theory, obviously, as we know, but then in order to think about the mechanistic details, so he knew at this end of 80s, 1800s, basically, that we are composed of cells, or species are composed of cells. So then based on that, so he then formulated an idea that he named pangenesis, that Charles speculated that now how the heritage could be mediated is that each of our cells would actually send small particles that he named gemmoless particles to the germline. And this is somewhat interesting that now today, indeed, these vesicles that we speak about are more or less fitting into this category of a child's idea. And this was doomed to death, let's say, theory, but we have kind of lifted that up in the community, and let's see how this is progressing. But it's again a nice, interesting idea, or not, let's say, not an idea, but let's say a reality that if you think about Spinoza's idea about intuition and its power. So this is interesting that, what little evidence Charles had at his time, and he could still speculate about this. So then if we think about evolution and other impacts, let's say, so there's also interesting data that is emerging that these vesicles are able to cross the placenta into the embryo or the fetus. So then, and vice versa. So then there's already interesting things. So when we think about responsibilities of our parenthood for the new generation, so that then this is somewhat interestingly linking things together. I'm speculating about this, our, let's say, ethical and moral responsibilities of our actions and life settings, that how this brain thought could actually be impacted. The second generation, this again nicely fits into some of the metaphysical speculations about the religious type of things, let's say. So that's another area where also research is going on, so that you deal with germline, which is more as a sperm and egg, so that we are not, let's say, uh, victims of our genes necessarily only, but these vesicles are impacting at least epigenetically, which means that basically these factors that are released into the forming sperm and egg cells, which then release when you ejaculate, and then you get this zygote formation in a copulation, basically, and then this then is an area where also so-called barrier was thought to be existing, but these vesicles are somewhat able to cross the barrier and impact even putatively the second generation by that way as well. So that's something that is another area where our current lifestyle needs to be reconsidered, so that we don't really, let's say, destroy our inheritance, but we can keep it in a good shape, let's say, for the times to come. So in that sense, these sort of ideas about the mother nature is something that we can really now also start to understand better, how our even the brain activity, given that these are now the brain type of things. So there's philosophies about how these can impact us and so forth. So then putting this to a wider context, so what we have heard today. So I would speculate even further that now we know that the sea creatures are making these nanocomposites, which then come as aerosols, and then these go into the air. And then we have actually studied these questions, and we try to get a paper together now finally. And then given the radiation impact into the nucleic acids, which is then present in these vesicles, so you could encounter that, let's say, the ionizing radiation in the atmosphere could impact and drive actually evolution. So I speculate that maybe the evolution actually happens in the clouds, which is somewhat, again, interesting metaphysical principle. This journal where this article was published, that I wrap up many of these things that I speak about. So then basically these are something that is interesting to see how this emerges based on evidence. So then we think about, now we go even further to speculate the remaining time. So what we've heard with regards to this level of communication that now is based on this new paradigm of transfer of information, namely the molecules in this case, with the bodies making its cells, that they're systemic and they might be even, global, and they also open up this cross species communication. They open up the brain to become part of the other organs and vice versa. So we could speculate where the memory actually is. So this is just somehow taking notes about this, and there's been discussion about whether the kidneys could have a memory, but in reality, evolution is a big package of memory which is stored into shapes of organs, and then this is something that now we could speculate that even the long-term memory could be packed into our body, similarly as the body muscle movements and all these learnings that we are undergoing when we were babies, and now when these are. So this is an interesting area, so that the vesicles could be also packed into the organs somehow. But this is still, I mean, but not that easy to study. But anyway, it's an interesting idea. So the other thing that I advertised in the abstract of mine with which for this meeting. So I was then speculating about this Platonic ideas that, when we think about very abstract, non-existing, idealistic views about, and when we create something that is not existing. So what really happens there? So everybody, I guess, knows about the idea world, that there's some sort of an kind of a level of information that is, let's say, beyond molecular details, and then how this then is captured by the brains and mind of us. Sorry for the noise. And then this now I speculate for this meeting when I was thinking about it that basically now this idealism or imagination, how it could operate is that this consciousness actually captures, and it's like a cooking process where our brains then capture these energies or whatever they are that are then what you have been speculating, I guess, in the quantum physics, or this even beyond this, the creation of the universe, in the sense that how these are these fields of energy, let's say, would be then uh, going into biological settings. That then you would be guiding, let's say, construction of different types of brain cells. Let's say in this case, we have the brain is the house of the consciousness, so that you would construct, let's say, different types of compositions of the nodes of life in a way, or these programs that are then executed by these mobile elements that are now having multiple molecular types, including, which I maybe didn't allude, this so-called non-coding RNA species, which is something that our genome is mostly full of. So maybe more than 90% of our genome is actually non-coding. So therefore, these packages of biological programming units, so if you put them into this sort of a different numbering, so you could speculate these might be the actual executors, how when the brain does creative imagination or meditation or whatever you deal with, so then you would be transferring that field into biological neuronal activity, including systemic impact. Let's, if you think about the brain, would be shooting these vesicles also to your other organs, including even the second generation through the germline, or even in the fetus when we deal with, let's say, the embryo proper, which is developing. So anyway, this is obviously fun to speculate, not maybe that easy to show, but at least it's now. I think that it's basically also actually possible to study this based on fasting or measuring, let's say, gut vesicles. Or, but that's another form of speculation. But this is somewhat inspiration that comes from the MindCap project that is being now ending, but we still try to continue these lines of research. So then, in a way, it's interesting that this sort of a kind of clouding and its philosophy is about roles in us, and also if you think about the religious traditions that you see in an artistic expression, there's music. Music is a constructive based on the cymatic, let's say, forces that are constructing particles to different shapes based on vibrations, and then these energies, how they're captured, so they could sort of similarly, let's say, wire these sort of representations in the molecular constituents that then are those sort of housekeeping mediators of the energy realms to biological actions, let's say, of different kinds. So anyway, that's something that these are from pictures from a church from that has been drawn by an artist called Toppelius. So it's sort of interesting to get inspirations about these sort of artistic expressions based on their intuitive visions about cultural elements that human can reach. So then a few other speculations before we can go to the discussion, so that we basically have this Chernobyl impact, which is now again high energy radiation, that there are now evolutionarily adapted fungi that can really live in this massive radio exposure and still maybe use the radio energy. So maybe these sort of speculations about the energy realms could be out there, and then how this could happen. So maybe this consciousness somehow also could use this sort of energy transition levels, that the biological transmutation, so something like this could happen, and then somehow be out there to be connected to our capacities to grasp, let's say, different types of vibrations or energy fields and other types of, let's say, metaphysical principles of being. And then this is another sort of a speculations that I've understood that you've undergone in the philosophy and biology discussion, so that somehow these traditions in Eastern philosophies and Western philosophies, that you have Indian gurus and things like this that are thinking about how we can even impact the cloud formation, how we are kind of connected to nature and the cosmos, and how these now maybe the Western science gradually starts to get closer to this type of thinking, which is I find very exciting. That what's the ultimate level, and given even though I showed these computing and this Elon Musk type of issues about getting excited about using digital era, let's say, together with biology, but I think that it's absolutely important that we take care of uh, our own capacity to really evolve as species in terms of nourishing our connections to the cosmos, because we are really uh, creatures that have been made by the whole universe, and not just like computers or just toys compared to what we could be and we should be. So that's why I think that this communication, what we do here, and even what was said in the beginning, that we would meet physically. So I think that we actually exchanging information in social relations. I mean, we could then speculate these vesicles are then being shared, and there's some indications about the COVID-19 crisis, or even in this case, that there are people that are actually having the vaccines. That this somewhat makes sense based on what we know about the exosomes, and we actually study these issues as well. And then we have also now channels from the nasal nose, and the dogs even, they seem to smell these exosomes. So then in a sense they go into the brain based on olfactory things and these relations that we have. And then that justifies, let's say, why we actually are social beings, that we need to uh, kind of, let's say, exchange information between us, but also between the nature as a whole, because basically there are all species are executing these invisible to naked eye particles. So then we can also measure these things nowadays, that we actually are sweating even these vesicles, and we try to now develop new types of bioelectronics based on this. And my hope is that we can really measure emotions and many other features, and we have quite a hell of a lot of data actually on these vesicles from the skin, and that's something that we could envision. The current Apple and other types of clocks are more or less toys still, that we are now trying to really make a breakthrough towards measuring all these goodies that are now executed in our body, and that's a very exciting opportunity that we are facing now in the history of science. So therefore, Oura, and also that's why I mean Oulu, basically after moving from Boston, so we can really couple maybe the bioelectronics eventually to measure all these things, and we can then see what that brings up based on trying to use science as a social gathering, which this Pence a little bit alluded, that we have these bigger networks that are bringing, let's say, religious aspects, let's say, and community formation and what have you, in terms of taking value of this knowledge that is emerging, that we are really forming a big family together, and this spiritual nature is a scientific fact, and it's not nothing humble mumble, but we have to really evolve as a science, and eventually these technologies that we have are going to make us there, but it needs obviously investments and development. So therefore, I think that this talk today hopefully has been inspiring, in a sense that we are having these geniuses like Einstein and others, that we should imagine and create the realities, and our brains might be connected to the universal mind, and at least biologically we are now exposed to the physics of the meaning in the cosmos, that then translates us to face this ether or biological invisible constructed world that science has now revealed, and we can then hopefully get wiser and shed light into this area together, and then see how that shapes us, and therefore I think that when we speak about spiritualism and spiritual development, and it's more or less deals with this antenna type of things, that the brain gets shaped into a form that is able to be exposed to the higher realms of let's say knowledge and intelligence, and then we can then somewhat maybe tie back us to the ancient wisdom that was there. Maybe we've lost it or something, I don't know. And therefore, I think that this together these kind of great minds that have been out there in our culture could be, from the different viewpoints, either in psychology or arts altogether, could inspire us to become also better scientists to really make this to become a reality. So I hope that you, sorry for the noise and this physical fact that I'm in the middle of a hospital, but this hotel, and then I hope that this was something that you would get some ideas about what I try to allude, and then altogether that you could have maybe some questions about this presentation today. So thank you very much, and so greetings from Lapland.
Wonderful, Seppo. Yeah, fascinating.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
So, Seppo, that's a really interesting presentation with a lot of insights in different ways and the connections between different levels. When you were talking,
Yes.
I was just
Yes.
remembering of our deep studies of the Zohar, which is an ancient text based on ancient spiritual Israelite wisdom on Kabbalah. And I just want to share something with you that maybe would be good for you to incorporate. Let me share my screen here.
Yeah.
Here, not here, but here. Wait. Can you see this screen?
Yeah, I could see your screen. It was this.
Mhm.
Yeah, right. There's in index.
So
This
this
cutters.
is the translation of ancient Aramaic text. Look.
Yeah.
So it speaks about the gutters already. And you see here, the king is called in the traces, is that the king, namely Serampit. So this is talking about the metaphysical principles that are mind, heart, and gutters. And mind is connected to the principles of Chokhmah and Binah, which I'm going to find here for you. My goodness, I need to. Okay, so let me go here so that we can understand this gut. Okay, so now it's in yellow. So these are the principles which are connected to the gutters. And look what it says. The rods, he said, the rods in the gutters, the four gutters, which are the four vessels of wisdom, understanding. This is wisdom in Hebrew, understanding, beauty, and the actions in the world. And it goes to explain in its own the language of this text how the mind, the thought process that operates in the brain, and the values like love and compassion that are around, sustaining the soul by in the heart area, communicate together to create through the gut feelings that are responsible for the actions in the world. So the brain is responsible for the thoughts, the heart is responsible for the values, and the gutters are responsible for us to act in the world. This is a 2,000 years text, and you can explore it at your leisure, all about the gutters. There are like 22 volumes, and the gutters are there. So I just wanted to share it with you that, because
Yeah.
that will help
Excellent.
you tie up ancient wisdom of the body, the mind, and the heart, and inspire, somehow try to find how that connects to a new way, a line of research. By the way, Pico Kahu has an input on the Zohar. There are many scientists who have been reading the Zohar. So,
Yeah.
okay. So
I have
that was my input
yeah.
for you. Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. So I think I'm belonging in Oulu, actually, to a team that we've been speaking about, but this gut aspect actually hasn't come up. So I will study that further. So thanks very much for it. That's excellent.
Yeah. May I have a question or comment?
Of course.
Yeah, it was very interesting overview. It's for the when you talk about exosome, and in particular, I have a question, or maybe want you to elaborate a little bit in the context of inhalation. You know, through the nose, and you know, through our brain studies and so on, it's very clear that the respiration very closely tied with the brain functions, and it's partly, you know, the oxygen and different things. But when you mention this, the how's it called, exosomes, so what is around? So that is a new dimension to me. So okay, so because until now I thought, okay, so that's the oxygen, and then there's the brain, and that impacts the. But now, could you just maybe for half a minute to elaborate, because I don't have a clear understanding what this exosome could be. So that is something you inhale and then it could get to the brain. That's what you say?
No, I mean, basically, these are, if you are, thinking about the brain nerves. So then this is I mean, they obviously have to wire together, and then this wiring happens via these synaptic vesicles. So these are small droplets that are then, making us to function in terms of the classic views of brain, that the neural impulse comes to the so-called synaptic cleft, which then is firing a synaptic vesicle transmission, which then sends neurotransmitters across from one nerve to another and fires and, makes us brains to function. So then these vesicles are more or less exactly the same, except they are, let's say, the synaptic vesicles which are balls, so they are round lipid, balls really that are capturing and containing lots of molecules that are then making our brains to function based on neurobiology. So now these exosomes are more or less the same material, except that it's all over the place. So all the cells, so we were thinking that the brains are more limited. So the much of the brain, is based on these neural impulses, which then is like this electrical impulses that are going and firing these synaptic vesicles. So now the other types of cells, astrocytes, glial cells, and so forth, so they all communicate actually with these similar types of vesicles as the synaptic vesicles, except that they have now opportunity to pack lots of molecules there. So it's like a car, that if you think about Boston, your background picture now, I guess. So there's lots of cars of different type going around Boston each second. So each of the cars have different registry number, and they're different cars. They have different addresses. They have left somewhere. They go somewhere, and they carry whatever they carry, like different pieces. So it's like bag that when you leave your office or home, so you carry your bag which has specific stuff. So then similarly, these vesicles are now a vehicle that offers nerves to construct different types of information. So it's a totally new layer in life as an information, because basically now, instead of what I try to allude is that medicine has studied, let's say, one single receptor, and ligand, which are the mediators of biological action. When you find a genetic mutation, let's say, it's typically associates to one single protein, which then gets malfunctioned and you get a disease, let's say. But that's now, let's say, still valid, but this is too simple, that we now have a new layer in life, which then, including the brain, is now similar as the vesicles that are mediating and were known to mediate this neuronal connection, is now universal. So the brain, it's kind of fascinating in the sense that we were thinking that the brain is like a closed box. So this blood-brain barrier was considered that that's the, philosophically, it's an essential element of science, because, I get subjective realities from the external world, because I don't connect to that, in a true sense. But now these exosomes, given that they are also manifest is in the blood. They're present in saliva, they're present in sweat, they're present in stool and urine and tears even. So then, in a sense, you can it's evoking new type of thinking, which we can speculate. Well, there's already, I don't know, 50,000 papers about this area. So in a sense, it's not just my hobby, but I'm actually extrapolating a little bit about what we know now, based on my limited knowledge, and then what this all means. But I mean, it's a reality that brain really has all the cells seem to communicate with this, and also that there's this dogma which we thought that the brain is a closed box, so it's opened in a sense that we have transmission of information from the brain into the blood and vice versa. So then this is one aspect. The other is this, what you mentioned, this olfactory, namely this odorant aerosol nature. This is not yet very well studied in humans per se, but it's known. I showed this C. elegans, which is a worm, and there's other types of species. So it's again still an area that is quite early in its phase, but it's pretty expected that based on what we know that we also exchanging this information. So if you think about virus infection, COVID-19, this paper that I showed as one reference. So the virus infects the cells. So what happens is that the virus relays. So it means that the cells that are infected, so they start to send vesicles also, which have fragments of the virus. So then this is have a role in immune system activation, for instance. But similarly, so it's an interesting thing that this socio-biological dimension, it's like a Star Wars that we have on my mind, that we have this, if you think about good and bad, for instance. So the bad intention could be just, let's say, also transmitting, let's say, suppressive information instead of, let's say, lifting up energies, which could be just, that you transmit activating principles for mitochondria or something based on these vesicles. So you could also now have more, let's say, depressive information. So these are all somewhat interesting things that are now opening up based on this field, which then obviously can be studied, and we now develop technologies that enable us to go more into the details. So we have actually already single vesicle measures in Boston. Our colleagues have developed these devices which are commercially available. So in a sense, it's developing, but the complexity, it's enormous. So I mean, life is way much more complex than we maybe thought about. So this is one message of response to you also.
Thank you.
I mean, I hope that this helped a little bit about clarifying the things.
Yeah, that was helpful. Yeah.
So
Good.
Seppo, from that explanation, I get that basically you're deriving a new layer of a micro level, a new micro level of vesicles that carry information depending on our thoughts, and those informations are actually modeling somehow neurotransmitters, and they're also modeling somehow the behavior of other organs and perhaps the hormonal system, because these vesicles can travel through the blood through all the organs of the body. So basically our minds are not just producing action potentials, let's say new action potentials via new kind of thinking, but they are also, the action potentials are modeled by the information that it's sent through the body through these vesicles. Is that?
Exactly. Yeah. So that's one aspect indeed. So that, and even beyond, so I was speculating about this evolutionary thing, that I think that the mind is really very powerful to train that. So if you do meditation, let's say, try to really do, so you can construct. So the point of this Platonian idea was that we can actually start to maybe really construct, actively when there actually this dispenser stuff. If you look at, so it's starting to elude that the meditation actually creates certain types of vesicles. So this mode of meditative transfer into biological representation via these vesicles is then kind of these process of almost like alchemistic transformation of information, let's say, from our thinking patterns to biology, let's say. And then this is, in a way, something that we could take use of. And then there's actually data about this so-called, in medicine, placebo is a problem because, we know that even white coat is therapeutic. So then, but here now we have also an opportunity to capture these conditionings that, when we are all conditioned to these realities that we face, and then how to, let's say, become free out of these conditions. So then we can now start to capture these vesicles and try to see how they are connected to various types of conditions, including, diseases. But I mean, that's somewhat, it's not easy, but people are doing this, that cancer, so it's diabetes, mental diseases. There's lots of papers about obviously the medical diseases. But then what I was trying to allude as a mechanistic detail is that I think that this idea that I put forward is this erosion aspect, that the big picture behind actually all the society with respect to driving our evolution is something quite fundamental, that this field would lead us, what you brought up, the Zohar, is that we need to really in science be honest and think about the true essential drivers of our being in terms of the biology here, and also this metaphysical, let's say, principles. That is one of the subjects that I guess we are all interested here. So these are matters to somewhat try to connect your viewpoints, what we have been discussing and you have been actively discussing in the context of this whole network, let's say. So I think that this is, anyway, it's a new opening in science, which has been there when we looked at weak science in different papers, but now it's developing. And I would think that this area will get a Nobel Prize at some point, but it needs to be still essentially connected. So more or less this vesicle stuff is more or less the same as the vaccine, this COVID-19 vaccine, this mRNA vesicle, but this is just an endogenous, more complex machinery that now is out there.
So can I ask a question?
Yeah, Shiva, go.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So basically what you're saying is, like, for instance, the brain, we've known about the blood, there's a connection to the brain through the hypothalamal pituitary adrenal axis, because, you got pituitary and adrenal glands, and those are going out. But what you're saying is that there's these additional vesicles carrying, things through the blood-brain barrier out to all the other cells. And you're saying that they contain mRNA, and that is somehow, like, for instance, perhaps like changing gene expression and things like that more directly from the firing patterns of the brain, or in other words, as the brain is doing its normal actions, it's creating these vesicles. These vesicles are going out through the blood-brain barrier, and then they're actually connecting with other tissues, and so you're not saying that there is some sort of ligand in these vesicles like would normally be in neurotransmission, but instead it's some sort of mRNA that is perhaps changing gene expression or something to that effect. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, that's one aspect but I mean, actually the vesicles can have also, they actually have a ligand. So it's like we used to study so-called Wnt signaling, which is when I was in Boston, for instance. So this is a ligand that is also transmitted. So basically cells can pack anything given in their context, so they can throw out. So initially this system was considered to be trash, that throw out of trash. If you want to clean up fast your table, just throw out everything out of window, and then it's done, and then you can put your own new plates. So similarly here, the cells can, I mean, that was the initial thinking, that it's just garbage that is pushed out. And now it's emerging that, okay, this garbage is still also valid, but if you look at our trash bag, so we can know what we have eaten, which also is important. But I mean, here also this packaging of mRNA, but also microRNA, which are these sort of small genes that are non-coding. So then all these are kind of packaging more information that we were initially thinking that happens, because then
Is there any
cells can
any evidence? Is there any evidence that so in other words, these microRNAs, are they actually altering the genes of other cells? In other words, is there evidence that shows that these packages are delivered, and then the cells take them up, read the RNA, and either integrate it or do some other function
Right.
in
Yeah.
response to it. Is that
Yeah.
what's happening?
Yeah. So I had a Gordon conference last summer in US that I was visiting in Boston after that. So the meeting was exactly only on these vesicles. So basically, then I mean these aspects were criticized by a Nobel Prize winner in that meeting, and then I mean, but he used quite limited and maybe not proper, let's say, in vivo assays. Let's say so that. I mean, this is all over the place now based on bacteria infection. There, in yeast, it's all, in all species. So it's hard to believe that it would be only trash. Let's say, if which certain critics are also saying. So then they carry. We have done this work ourselves. So you can isolate the vesicles, study. They have lots of proteins. They have lots of genetic material. They have lots of metabolites. So they are definitely doing. And given that I'm an embryologist, so we try to understand, which I started my talk about these shapes and forms of our, body, which is embryogenesis and genesis, how we are, species are really created as a physical being. So this is a genetic program. So if you think about my fingers, so, these are made by genes. So now these exosomes are connected to these processes as well. So they are really evolutionary ancient. And this paper that I showed, I mean, I've been speculating that even life at some point, create entities like a coffee mug. It makes sense that you have your coffee mug, I have my coffee mug, and then you can drink. But if you don't have the coffee mug, so your liquid is in the floor. So similarly, the vesicles kind of is providing a new layer of executing and shaping and let's say exchanging information between different cells, different vesicles. So it's a new layer of complexity that then offers this long-term transmission of programming information. So it's because I've been looking, and we have been looking in our field, bullets of program. We have been speak about developmental programs, and to me, this is the best current biological entities that are, easy to understand if they have like 29 microRNAs, which are having multiple gene targets. So you can construct way much more complex ways to regulate cells locally, but also remotely in your body. So that's what it is about, maybe, put it in short. Yeah.
So you're saying that these microRNAs have been specifically implicated in developmental biology. In other words, like I know when you talk about the fingers, you have to have the apoptosis to actually differentiate the fingers and things like that. So you're saying that these exact same vesicles you've seen these microRNAs actually play a part of that role of the emerging structure during the development of a embryo.
No,
That's
yeah,
really
I mean, yeah. The problem with to study this is that because whole medicine and biology has been using the so-called knockouts, which means that if you have your coffee mug, you just genetically remove the hanger where you can put your finger, and then you study what happens. So this is what we have been doing actually. So you inactivate one gene and see what happens. Now this is still all fine, but the problem is that this is when you have a bullet that has like 30 factors that is floating out there. So it's still a problem to study them in an exact way. So we need something totally new, and what that new is still a challenge. And how to study complex programs.
Did you know about the linguistic characteristics of non-coding DNA? That there's a Zipf's law, a power law distribution of the non-coding DNA, which suggests it's very linguistic in nature and therefore may be actually encoding information, which is why I'm sure there's been proof that genetic memory. Now we actually have proof in mice of genetic memory, because you briefly touched on that. So I was just curious if you knew about that power law part, and that's only in the non-coding. That is not true of the coding DNA.
Yeah, I mean, this is excellent that you bring it up, because that's why we I've had this creation idea that in the beginning there was a God, and God said that be there the the universe, and then you have the word. So this sort of and this notion, let's say, of this music in the sky. So then that's exactly what I think, that this is like notes of life in a way, that this wording and the alphabets, the symbol function, let's say, of biology, that putting these into a certain order creates words and creates sentences and creates meaning. And that's why, like when I'm speaking here, so I've been thinking that because we had earlier also this sort of a more, let's say, philosophical thing about human mortality. So I was thinking that this good and bad, in a way, that my intention are translated, let's say, in the biological shapes when I speak, because I'm constantly sending most likely exosomes through my brain to the atmosphere, and then this is their construction based on good and bad somehow may shape my intention and words and all together, that how this whole package goes. So it's a pretty interesting to speculate about these, even these sort of philosophical and biological links, that how they eventually could reveal those, that how my intentions could be considered as good or bad based on, or even these very fundamentals of the biology, let's say. But that's exciting. Thanks for bringing up this word, logos word.
I'm just going to read something that Hal has put in the chat, and then we're going to have to move on. So he has said, hang on, he just added more. Lipid vesicles are generically produced by cells budding exosomes in a process of exocytosis. They are being absorbed by a generic process of endocytosis. So is generic with categories of extracellular vesicles, EVs, interacting with other EVs and with cells. As long as the EVs have lipid membranes, they may contain small molecules and proteins inside and display on their surfaces the outer sides of transmembrane proteins captured in the lipid membrane surface. Question: are any EVs produced without lipid membranes? There are classes of intracellular membrane-less bodies that have recently won Nobel Prizes for their researchers, like Anthony Hyman.
Yeah. I mean, this is obviously, the lipids are one aspect, and there are, even picoparticles, I guess, and then molecules and proteins, and there's clusters that are formed as well, indeed. So then, this aspect, what actually maybe this question also relates to, is this meaning, in a sense that, when you are, what we have been doing in the field now, you purify vesicles from one part, like in the brain, and then you show them to a cell. So what actually mostly happens is that they are recognized and degraded. So that's one of the issues. And I think that the meaning aspect, which was one of the motivation of this meeting, is actually important, in a sense that, we are now exchanging information which is based on the words. But then if I start to suddenly speak about Finnish, so everybody are lost because you don't speak Finnish. So I think that if I speak to my cousin, like, this text, so she or he is totally blown up because they don't have the background. So maybe we are better tuned based on our education, condition, everything. So therefore, I think that this meaning and the exact nature that the cells, like, if you put to your finger the information, and it has to be exactly coordinated. But if you put wrong information there, so you get not a finger, but you get a ball, let's say. So therefore, these vesicles are similarly, because they were initially identified from the immune system. So then the immune system is very well surveying what belongs to our body and what is foreign, and they only, let's say, allow certain things to be passed through based on our immune system wisdom. So therefore, this complicates the things that we have to show, let's say, right sentences, the right words. And what we just had a nice question about the word. So, if I take one sentence out of blue and put it to another text, so it doesn't make sense in most part, I guess. So similarly here, if you take vesicles here and then you just throw them to a system, so then they may not work because they're recognized by cells to be wrong information, because basically now what we see, like your face now over there, so that I recognize it's not only the nose or the eye, but it's the whole facial pattern that tells me that it's Seppo Vainio, or it's a G, or so forth. So similarly here, that it's we see actually much more nanosurface than any other surface, and this is something that is what the cells maybe also recognize, and we need to learn more about that.
Gary, I just want to ask you, one more question to Seppo, very brief. Is that okay?
Yeah, and then we're moving on.
Seppo, Robert talked about respiration, yeah, but you tie that up to an olfactory system, and of course that comes with food, because food and olfaction are very connected. Yeah, okay. But I want to take olfaction and food away for a moment and focus on respiration rhythms. It's not just the breathing that could affect exosome dynamics, I imagine, in this kind of exploration, but it's also the way we intentionally change the rhythm of our brains. Because when we meditate, we actually start to breathe in a certain way, which is not the normal, automatic way of breathing on the day. We just breathe deeply and rhythmically, and that affects brain heart synchronization. So I'm wondering if those rhythms of the brain could also be considered in your picture, the rhythms themselves, the modulators of exosome information activity.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for this question. So it's indeed the case I would expect, because with the breathing and this whole essence of breath and this vagal nerve and this, let's say, management of our calmness, so it's lost. So I guess all this is something that I think is manifested in this system, but then what it exactly means and how it happens is something that it's a matter of speculation. But I would expect that these all are things that we can now come in, because this, maybe put it in short. So this exosome system is new humoral entity that connects us, our organs, the brain, and everything, and it's allows us to do. It's like a thermostat that whatever you do, so this system is somehow fine tuning your whole essence, and it has maybe also this social biological dimension, which is still very fragmentary out there, and the food that you mentioned about this gut and zohar. So then there's lots of obviously stuff to study, but these things that I brought in are based on speculations and putting into the context of this meeting. And I think that hopefully it was inspiring, and we hopefully will learn much more when time flies. So thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. And enjoy your time in Lapland.
Our second speaker today is Shiva Miucci. Shiva is an independent researcher and historian of physics. Today he will be speaking on consciousness as gestalt, using paracausality to accommodate both determinism and free will.
Thanks for that introduction. All right, so I can't actually see you guys when I have it in full screen like that. Hopefully I'm coming through. I was hoping that that a lot of the people here might be somewhat familiar. I know some of you who've been here for a while, that I've been talking with for years now, are going to be able to rely on the fact that you know some of my work, and so hopefully I'm not going to be relying too much on that and speaking Finnish, as he was saying. But basically, let me give a quick overview of this. Is something that is embedded in an entire worldview that I've been developing. And like, for instance, for the past 20 years, one of the things that I've been working very strongly on is the attempting to re-educate people on the history of relativity theory in particular. And that is, first of all, Einstein said in 1920, space without ether is unthinkable. And that was 5 years after general relativity, 15 years after special. And a lot of people don't understand why that is. The term space-time had been around for a long time. He was not talking about space-time. So there is this aspect of the necessity of the ether, and the fact that it was there was a theory that was relativistic ether that was developed by Poincaré and Lorentz, which, of course, you know anything about relativity, the Lorentz transform comes from the Lorentz factor, etc. So the point here is that there is a mathematically equivalent theory that is based in fluid dynamics. This is also true of Maxwell's equations were all based upon the behaviors of fluids specifically, and that there were these mechanical interactions that were critical to understanding it. He started with vectors, eventually went to quaternions, specifically because of this interlocking motion and rotation that occurs automatically in quaternions. But unfortunately, Lord Kelvin was very stodgy about quaternions, called them an unmixed evil, and then Heaviside simplified it. And since then, there is some sort of loss of the rotational aspect, or not a de-emphasis. We won't say it's necessarily lost. The de-emphasis of the rotational aspect in the fluid-like behaviors. So I'm giving you this quick run through of this worldview that I'm asking you to suspend your disbelief of and the acceptance of the current orthodoxy. And I'm trying to tell you that there is an alternative viewpoint which has not been falsified in any way. And the hydrodynamic viewpoint is basically it requires that space act like a superfluid, and this goes up through the Madelung equations, and you have the phase space formulation of quantum mechanics that actually you have this continued development right up to Dirac. I'll be giving you a quote a little later about him talking about the necessity of an ether. So the idea of the ether being discarded is actually an absurdity and a sort of a political. It was very politically driven, and there was a lot of strangeness about the fact that we have this idea that Einstein eliminated the ether when he wrote an entire speech saying that you absolutely had to have it. So all that aside, what I've been doing for the past 2 years that I've not been really participating in this group very much is that I've been working on redeveloping a view of entropy and information to unify them in a way that that works with this worldview I'm talking about. So in other words, you've got this fluid dynamics, an underlying aspect. In other words, I'm not saying that our current physics are wrong in any way. It's just there's an additional layer, additional information available. There is a complex vacuum which behaves like a storage and computation medium. And I'm going to be relying on a lot of that understanding for this talk. So first, I'm going to talk about some of the definitions, and the elephant in the room is paracausality. Let me see if I got my notes that I can get to here, because I did want to use my actual notes. So you'll have to excuse me if I make this small for a moment while I read through my notes. Oh yeah, that's right. So paracausality is a concept that I'm using to basically describe and fix the problem of believing that the final straw is actually the cause of the camel's back breaking. That is not a rational way of looking at the world, yet it is kind of, I don't know, it's just kind of granted to us through our training, through our intuition. It just sort of comes to us, and we have this sort of breakage in the way that we view causality in this stepwise, sequential set of events that are, kind of this one little line. So what paracausality is about is like, for instance, whenever you try to look at, you just turn sideways and knock a glass off the table that you're sitting on and you spilled it. Well, you were the cause of getting it knocked over. But, well, there was somebody who placed that glass there. A server just placed it there. So is it their fault? Well, actually, the reason the server placed it there is because of someone bumping into them and they needed to quickly set something down. So you can see there's all these various things that you could try to track down, and basically we have this heuristic where we try to pick the most likely cause, and because the causal network spreads out exponentially almost immediately, and so we have to simplify to be able to actually think about causality in any way that works for us whenever we're explaining things in a linguistic manner. However, there is a type of causality that is far more important to understand, and that is what I'm calling paracausality, and that is the cause from the sides, para. In other words, there is the glass had to be there for you to knock it over, and so there are multiple. Looking at causality basically as a network is what paracausality is about, and so. Another example I like to give is this: you say you've got an inclined table and a little ping pong ball at the top of it, and then you've got this some sort of bar that has a slot in it that the ping pong ball could roll through, but if it's in the wrong place, well, it's not going to go through it. And then you can attach a Rube Goldberg machine to it, and basically it's moving it side to side based on the actions of this complex machine that is kind of moving it randomly. If the timing is just right, well, when you release the ball, it'll go through as it passes through that little hole. But what if we had like 30 of those bars in a row, all doing weird things with these Rube Goldberg machines from the side, and then the likelihood that the ball would pass through is extremely low, but you could tune those machines to set up just the right timing so that they were even though their random actions actually would be moving it in strange ways, there would be a way to make it so that their timing opened up that slot just as the ball was passing down, and it could go roll straight through this moving set of tiny slots and still be able to do it. So there is a way in which the paracausal aspect of it can accommodate something. And so that's kind of what I want to talk about. And also the this worldview basically goes from, okay, so you have a fluid medium that is part of electromagnetism, and it is a part of how particles are, the formation of the particles, et cetera. So like de Broglie actually started with a where we get Schrodinger's equation is actually he was studying de Broglie's thesis, and de Broglie was using relativity and very real waves. And so this is one of the reasons why you can actually build a model of fluid dynamics for atomic structure as well. Let me just take a drink here real quick. So this view of particles, et cetera, that from this perspective of a superfluid dynamics, that automatically also lends itself to the what most people think of as the Bohmian view of pilot wave, where basically complex waves are actually, well, I'm having to do a lot of backup here because these are things that I've talked with a lot of people here, and so I'm sorry if I'm going back over old material. But basically, there's something called pilot wave hydrodynamics, where Yves Coudet, John Bush at MIT, and a variety of other researchers, Younger and others, have all basically shown that you can make a macroscopic system where a bouncing droplet on a silicone bath actually behaves in every way that we see quantum systems, but it's just that because it's happening over a slower period, we're able to understand it better. And so there's this wave treatment. It goes all the way back to de Broglie. And so as you can see, of course, if I've got a fluid dynamic type of perspective of space, going to lead immediately to pilot wave and de Broglie's wave equation, and then that's going to lead into being able to understand atomic physics from this fluid dynamic perspective. And I've actually got a paper I just put out where I was able to derive the fine structure constant from fluid dynamics. So all that this is embedded in that idea. How do we understand free will in this system? Because what I'm talking about here is a chaotically determinate system. In other words, there's real mechanics occurring. Now, in the Walker system, that I like to use very frequently as an example, the droplet is creating waves. Those waves are bouncing out, coming back, and impacting the trajectory of the Walker, which seems to move in a random pattern. So what we have is this complexity that appears to arise, but the complexity is in itself deterministic. And so there are certain extremely complex, chaotic systems that are actually determinate, but there are so many inputs, so many things going on that you cannot reasonably give an exact prediction without basically having to know where every atom in the universe is. So we still have to use a probabilistic treatment to kind of get over the fact that we don't have enough information to do anything other than kind of get a general idea of where a particle may be going, et cetera. So complex vacuum, information in that vacuum, altering particle paths, et cetera. So the idea of paracausality is that there are these existing sets of information. Whenever you think of the butterfly effect, where it goes from this to this to this to this, well, there's all these other butterfly effects happening side by side with it. And then there's this lateral causality. The last snowflake in an avalanche doesn't cause the avalanche. All the snowflakes that were there had to be there, and each one of those snowflakes had their own complex set of deterministic movements that eventually made them arrive in the place that they did, so that they could all simultaneously be in that place. So this leads to what I'm, and hopefully I'm not butchering Sung's concept of caudality, but basically the idea is that, so paracausality is to try to look at the whole process over time, whereas caudality, as I understand it, and hopefully, like I said, I'm not using it improperly, is the idea that there is this instantaneous configuration you can look at, and that emphasizes, whereas when we look at what's going to happen one moment forward whenever we look at a snapshot, whereas there is a way of turning that sideways and looking at what are the influences coming in from the sides? In other words, all the configurations, and the way that they interact. And so this is the term, how I use the term codality. And like I said, hopefully someone won't be mad at me. But basically the idea is that it's the metadata of reality, and it is intrinsically informational because of the simultaneous configuration, the geometric configuration of the universe at that time, or whatever system that you happen to be looking at. So I like my note here for creodes. So the idea of a creode is that whenever we look at an ecological niche over time. So you're thinking, whenever we talk about an ecological niche, it's going to be the plants. It's going to be, what toxins are in them. It's going to be the behavior patterns of the predators during the night, during the day. It's going to be a lot of different things that determine whether or not there is a niche that a species can fit in. And that niche can actually be thought of over time as kind of like a trough, something that we talked about earlier. So it basically can kind of be seen as this tunnel through time that is in this multidimensional space. Basically, it is a sort of a phase. It is something that exists in sort of a phase space of consideration of all these various things that are happening. And so when there is a niche, an animal can sort of loosely fit in it. And what will end up happening, however, though, is it acts as an attractor. In other words, there are animals that may not be doing as well, or being pushed out in their current niche that they're trying to fill, that will be drawn towards that additional availability of resource that is in that niche. So they will begin to move towards it, and then that will basically shape the animal. So in other words, the animal's beak length, its all the different things that allow it to survive will begin to be shaped by that availability that exists over time in the multidimensional space that creates this little white space tunnel that is this creode. And so that's what the term creode is. Now it's not my own. Once again, the only, I've got paracausality and entropic potential in mine. I'm borrowing codality and creode. So the idea of a creode is very important because it may be discontinuous. In other words, like whenever you try to, if we were to quantify it, it may be, barely there and not work at certain times, but work at others. And so as the animal is drawn in, it may be able to actually shape the creode as well. So what we have here is basically the relationship that happens between water and like what's basically a floodplain or a small depression in the land. It eventually becomes a river because the land shapes the water, and then the water shapes the land, and you have this feedback loop between them. And the same thing is true of these creodes. Is that the ecological niche, you've got this feedback loop between the animal and the niche itself, and that develops over time. And that's part of why we see a sort of an intelligence in evolutionary development, is that it is kind of it's very much like an attractor landscape, and I will be using it like that later. So finally, we get to the term that's going to be difficult to explain, because I've got this is sort of my grand opus that I've been working on for the past 2 years, and it is basically this attempt to unify information. And so there's information entropy in information theory, and then there's thermodynamic entropy, and attempting to unify all these concepts in a way that can make sense in a deterministic view is what my major paper is. I don't consider it finished yet. There is a version of it now available online that I've linked there that you can go through. Like I said, it's over 100 and some pages now. But it is
Shiva, are you willing to display your presentation, because you mentioned a link, because we're not seeing it?
Oh, I thought it was being displayed. Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
Hold on.
Share.
That's okay. I just switched over to it.
I'm following your conversation really well, but then I realized, my God, he may be pointing to a presentation right now because you mentioned a link.
Yes. Okay, hold on. Let me change back over here. Okay, yeah, I thought I hit the button. Let me try it again and see if it works this time. Is that coming through now?
Yes, we've got it.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry about that.
Make
I am
it a
not very
full
familiar with
screen.
Zoom.
Can you
Okay.
make it full screen?
I
Not
was
that-
using my
Notes. Okay.
my
Okay.
notes here, but actually I'm going to yeah, let me continue to use my notes here. So and then I will go back to full screen in just a moment. So entropic potential is basically it's a convergent replacement for potential energy, entropy, and information. In other words, I'm converging those concepts into a singular concept to allow determinism to work, because thermodynamics and these have always been we've always had to use treatments that are probabilistic. So to have an idea about entropy that is deterministic is basically having to kind of go back to first principles from the very beginning and try to understand how this could possibly work. And so that I'm not going to get too much into that, but I do have to explain a little bit of it for this presentation to work out at all. So in the idea of entropic potential, it is a convergent replacement for potential energy and entropy, potential energy, entropy, and information. It's the intersection of information and filled degrees of freedom that directs kinetic energy from more constrained toward less constrained paths. So basically what I've said there is that there's something in entropy where we think of entropy spread, or the motion of energy into fewer filled microstates is one of the ways in which we express it, as the way in which entropy alters the flow of energy, a lot of times heat energy. And so what I'm saying here is that whenever we merge these concepts, then information entropy and thermodynamic entropy are one thing in the vacuum. In other words, there is a literal physical informational content of the vacuum that is greater whenever we have more filled microstates and or lesser. So there's an equality between information content and entropy. And so as there is less information, there's less entropy, and so there is less constraint, and that's what I'm talking about with constraint. And I actually in the paper I get into it more, but we'll just sort of leave it at that for the moment. Let's see. So basically, the idea is that there is a geometric network of the way in which the world is configured at any given time. So remember how we're talking about paracausality, that things have to be in certain places. So trying to look at the way in which we define information is going to be very important. How does information occur? So typically whenever we're talking about information in information theory, there's other definitions that I kind of have to set aside, because I need a physical, real, deterministic, finite definition of what information is, how it works, what it means to thermodynamics. So for this, the idea of information is going to be linked to wave transmission, and that wave transmission is based upon coupled oscillation. So in other words, whenever you have a surface that can reflect energy, if that energy is complex in some way, that surface has to be equally complex in a way for it to have the coordination of the energy be transferred to it. So in other words, like if the waves that are, say there are some waves going towards a semi-spherical surface, and if they're coming as plane waves, well, some of them are going to be able to transfer their energy better than the ones on the outside that are going to just glance off, right? Whereas if it were flat, it would transfer more of its energy better because of the coordination aspect of it. So there are these systems. Now let me continue forward a little bit in my slides here, and I'm going to actually try to maximize it if I can find how to do that. Aha, there we go. Okay. So we've already talked about what the neoclassical interpretation is to some extent. And that's what this whole framework is about, is the neoclassical interpretation. And I'll be getting back into the way in which energy transfer is part of this in just a moment, and you'll begin to understand why it is that paracausality, while I'm saying that that has anything to do with mind and the connection between mind and matter, because that is what eventually, while it does not explicitly say much about it in the entropy paper, that is what the entropy paper eventually does, is posit mind as information. So in other words, but it is a gestalt of information, not just any information. But and the idea is, how is it that we can see spirituality through the idea of information? Because information being non-physical, we can kind of see a connection there. So this is the neoclassical interpretation. We use pilot wave hydrodynamics. We preserve and extend relativity via historically regrounding it back in its original form, and the way in which it was actually invented. And then in neuroscience, what we're going to be doing with the neoclassical interpretation is granting a reason for synchronizations that we see in things like neurodynamics. And then we're also going to be giving an exacting mechanism for data representation and encoding, which is what I was starting to talk about just then. It's like, what is information if we do not define how it is actually in the world? And I'll be talking more about that in a moment. So this basically is an identification of an analog computation regime based in geometry. And you'll have to excuse me if I may have been a bit ambitious with this, trying to give you guys too much information all at once. So for information theory, it basically aligns thermodynamic entropy with information entropy, and it grants a new concept for data compression via holography. And for spirituality, basically, what we're doing here is attempting to identify a rigorous scientific grounding for non-physical existence. In other words, information. What is information? What are the ways in which information has different phases? Because just like Seppa was talking about, where you have these smaller, you've got tissues, but then you've got organs, and then you've got the entire thing. We can kind of see those as like phases. In other words, the gestalt of how it acts is greater than the sum of its parts, and there are many layers of that. And so information would also have the same characteristic. So this information theory is going to be granting some data compression, and for the spirituality, this is to basically give a thermodynamic entry point for the idea of spirit, to interact with the physical. So in other words, where a hard science person could begin to put even a experimental framework around the ideas of spirituality, and this is providing a basis for that actually gets down to very finite structures in the way that they act. All right. So this is Paul Dirac in 1951. Let us consider in its simplest form the old argument for showing that the existence of an ether is incompatible with relativity. I've cut out some of the final parts, but this is the final part of this paper. This argument is unassailable from the 1905 point of view, but at the present time it needs modification because we have to apply quantum mechanics to this ether. Thus, with the new theory of electrodynamics, we are rather forced to have an ether. That's how he ends that paper. So this is not something that ended just with Einstein in 1920 saying that we require an ether. The idea of the ether has been there in the background, functioning as hydrodynamics, as superfluid vacuum theory, as a variety of different things. But there is kind of been this convergence. I did not actually coin the term neoclassical. The interpretation, maybe the combination of neoclassical and interpretation, maybe I coined that, but there's actually a site that's been managed by someone else called the neoclassical info or something.info. Anyhow, he is the translator of the Kosserat brothers work on basically on continuum dynamics. So there's something called a Kosserat continuum that gives us micropolar elasticity that is used very widely today, but it was actually a way of treating electromagnetism via these continuum mechanics that also gives us simultaneously gives us superfluid dynamics. In other words, it is also a descriptor of superfluids. So So basically, another aspect of this is to look at the entire universe as this deterministic superfluid vacuum that makes all of these different interconnections that I said were possible, makes them possible. Now, because people are scared of the word ether, I've decided to instead change it to the continuum. To represent some of these other aspects of it. So it's a new terminology for an infinite record keeping and computing aspects. Oh wait, I cannot read my own slide of the universe embedded within the mind of God. Each emergent moment is continual creation and guidance via thought. In other words, what we are witnessing before us is computation. Now, people who are leaning towards the atheist side, etc., they would, maybe think of this as what's it called? Simulation theory. But what I'm saying here is that instead that this is the nature of the universe is thought, and our word computation is something new, and actually it's our type of computation we do now, which is digital computation, is a paltry replica of the actual computation that's happening in the universe, which is distinctly analog. So here what I'm showing is one of the things that occurs naturally in superfluids is that they spontaneously form these vortex filaments, and those vortex filaments can have various organizations that spontaneously arise. What you're seeing on the bottom right there is that whenever you take a plasma, a two-dimensional set of vortices, in other words, you just create some rotation, and it will automatically start to arrange itself into clusters of vortices that are crystalline in structure. So they have regular forms, and these things happen naturally. You see this the hexagon on the top of Saturn, where there's also a that's a septagon. I don't know. There's a octagon and there's a eight-sided figure and a five-sided figure, I think, on the top and bottom of Jupiter. So, and the other one was Saturn. I hope I said Saturn. All right. So there's these natural self-organizing principles that are occurring throughout the universe that we have kind of been ignoring because we like the idea of the universe running down because of apocalyptic ideation, in my opinion. And so what I'm saying, actually, what you'll find is that I actually believe that there's significant reason to believe that the universe is instead eternal because it is the body of God that we are embedded in. So the nature of informative action. So information, I'm saying, is encoded by coupled oscillation. Data is able to inform via resonance, and Huygens odd sympathy is the mechanism of spontaneous order. So these are some very general things I'm going to get to here in just a moment on the details of them. But Christian Huygens, I don't know how to pronounce that properly. His odd sympathy is basically what he discovered that that clocks on the wall will automatically synchronize with each other when they're out of phase. And so this occurs all throughout nature. Whenever you have systems that are communicating via waves, they can end up being coupled in a way where they will synchronize. And so this synchronization, the wave that can happen to waves themselves as well as the information is transferred to a surface and back. What you can have is, like, for instance, some of the first ideas behind the way that lasers work is that you have these various phases and frequencies which eventually line up with each other into a single frequency, and then that increases the amplitude of it because all the energy has been basically compressed down to a single frequency. So this is an action of order, and this action of spontaneous order is happening everywhere through this transference of information. And I'm going to continue to try to develop that concept to you a little bit as we go along. So here we have an idea of coupled resonance. So as you can see on the top left there, whenever you strike a tuning fork, if it is not the right frequency, in other words, the taller one there would be a lower frequency, it won't cause it to vibrate. However, as it travels through the air, if the other tuning fork is the right frequency, in other words, it is the right shape, it will then move. In other words, the transfer of energy occurs, and then you have these coupled systems. Then there's also, let's see if I got the video here for, yeah, that's the odd sympathy in action. That is basically the system of spontaneous organization. So one of the things that I try to point out to people is that there is, whenever you look at the first phonograph, what is actually occurring is you're speaking into a tube, and then that moves a needle that cuts into a surface. And so basically it is transforming waves over time into a different form. So in other words, there is a direct transform of the information of your voice into another form. It is in a compressed form. So there is an actual direct representation. Nobody has to go in there and say that like for instance, with computers as we have right now, we have to say, okay, when this is on and this is off and this is on and this is off, that is a number, and that number corresponds to a specific symbol that we have arbitrarily selected. And that's like the ASCII code. So we arbitrarily select the symbol to give this thing meaning, and then we can then use those numbers based upon this arbitrary symbol. However, whenever they're in nature, the analog transfer of information has no intermediary. The intermediary are the laws of physics themselves. So in other words, it's the laws of physics that are transforming your voice into scratches, little things on the surface of that record. So there's no intermediary. The definition of the encoding and what that symbol means, in other words, the information that it represents, is very direct because it is the laws of physics that are the thing that defines the representation. So that is very important as part of this. Let's stop. There we go. Okay. So one of the things that is very important to this system is the idea of interference. So in interference, as you can see, the typical dual slit over here, you've got how the waves are interacting are causing constructive and destructive interference, where when the peaks and troughs align, you have constructive. You see the white line when they are out of alignment. So like, right, I don't know if you can see my cursor or not, but whenever they are directly out of alignment, then that's where you get the black areas where there is destructive interference. So in other words, the transfer of the wave's energy against that screen is not possible because of this cancellation when the waves are out of phase. But how is that being, why are they out of phase? This is a very important component of this basically this worldview, and that is that they are out of phase because they are at different angles of incidence. The waves are coming in at different angles because one is coming from S1 there, the other's coming from S2, and so the path that they actually travel ends up being different, and the difference in the path is what creates the pattern. So in other words, there is something about the timing and their geometric relationship that causes there's a specific geometric relationship that is encoded in the interference pattern that we see. And it is basically, that is another way in which we see this transformation of a geometric relationship. The distance that the light has to travel is different for the two different beams, and that difference in timing is what is creating these forms that we see as the fringes. So, so the relative angle of incidence is something that is actually not frame dependent, and that's something that is in one of my papers. I don't know if I mentioned it here, but basically, we'll get to that in just a moment. So the background of my presentation here is a holographic surface. So whenever you are creating an actual hologram, there is an interference pattern that has to do with the light bouncing off of a target and striking a surface, and it creates those same fringes that you see there. The reason why those fringes occur is because of the various angles of incidence. Those angles of incidence create different distances for the light to travel, and those different distances then create these interference patterns. So the interference patterns and those fringes, those lines, are a type of data encoding. And that is the reason why a hologram also is without an intermediary definition. It is a type of It is a type of data encoding that relies upon the facts of physical reality to translate geometric relationships into something that is another way of encoding it, which is the fringe pattern. And then whenever the light strikes it again, of course, then it recreates that same pattern of interference. So this idea of holograms and interference, it's they are present all throughout biology. Now, holography in specific, well, there's Sergei Petukov. He actually has a paper that that seems to find that there is holography in genes, but when it comes to using interference in nature, there are numerous natural systems that use interference. And like, for instance, the butterfly wings, the way in which they are creating blue light is by causing interference patterns to create that blue light. It's not pigment based, it is shape based. You can see those structures are actually the shapes that are causing the incident waves to align in a way that creates the color blue. Let me take a drink here for just a moment. All right, so now I need to talk about something called a phased array, because this is actually going to be valuable to understanding a little bit about these combinations of waves. So it's something called a phased array. Basically, you have these emitters in a line there, as you can see from top to bottom. Each one of them is emitting a spherical wave. But the thing is, the timing of the spherical wave makes up basically a plane wave. And so you can, just by altering the timing of those emitters, in other words, when they go off, will change the apparent direction of the beam. So in other words, you can see that looks like a plane wave that, instead of coming straight out away from the emitters, is actually going out at an angle. And not only can we direct a beam, we can also shape it. We can actually make the shape be very thin, so it is more beam-like instead of just kind of going in all directions. So there's both shaping and directing that are, once again, very critically related to timing. And that timing is, of course, also related to distance. So in other words, there is a relationship between timing and the geometric relationship. Now, one of my other papers I recently published, let's see if yes, I did get into that. So one of the papers I recently published was about the fact that when you approach a phased array, let's say it's, on the x-axis, and it's emitting a beam in the y direction. If you are approaching it from the side and are coming in at relativistic speeds, well, there's one aspect of it that we know, which is called, excuse me, relativistic beam aberration. So in other words, it will appear to you as if the beam is being altered to the side instead of coming straight out. For that person on the ground, you'll actually, believe that the beam is coming out at an angle because of your motion. That is your frame-based experience of it. However, the difference between the theory, now this is what this paper is about, is basically showing the difference between the Lorentz ether theory that was mathematically equivalent. Everyone knows Lorentz ether theory was mathematically equivalent to special relativity, but it is specifically once we introduce Minkowski spacetime that we select one metaphysical commitment about light and its behavior. And that commitment then leads to something called the relativity of simultaneity. And that is that basically when you're moving at relativistic speeds, what is simultaneous for a person, let's say on the ground, in other words, let's say for instance, the person on the ground, they would be experiencing all of the phased array emitters to be simultaneously outputting a signal and creating a straight beam. However, according to the person who's moving, because he is moving in the direction and they're distant, there are different distances between them, what will occur is that he will theoretically perceive them to have fired at different times. And in Minkowski spacetime, that is posited to be a real version of reality that is indistinguishable from our reality. Why I'm bringing this up is because basically what I'm showing here is that at any given speed, when we combine both the normal um, relativistic beam aberration, we still must, if we believe relative simultaneity to be true, and we believe in the Minkowski metaphysics, which, by the way, there is no empirical reason to do so. We selected it based upon no empiricism whatsoever. Then what we must believe is that it will create a different direction for the beam based upon the timing, and it will not strike the target. So what I'm showing here is that normally the green there, that is where the ground person perceives the target to be. However, the target is moving according to the person who is moving along towards the phased array. Now, what you see here is the blue beam is a regular laser beam. The regular laser beam that was also aimed at the green target there, it would strike it because that is the relativistic aberration. However, the adding the relative simultaneity as reality part to it will cause the beam, the phased array beam, to go off of the target. So therefore, what will be happening is the person on the ground versus the person who's moving at relativistic speeds will see the emitter either signaling that it has received a signal versus the person who is moving will say that it is not receiving the signal. Therefore, you will have divergent realities, divergent causal realities because of this. And this is because we don't typically consider the interlocking nature of paracausality. And that's what this does, is it demonstrates that there is an interlocking nature of events, that you can't willy-nilly change the timing of events and not have a problem. And so this is actually, there's code at the end of this paper, so you can go and look at the code and the mathematics and test it out yourself and perform different experiments with the code. And basically this is showing that, like say for instance, it's a dead man switch and there's a bomb that goes off when it no longer strikes the target. Well, in the moving person's reality, the bomb has gone off, and in the stationary person's reality, it has not. So you have a divergent idea of causality in the typical treatment of Minkowski spacetime that will actually that is present there because of the lack of consideration of paracausal interlocking. So
Hey,
for the
Shiva,
next
I'm just
slide.
going to jump in here for a moment and we're up around the 40-minute mark. So just if,
Okay, I'm gonna
yeah,
try to speed it up. Here, let me check. Let me
yeah.
see, hold on a second. Let me see how many, because I know I was trying to explain a bit too much here. So let's take a look a little bit further here.
Yeah, no rush, but just to tie up, like just so you make sure you get your main points in that you want to, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I will try to keep it keep it going quickly. All right, so basically, one of the things that we find in language and in mathematics is that there is this serialized understanding of causality. There is a serialized one step precedes the next, and there is not a simultaneous execution occurring. And in reality, there is a simultaneous execution that is occurring. And when those two things diverge, you can have problems like this sentence is false. So this sentence is false is a problem with the very nature of language itself and the fact that it is not arranged in a way that is paracausally consistent. It does not have all things happening at once, and so that's why it can be self-conflicting in that way, whereas reality cannot be self-conflicting in that way. So instead of seeing causality as a series of discrete events, we propose that reality is shaped by a web of interconnected influences that propagate via the interlocking clockwork of the quintinuum. So another demonstration of the inferiority of local logic. So in other words, what I'm talking about here is that linear stepwise logic. It actually only considers what is very local and instead of the gestalt. And so, for instance, what we have on the right-hand side there is that you asking, can these gears spin? Well, if you don't consider the entire loop there, then the fact that it is an odd number of gears, they cannot actually spin. Whereas you could, if they're not connected there, you haven't looked at all of it, you have no reason to believe that it does not. Same thing is true of the thing over here where we can create with our representational systems ideas that when you are looking at one part of it or another, and hopefully you guys enjoy this little visual here because none of it's possible. You actually have these ideas where it's locally consistent, but it is globally inconsistent. And so this difference between global and local consistency is also part of this idea of both caudality and paracausality. So let's skip over some of these. Okay, oops. Okay, so quickly looking at this, one of the things that whenever we're talking about information transfer and entropy, if you add a lot of, like if you shoot a bus with a bunch of bullets, individual bullets, and they're not timed together, then you can transfer a lot of heat type of energy to it, and it won't move it. Whereas if you shoot them all at once, all the bullets hit the bus at once, it's going to move. And so in other words, there is a coordination, there is a timing of events that is critically important to transferring something. So there is this, what I'm talking about here goes all the way back to the idea of surfaces. So in other words, like the surface of a ligand and the surface of the receptor have to have a type of concordance in that is they have to be topologically concordant. In other words, their geometric relationships have to be right for there to be a transfer of information, because information is defined as the ability for us to have coupled oscillation. So that explains why, for instance, we now have metamaterial Maxwell's demons that appear to reverse entropy. And in my paper, I actually get into how there's apparent local reversals of entropy that are occurring by what is intelligent action, in other words, the use of information. And that's part of the reason why these Maxwellian demons work, is because there is a encoding of information. That information is having a thermodynamically real impact on reality that can be calculated and understood in deterministic terms. And I'm going to try to continue running forward. So the idea in one of my lectures that I gave to this group a while back was the idea of dendritic fringes as the way in which information is encoded in the brain. So the idea is that the shape of the fringes themselves are a four-dimensional hologram as opposed to our typical three-dimensional hologram. And what I mean by that is it's a 3D surface. In other words, the dendrites themselves are these three-dimensional surfaces that are capable of communicating with each other in a manner that is just like a two-dimensional surface can represent 3D. This three-dimensional surface in our brains can represent 4D. So this is what you see right here in this antenna. Is there are certain antennas that function better because of their shape, and once again, that is the shape being related to the transfer of surfaces that are complex. So to get just a little bit further on that, there's the possibility of resonance across transformations. And what we have on the right is a phase conjugate mirror. And it actually will undo the alterations in the angles of incidence, going back to that again, and the timing of them. And so that the image coming back out will be undistorted instead of doubly distorted. And so what this is trying to point out that you can have multiple transformations, multiple Coke bottles, and with holography, the way that I'm saying, so there's the Bohm and Pribram, which Bohm is, from Pilot Wave, Bohm and Pribram gives you the holographic mind. And so the way in which it is functioning is that there is still a resonance that can occur through multiple transformations, like such as the bottle as an intermediary. And then not only can the bottle be an intermediary, but as you have layers and layers of intermediaries, your hands, your body becomes an intermediary for the information transfer that is happening between your mind and the outside world. And so your actual actions end up embodying thoughts by this same sort of mechanism that's going through. So I wanted to get to the point that basically there is a realness to thought forms. And so whenever we begin to see that information has a thermodynamically real impact on reality through coupled oscillation, because we have properly divided and we've properly looked at the way in which these mechanisms can occur, and we have defined information based on its ability to act and defined the way in which nature itself actually creates and encodes information, and then applied that to the way in which our brain functions, then we can see that, that a thought inside our brain is much like a chair inside the Pentagon. You may never see it. However, it changes the things that are occurring inside it and what that entity does. And eventually the imprint of an idea and the way that it interacts with the world through the multiple intermediaries, including the body itself, makes it such that thoughts are actually thermodynamically, realistically, physically, deterministically working with the outside world. So the end result, let's go just a little bit further here, is to point out that what is experience? Basically, from this viewpoint, all of reality, every physical object, everything everywhere is a form of memory. Some ways in which memory is encoded in the shapes and the geometric relationships, some substrates, such as the human brain, can have a much more fine resolution for storing the hologram of all of the memory that is occurring. And this, for instance, is an example of double exposure holographic interferometry. And what occurs is when you take a hologram of something, so when you store the gestalt information of an object via a hologram, you can then cause motion to occur or some change to it, and then by making a second hologram on top of the first, you then will actually see these very, very finite changes, and those very small changes are basically they are communicating very fine like measurements. It's a type of computation. So in other words, but it is giving you all the information in the native language of reality itself. So whenever we're looking at the plucking of a string of a guitar, we see those interference fringes. That is a representation and a measurement of the relationship between the frequency and the wood and the how much it is moving. So there it is communicating millions of measurements simultaneously, basically. And so because we that is an analogy for the way in which we experience things. Our brains are this holographic memory of all that came before, plus our personal experiences. So in other words, our genetic memory plus our personal experiences are a hologram that is continually having additional holograms laid upon it. And then when we have an experience, it too is a hologram. And so it is the interference between the two that gives us a complex set of relationships that occur that is ineffable because it is a simultaneous gestalt experience that is different from any kind of linear, talking or mathematical language. There are influences that are coming in simultaneously. And so this more robust language is the language that we would see in how intellect is actually occurring. So I'm going into a little bit of the process of intellect here. I'm going to skip over that. Just wanted to get to this fish on the bottom right-hand side here. This fish is dead. It's literally a dead fish. It is. Yeah, I know you think that you see it swimming, but basically the structures inside of that fish and the total conformation of that fish, the information is interacting with the information on the outside, and it is causing a swimming motion. But there is no conscious selection that is occurring in that fish because the fish is literally dead. This is something that I found to be extremely fascinating. So then, the question is, if you have an illusion of choice, how can you will be free if you can't choose to just become a butterfly and fly away? If you have free will, you can't, how can you, you can't choose to stop breathing without consequences. Do you really have free will? Well, so the problem is a lot of times our definition of what free will is. And the point is, do you have free will in the face of nearly unlimited constraints of all of the world around you, the world that is shaping you? And the truth of the matter is, yes, but the way in which you have free will in this world is by being a thing that is more closely a encoded version of the exterior world, which is in my model, it is God. It is Spinoza's God. It is by becoming a closer replica of that, you can resonate with all the various different futures, and by resonating with those futures, you can cause them to occur by strengthening their realness in that multidimensional space that you're representing in your brain. So to basically try to rush through this and get it done much quicker. Basically, free will is scale-based. It's not free will that is an illusion, but it's separation from the great mind that is an illusion. And we are all acting as an extension of the universal mind. And reality is changed as thought shapes the world through coupling and order creation. And that actually leads to some of my other papers where we actually see the weaving of the vortex filaments and creation of order. And I've got to kind of cut it short. So I hope that's we've covered enough ground there. I think they may have been a little too fast.
And we can extend it with the questions and answers as well, Shiva.
All right.
Fantastic. Yeah, thank you. I'm going to open it up, people.
I hope everybody enjoyed drinking from a fire hose.
Again, Shiva, your capacity, Hals and Sepos too, but your capacity to challenge, not to challenge, but to take us on a journey of understanding what our simplifications, it's incredible. Thank you for your talk, man.
Thank you. As I said, there should be, I gave a bunch of documents in a package there, and each of my papers has an AI generated podcast that can explain to you quickly, what is occurring in each of those papers. And so there's I've put together multiple audio presentations basically that can lead people through some of the topical part of it without having to, personally dive too deep. But of course, you can dive deeper as you like.
Fantastic.
I have a question to Shiva. So Shiva, seems your causality is related to quantum non-locality
Yes.
in a way, right?
Yeah, there's a level of quantum non-locality that we see in fluid dynamics that and that is something I haven't delved deeply enough into to know whether or not there's a real actual spooky action in a distance or not. But my all indications so far say no, and I've actually designed something called the Ansible, which is a science fiction concept of instantaneous communication using weak measurement, and I put out a paper on that so that there is actual test that can differentiate. And either we can communicate instantaneously through weak measurement, or there is no spooky action at a distance. So it's a crucial differentiating point there to find out whether or not there is actually instant non-locality, or there is simply the non-locality that we see in fluid dynamics, which is, it is basically from shared sources through a complex medium.
Just another
By the way,
question. Neoclassical or deterministic system seems to me where it's going to be hard to accommodate free will.
The point here is to view the self not as a discrete entity, but as a continuation of the universe. In other words, that the final picture there is actually to try to represent the idea that we are not disconnected from God. And so the idea that basically free will is to act within constraints to basically cause a coupling with a multidimensional surface that we call the future. In other words, you represent it in your brain, you take actions that are like the future that you can project, and you can project it accurately because your brain being an accurate representation of the world around you, you should be able to then over time resonate with that idea and the structures. And so through the idea of, like, for instance, a creode, basically what you're doing is you are shaping the events in a way that allows you to strengthen one set of events and weaken another. So there's a aspect of free will that we're acting within a large number of constraints. And it's like, so I mean, some people's ideas of free will, they're not realizing that they're asking that they be able to instantaneously turn into a butterfly whenever they feel like it, or they don't have free will. And there's an aspect of recognizing that we have to act within realistic constraints, and that sometimes our ideas of free will are a little ridiculous because of our disconnection. We see ourselves as discrete and disconnected, and our mind not being part of a system, not being perfectly interlocked with it, but being a separate thing from the whole universe.
I see. Thank you.
Seppo,
So
you had a
just
question?
give me a second, just to complement that, because Huping is here in this conversation with Shiva. I think that's very interesting, Shiva, because the creative powers that we have in our minds are not constrained by physical phenomena in a way. Okay, maybe with our lives, yes, but meaning that people in jail like Sri Aurobindo could be free to move in their minds for a possible future, even though they were constrained physically in a jail. And then, because of that projection, inform the universe in a certain way so that all the things will turn up for him to be freed and see the manifestation of his possible futures that he conceived in jail. So that means that we have to distinguish really well between free will and autonomy. Free will being an aspect of the mind that can manifest in autonomic agents, in autonomous agents, which restricted autonomy in the universe, in the physical universe, meaning that the mind of God is unrestricted. It's got the freedom to create anything. So in our minds, in resonance with God's mind, we are unrestricted in freedom of creation, but in the physical universe, we're restricted as autonomous agents within the constraints of our physical geometry and biophysics. I
Yes, it's a
think
mistake of
that's what I
scale.
get from your explanation.
Yes, exactly. It is a mistake of scale whenever we talk about free will. Sometimes we're not recognizing that some things are scale based. It's just like I was talking about with shooting the coordination required to move move the bus, whereas a single bullet could strike another object of the same size and it would move it instead of simply turning into heat. Whereas when it's striking the bus as a single object, it's just the bullets hitting it, stochastically instead of all at the same time don't move the bus, they don't do work, instead they become heat. And so there's an issue of scale that is very important that we overlook. And so the same thing is true of free will, that it's an issue of scale. And so it's not free will that's an illusion, but it's our separation itself, our separation from the machinery of the universe and the information systems of the universe. That is the illusion.
Hey, Seppo, would you like to put your
Yeah,
question?
I mean, I would like to continue on this discussion. Basically,
Yeah.
that I think that free will and this, mind evolution, so that we are, I mean, the potential there to be reached. Let's say that you are connected with this hologramic, presentation. So then, I mean, given that you are bringing the brain and the hologramic brain, let's say, into the picture, so then it's an evolving kind of antenna system, as you speculated, in a way that I see a connection, what I was trying to say and what you are presenting, so that basically this is what I'm thinking about, how we can open up and reach towards this free will setting, because basically in principle I think that we can be butterflies if we believe and start to work on it. So in principle, I guess this whole notion of attraction of these capacities and opening them up and creating them actively, let's say by meditation, let's say the brain work. So how this happens, because I don't think that we are ready per se to, that full potential opening, let's say what you described and speculated. So that, I mean, how to get there is, I guess, the challenge somehow, that whether our work, the science, the teaching, and meditation, and all these actions that we do, then eventually drive us towards that setting. And I think
Yeah.
that what happens and is the evolution of the brain, and that was one of the ideas that I tried to somewhat put forward, that by communicating, by actually exchanging these shaping patterns, which are then, let's say, driven, from my point of view, let's say the exosomes that are, somewhat shaping the brain and shaping the capacity of creating these hologramic principles. So then that's what I could somehow allude from your talk.
Yes, exactly. And the and what's more, so sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And so as we are trying to continue towards the omega point, or what have you, as we are attempting to understand the world around us more, and basically make the physical existence a bit more like our spiritual existence. But also part of this whole system that I'm describing here is that there is a computational system that is recording, computing, that is vastly larger than the physical world. In other words, the space between the stars we think of as nothing is this actual space, and it is my belief that that is a computational substrate in which we are intimately connected, and so therefore we have a direct thermodynamic, in other words, where we're learning more about reality, and part of that reality is the spirit world. And so just because we can put some handles on it, doesn't mean that that makes it in any way less special or any, it just the fact that we're beginning to learn a bit more about what it is to be an entity that can exist as information and then start to look at our world around us, I think is instead us becoming more in tune with the mind of God. And actually that is the reason why we are headed towards being able to develop technologies where, like Seppo said, that perhaps we could just turn into a butterfly. Well, once we actually have enough of an understanding of the spiritual world and of the which would be this computational, there's other things that could be represented in the computational space of that is out there as what I call the continuum, that is far more than what we're just simply seeing as the material world. And so there's an interaction between these two things because the motions of the ether are making up actual matter itself, and that's what I show in some of my papers. But I think what I'm showing here is that there is a continuous way to see ourselves as both information as well as an existence that is not disconnected from the universe, and so there isn't. Um, I don't want to say there's nowhere to go. It's simply that there is by our physical body is more of a constraint, and that we will be that after death, the informational aspect, in other words, all those things that converged on creating us, all those lines of causal, the trillions of butterfly effects that were constraining us and making us in a certain way. Also, they were always there in the universe as part of that system, and will continue after this convergence, this thing that we think of as a discrete and individual life. All those aspects that are informational about us will continue after this body is dissolved. In other words, the information still has a level of coherence and a way that it
But
physically
but
or kind
but
of
I mean, actually,
physically.
one aspect that you're saying, if I get it right, so that you are kind of speculating that the universe always is perfect and ready. But I think that our being and our actions, let's say, when we evolve, so the universe evolves, so that we actually have we are part of it in a way. We are part of this process of development of the cosmos, and by actually doing our actions, so it's kind of a mirror. So that's why kind of we have the mirrors of the
Mhm.
creator, let's say, and then how to become more powerful creators, let's say, is then this process of karma, let's say, recycling of our self and trying to get more into these powers, which were speculated, this nuclear power aspect that we are, let's say, getting when we get into the matter. I think that this spiritualism is, I mean, somewhat connected to the materialism, so that then it's getting more just refined, and eventually and it splits into energy. But I mean, if you think about sun, so it's a physical being in the sense that there has to be nuclear reactions that are making the energy and making all this electromagnetic spectra. So then collectively, I guess we are somehow evolving towards that capacity to be more complex holograms, as you maybe somehow alluded, if I got it right.
Yes, and then
That's
one of
somehow
the key aspects of
interpret.
a hologram is that the larger, a smaller component of it is a lower resolution version of the larger one, and so there's a way in which we are, a fractal but limited representation of that which is higher, and so yes, I see our existence as. I mean, if I were to speculate, maybe God just likes to explore all the ways that being can occur, in a system that is, computationally, what's it called when you can't project it, you have to go through all the computation. I've forgotten the word for some reason, it slipped mine. But basically, there is this computational requirement, and that perhaps that's part of what God likes to do. And then some of human brains, other intelligent systems, those are kind of extensions of what God is doing.
Shiva, what I'm getting in between Sepos and your
Yeah, that's
conversation.
Hal is waiting for so long. Could you give him
Who?
access?
Hal has been
Hal.
waiting for a long time.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought he
oh,
was
sorry, I
chat.
didn't know.
No, Hal he asked you to comment about Casimir physics in the classical fluidic interpretation applied to the synaptic gap and the ideas of ZPE coupling with glutamate signaling in that small space, as per Joachim Kepler, it says.
As per Kepler. Hold on,
Maybe
let
that
me
was just a
read.
separate part, but
Let me read the thing here. Hold on just a moment. Maybe I can. Oh yeah, maybe the Kepler thing is a different.
yeah.
Okay, so 0 point energy. So there's some aspect of 0 point energy that they think may be somewhat miscategorized. I haven't looked closely enough at it, but like in my derivation of the fine structure constant, you end up finding that that rotation causes the medium to change rigidity, which causes a change in the wave speed. So basically, the ratio of the fine structure constant defines a radius where a particle radius where the change in the speed of light, which is the waves that are traveling in the medium, is related to. And I don't know how to put it in words. Easier to put in writing, and I have put it in writing, so you can check that out. So the idea of energy, there is an interaction between kinetic and potential energy whenever you're changing the aspects of the medium. In other words, when you're changing the rigidity of the medium through rotation, then there is both kinetic and potential energy in a relationship. And so that is a part of where the fine structure constant comes in. So understanding these alterations to the medium and how they relate to everything from gravity to the way the electromagnetic interaction between particles, I think is going to be where this theory goes. But at this point, I don't know exactly how that will work, other than one of the things that I like to look at when you're talking about the action of the brain in this model. Basically, if electromagnetic fields are accompanied by the vortices, which whenever you have a wave in a fluid, there is a vortex that occurs, especially if it's a standing wave. Then you look at the way in which microtubules act. They seem to be doing flux pinning of these the vortices that we see throughout the flux lines. And that would be the vortex filament. So basically, what it looks like to me is that what's occurring as information is being processed, there is a coupled oscillation that reduces the phase complexity down to a single phase. And at what's happened at the same time is you have multiple vortex filaments which are joined together. And as those are joined together, basically that is a computational moment within the fluid that is the background of the functioning of the brain. And that's the way in which the synaptic actions are actually sort of weaving the background structure of reality within the quintinuum or ether, if you want to call it. So I don't know if that answers your question, because I really can't answer very much about the Casimir force specifically, but can give you some idea of how there may be an interaction that is occurring, when it comes to, dendrite growth, and, how astroglia are, brought towards each other, and why it creates a specific shape, etc.
Okay, Shiva,
Yeah,
Joshua, just want
I
to
just
tie it up here.
what's that?
Just if you want to say what you're going to say, and then we're going to tie up to move on to the next
All
presenter.
right. So I have a question which I think ties up, or maybe an observation, so that we don't expand too much. Seppo's comment with Shiva's answer, which is that Seppo was talking about an evolutionary universe where the universe is actualizing itself. So that means the evolutionary universe has potentials that can actualize, and then be exhausted in the limit, let's say in eternity, which would be the fulfillment of God's mind, which is the absolute, not the universe, which already is as it is, and has created all this motion of evolution to go from potential to actuals, to explore itself in a manifested way in energy, time and space, and matter. So those are the reconciliations that I'm seeing between you and Seppo. That God is both evolutionary and absolute, and the evolutionary aspect is us manifested by an absolute, which is pre Big Bang and pre-space. The other thing I wanted to ask you, Shiva, or maybe comment, and then you decide what you want to do with that, is that I more and more am inclined, like Paul, to believe or to imagine that there is causality and there is a certain determinism and realism to the universe. And the reason I say that is because the more I've investigated with quantum mechanics in optics, the possibility of entanglement, my results are leading me to have to accept that there is correlations, but there is no reason to believe that there are, spooky actions at a distance. And the reason is because we get certain maximally entangled states that do not produce the violation of the Clauser's inequality. So these are my two comments, for your presentation from that point of view.
Yeah,
And
I just have to rely on, John Stuart Bell's work for many, many years after everyone started talking about Bell inequalities and or Clauser, Shanonian, Bolton. He talked about how it's like, look, the pilot wave theory completely obviates the need for any of that. And he just constantly was commenting, he's like, I don't understand why people are continuing forward with this. If you just read his book, he was flabbergasted. His mind was blown that people weren't just saying, "Oh, we have the answer. It's right here. It's by the way. Okay, I've got it." Why are we still doing this thing over here? I don't understand. And it's just there's a variety of ways in which he explains it. That the and it's there's such a host of reasons to believe that basically there's additional complexity underlying our stochastic systems, and the very idea of randomness is a heuristic. The idea of a wave, without a medium, that you can't have. I want to stop the gerundocracy, the gerundocracy. And by that I mean a gerund is a verb that is charading as a noun, and then so waves are verbs, they're not nouns. So the same thing is, and that's something that's so deeply ingrained for over a century. People believe that you can have a wave without something waving, without it referring to something, and so they don't understand their lack of reference. And so there's just a host of reasons to believe that instead of what we have is a universe that works, that the only magic is in the complexity, and that as we continue to work towards understanding the way that the world works, there were times that when people didn't want to see the world as the stars out there, they didn't want to believe that anything other than epicycles. They didn't want to believe that the Earth wasn't the center of the universe, because somehow they thought that would impact God. And it's like, no, it's you that's the problem. You just don't understand the world, and it's okay for you to not understand the world and start to understand more about it. It doesn't say anything bad about God. It says something about you. And so the same thing is true of these aspects of being like, oh, if there's anything that if you can describe God in non-magical terms, then that's not God. Say, are you sure about that? Are you sure you're not just deciding that that's your feelings about how the world's supposed to be, and not the way that just reality happens to be, and that you have to accept what God shows you? I don't know. To me, it seems pretty obvious that the world works, and that God has been showing us the world working, and that there isn't this idea that we have of magic that is acausal, non-mechanical things, and that the world works in a certain way, and I feel like it's shown everywhere. And so that's my perspective. Thanks a lot. I don't want to continue slowing this down.
Thank you, Shiva. Really nice. Yeah, great discussion as well. Okay, so if we stop screen sharing there, Shiva, I think maybe I can do it from here, actually. Yeah.
I got it.
And now, yeah, thank you again. And we're going to move now onto our third speakers.
Speaker 3 today is Huping Hu and Maxine Wu. Huping is a biophysicist and an attorney, and Maxine a physician and professor of medicine at Stony Brook Medicine. Huping will be speaking on behalf of both of them and speaking on spin-mediated consciousness theory and experimental studies.
Thanks, everyone. I just got a cold, so if I sneeze or I need a cough or use tissue, please forgive me. The topic of our talk today is spin-mediated consciousness theory, which was put forward in 2002, and then experimental studies to provide evidence to support a theory that was done in, they were done in 2005 and 2006. Before I get into the details, I would like, at the beginning, I think Josh and Carrie will talk about to understand the brain scientifically is the final frontier of science. And we understand consciousness religiously, metaphysically, and spiritually, but we need to know how exactly, let's just narrow it to human consciousness, how human consciousness works. That means scientifically, that means we need to find the true neural correlates of consciousness and how this neural correlates of consciousness produces, say, for example, awareness. Now, this is crucial because the world now in so much turmoil, and everyone senses changes in door, hopefully for the better. And also with AI just going so strongly within the last two, 3 years, but to truly have an intelligent AI, not just based on large language models, which basically collect information, filter them. And we do need to understand scientifically how consciousness works. So, what is spin-mediated consciousness theory? Basically, this theory is an ontological theory. When I say ontological, it is not a phenomenology. It is based on the idea that Shiva and Shiva already discussed, also Joshua, that universe is created by God or universal mind. So spin-mediated conscious theory is a bottom-up method. So God created universe, and then obviously the fabric of space-time is, is basically, thoughts or ideas of God. So within the idea, so what is most fundamental? So the spin-mediated conscious theory is a quantum theory. Within quantum mechanics, that the theory basically says quantum spin is a seat of consciousness. Why I say seat of consciousness, it means the seat, which links the spiritual or subjective to the physical, to the neural correlates. And it's a linchpin between mind and the brain. Now, why I say that is that because there are two versions of quantum mechanics. I think Shiva mentioned about the Bohmian mechanics. In Bohmian mechanics, there are papers, there are work done which shows the spin or internal motion of a particle. It's the quantum potential. Bohmian mechanics had two parts. One is a trajectory, it's a deterministic trajectory. The other is called what's non-local is a quantum potential. Quantum potential actually are originated from quantum spin. So then there's another version of the quantum mechanics, which is Hasney's geometric or Clifford, based on Clifford algebra. Shiva also mentioned about quaternion, related to quaternion. In that version of the quantum mechanics, spin is also shown to be responsible for all quantum effect. So if we assume consciousness is based on quantum phenomena, then since spin is the origin of all quantum effect, then naturally, spin should be the mind pixel. So that's why we term it. So the piece of the theory is that spin is the seat of consciousness and the linchpin between mind and the brain. That is, spin is mind pixel. Forgive me. So specifically, consciousness is intrinsically connected to the nuclear. I'm talking about human consciousness, say awareness, perception. intrinsically connected to the nuclear electron spin process in the brain and emerges from the collective dynamics of nuclear and or electronic spin states. The unity of mind is achieved by entanglement of these mind pixels. This is I think this idea, it's well known that the unity of the mind is in the quantum mechanics base theory is produced by quantum entanglement. Now, so I just want to go through a little bit more detail about theory. So the basis of spin-mediated consciousness theory is that spin is basic because spin is the basic qubit for encoding quantum information, and the nuclear spin have long relaxation time after excitation, which is comparable to the time its frequency or its frequency, resonance frequency is comparable to the brain activity, the frequencies of brain waves. Second, the spin has been shown responsible for all quantum effects in both Higgs's and Bowman picture quantum mechanics. And importantly, in relativistic quantum mechanics, which is Dirac equation, while the fundamental equation is Dirac equation, spin is embedded in the structure of that equation, embedded in space-time. We've done a lot more work recently, but I have been basically producing a journal that you didn't have time to write them yet. So in relativistic quantum mechanics, spin is also crucial. And Penrose's done work showing spin is very important. He has papers, spinners and twisters, which are related to the idea of spin, which is one way to try, the scientists try to utilize that idea to get the quantum gravity. Now, third, so fourth, neuromembrane and protein contain vast number of nuclear spins, such as proton, carbon-13, phosphate-31, nitrogen-15, which are the natural target of interaction with electromagnetic field. Then nuclear electron spins form complex spin networks inside the brain, which are modulated by action potentials. I have a little cartoon. So this is a little cartoon showing the neuron connections, and this is a neural membrane. Basically, there's action potential, the electrical pulses going through neurons and neural membranes. The voltage of this action potential is very, very high. It's 1.4 or 1.5 million volts. So it's very strong electrical field. Then here's a little diagram so that the interaction of the action potential with the nuclear spin and our electron spins would produce spin dynamics in the brain, which would using one version of the theory, say wave function collapse, would produce conscious, say awareness or perception. So now, once you have a theory, so how are you going to go about testing it? So we done two portions of experimental work. One portion is done in 2005, which is human based on human, subject experience based on human. Then 2006 we done experiment with water to try to experimentally prove the theory. So what we try to do is that first you try to entangle nuclear electron spin inside the brain with an external substance. Assuming entanglement did occur for the length of time of the experiment, then the subject may feel the effect of the external substance through quantum entanglement. And on the same token, if you have two portions of quantum entangled water, actually water bottle sitting there by itself, if you separate them, they are at least nuclear spin inside them are entangled. The reason being they have been sitting there interacting. Why separate them? They're still entangled. So if you manipulate one portion of the water, say putting liquid nitrogen, and then you detecting changes remotely on the other portion, you may see effect. So this is what we did. Briefly, just cover quantum entanglement in the very simplest version, which is biostates. Here now, there are work done. Actually, any quantum system, as long as they're interacting, there are two quantum systems they interacting, they will always get entangled. There are papers after papers, and there's one paper here that I put here showing that. So now, if two separate spins are not interacting, then they have this is Schrodinger equation, and they have this Hamiltonian. They're not interacting separate. So they do have, it's called the product, the tensor state or product state, but there are no superposition of the product state. But as soon as you have interactions, now in water, you have, it's called the exchange or J couplings. It's the Hamiltonian here. And between water, you have nuclear dipole interactions is shown here. When you have these interactions, you could theoretically, you could produce quantum entanglement. Here is one of the maximally entangled biostates, basically because they're interactions. So you'd have a superposition product state which cannot be separated to product state because of superposition. Okay, so here's how we try to achieve quantum entanglement. So first, we use a magnetic coil. So if you play music through the magnetic coil, you produce a pulse magnetic field. So say you have a bottle of medicine, say morphine, or anesthetics. Then if you put the magnetic coil next to the substance, then next to the brain, this magnetic coil through its magnetic pulse could entangle the nuclear spin and nuclear spin inside the substance, which is originally they were separated substance, brain. Then after the magnetic pulse, I just use the most simplistic quantum entangled state, which is a Bell state. So this is one way. The other way to quantum entangle a external substance is to do it with water. So what we do is you use a laser. Laser goes through a substance, then goes through, say, just the plain water. So when laser goes through these two substances, they will get entangled. Now there's I think in the audience, probably people already have a question related to the no communication theory. No communication theory basically says you cannot use quantum entanglement to do faster than light communication, because the measurement results, say spin up and down, is always random. So in order to have the remote target knows what's your state after collapse is, then you had to use a classical channel to provide that information. So you could never do regular communication through quantum entanglement. So our idea actually go beyond this. We overcome no communication theory by stepping outside this jail or restriction, because we let experiment speak instead of theoretically. So say Galileo, so people should look at Galileo's telescope instead, so they already know the results. They don't want to look at it. So we will see what the experiment says. So to overcome this no communication theory, we have to assume that the wave function is a real entity, not just for calculating probabilities of of certain events will happen. It's a real entity wave function instead of to be just a method to calculate the probability of events to happen. Then, the only thing with the guided science is experimental, experimental study or verification, because theory, you can talk about theory, but without the experiment either go against your theory or for it, then, that's not science, that's speculation. So I will omit this because that's okay. So in 2005, we did a human test. By the way, there's no ingestions of any chemical substance. So there's no, so what happened, either we use magnetic coil to entangle the substance with the brain, or we use laser magnetic coil or microwave to entangle the substance with water, then drink the water. So there's no human ingestion of any of the chemicals. So we tested several anesthetics, and also, the medications of one of our relatives, morphine sulfate and fentanyl. This is our leftover medicinal drugs. Then we also test the nicotine coffee. So the subject is our family. So I won't specify who, but obviously the author, my collaborator, and my close family, again, because there's no actually taking of physical substance. They're just they should be fine. Now this is a picture of how to do the entanglement of our substance with the brain. You have magnetic coil, you play music, then magnetic coil produce magnetic pulse, go through substance, then go to the brain. They entangle your say this is a chloroform. They entangle your substance with the brain. So now we say it's a nuclear spin, because nuclear spin relaxation time once excited is long in comparison to electron relaxation much faster. This is another setup. So this setup, we use magnetic coil, go through substance, then you quantum encounter the water, then you drink then one drink the water. And this is another way, using laser substance water. Now to prove it's quantum entanglement, we do the reverse. Now classically, if the laser goes through the water, that goes through substance, because there's no quantum entanglement. So the water one drink shouldn't produce effect. But if quantum entanglement do produce effect, the alter of the laser going through substance or the water should be making no difference, because either way they get quantum entanglement. Here are more that we would say microwave bottled water that's separated to two. So through microwaving, you would have entangled the water there, say at your nuclear spin in the water. Then we drink, one person drink a portion, the other portion you would either add substance, or you would have magnetic coil, using magnetic coil quantum entangled substance with the other portion of the water. Here's more schemes, similar design. This one is simply water sitting there for a long time. So they are naturally quantum entangled already. You separate them to drink one portion, and the other portion one, you entangle with the medicine. Here are more schemes. This is the other scheme, is that you would have laser going through the water first, then going through substance. Here's a summary of the results on human studies. They are based, all four subjects. This is based on, this is subjective. Okay, in 2012 we done objective experiment, which is based on heart rate change. There is a published paper. Basically, you with the quantum entangled the water, you separate drink one portion, the other portion you add a heart speeding medicine. It's called ephedrine, I think. Ephedrine will increase heart rate, and the effects are small, but you can clearly see the heart rate would change. The results we show here, this is done in 2005. They are subjective. Once it's subjective, they are based on first person reporting whether they feel in control or with substance, whether they feel the effect. So all the different method, different subject. The answer is yes. Then here are the quantum entanglement experiment. We did the same. The order of the substance and water make no difference as long as the laser or magnetic pulse passing both. Then you drink the water, and you put you will feel the effect of the external substance. And now there's a summary about the effect we found, but here basically based on subjective. When I say subjective, probably first person experience is more suitable. First person, nothing more real than with subjective. It's based on first person experience, but nothing more than first. What's really real is first person experience. The reason being that people can tell you, say, what an apple tastes, but if you don't taste yourself, though your own taste is subjective, you would not, you only know how other people describe it. But yeah, I mean, it's not, know it as a fact. So, this subjective test is very important. So based on this, basically here, I just have summary of what's the strongest. The strongest is chloroform, pure chloroform. Then there's this is anesthetic isoflurane. Ether, the morphine is strong, ether weak. Then the control, then also the alcohol produce the effect, but it's kind of very weak. So here's the time dynamics of the subjective, subjective, how strong the effect is over time, how soon it dies down. It typically dies down within 1.5 hours. But just like you drinking alcohol, it will linger on. Next morning you have hangover. The same thing happens with it. With this, you would have a hangover effect. But the dynamics will show. So here's a summary of the first person experience produced by drinking 2 milliliter tap water exposed to magnetic pulses for 30 minutes in the presence of 20 millimole pure chloroform, which is a substance in the bottle you see. Within 10 to 15 minutes after consumption, found gradual increase in brain effect as expansion and woundedness inside the head, and indescribable sickening sensation accompanied by stiffness in the neck muscle, discomfort in stomach and throat, nausea, sneezing, eyeball pressure, and pain, and feeling of overall fatigue. Then these effects gradually increase and then peaks around 30 to 60 minutes and then gradually weakens. However, residual effect would linger on for over 24 hours. So now, based on these subject experience, the first person experience does they support that quantum entanglement is the cause of the brain effect? The answer is yes. Because of time constraints, I will not go into too details because the diagram already shows the effect produce their quantum entanglement. Now, so how you explain this brain effect? So the brain effect in the first set of experiment, which is, I mean, the two sets. One set is a normal order. The second set is that reversed order. The brain effect in the first set of experiment was consequence of a quantum entanglement between the quantum entity in the brain and those in chemical substances induced by the magnetic pulse. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the first set experiment I'm talking about directly using magnetic pulse to entangle brain with substance. The second set experiment related to drinking water. The brain effect in the second set of experiments were the consequence of quantum entanglement between the quantum entity in chemical substance and those in the water induced by the magnetic pulse or applied light and subsequent physical transportation of the water entangled with said chemical substance to the brain and entanglement of quantum substance in the brain with those consumed water. Now, so I want to say that you say, well, okay, there quantum entanglement, you can feel, the quantum effect of substance outside. How can why this is only why this supports spin-mediated theory? One of the major reasons is that nuclear spin that have long relaxations. They have different interactions, but these interactions, their resonant frequency, are very close to what we see in the alpha, gamma waves in the brain. They're in that range. If you take electron and electrons, its relaxation is about 1,000 times faster than that. So that's why, and so because it's nuclear spin relaxation times long, so when you quantum entangle substance, when you quantum entangle nuclear spin in substance and the brain, it can stay long. It can stay. This effect, it won't decohere too fast. So it stay there so that within your experiment time range, and it's observable. Of course, the experiment itself is important. Even it may support other theories, but the main reason is because it does support. We cannot use the word prove. You could never prove anything, but it does provide evidence to the theory. Now, because time, so now we move on to the water portion of the experiment, which is done in 2006. Here is some of the instruments we used. High precision balance, liquid dual for holding liquid nitrogen, a pH meter, high precision sensitivity thermometer, and this is the PHT probe. So now in one experiment, what we do is we take quantum entangled water, split it into two. One, you would put, say, 200 meters away. The door is metal, so itself is a Faraday cage. So there's no electromagnetic communication come out from the cage to the probe. Then you put in temperature probe into the remote substance to measure the temperature change, see whether there's temperature change. The effects are small, but it's clearly there. Okay, so the effects small, but clearly there. Here's a picture. So this is done in there three curves. This is control. The control the temperature change is a natural drift because you cannot absolutely control the temperature to a flat line. It's doable, but not in our in this experiment setting we have. Then so this is control, no treatment. So then this is a treatment. So after you put the other portion into liquid nitrogen, it's starting drifting off. I mean, the temperature of the remote substance would coming down, would go lower. When you take out the substance from the liquid door, then it's starting gradually going back. So we also did this in thermal flask. In thermal flask, there's no change. Apparently, the quantum entanglement would provide information, the local, the remote detecting target need to adjusting its own temperature, because in thermal flask there it does not exchange energy with outside. It does not have change. But if you have an open environment, it changes. It means quantum entanglement likely is providing the information. It's like the Bowman's pilot wave. The pilot wave, however strong or weak, does not matter. What matters is the information the pilot wave provides, which causes non-locality of the quantum mechanics. I think I have 10 more minutes, Carrie, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay, so now this is the statistical graph. So this is more samples being done. So free saw 5 samples, control 3 samples, thermal saw 4. You can see the same results, but it's done drawing with the there are statistics because there are more samples. Then here's the pH inside of temperature. We frozen the water, and then you measure the pH change. So this is control in the middle. on the top is the experiment, and on top, on the down again, it's in thermal flask. What happened with water is that if you want the water temperature goes down, actually its acidity decreases, so its pH slightly increases. You can clearly see the acidity decreases, and so that's why the curve there. Control like this, and in thermal flask, no change. Again, it indicates quantum entanglement would provide information that the system use local. It knows, means, I mean, it's intelligent. They said, oh gosh, I'm quantum entangled with this, and it wanted me to go down in temperature, go up in pH. Something like that. It's informational. It's informational. So here's a weight change. Okay, so here's again quantum entangled water. We're separating into two. One put in the high precision balance. The other you freeze water in the liquid door. You can see. So here are the time dynamics of the change. So I began in drifting very slowly or not coming down at all. But as soon as you freeze the water, so the weight on the scale, on the balance would drop all the time. But these are showing 3 experiments. So when you take out the frozen sample, you saw it warming up, then the weight reduction again, the effect is very small with this slow down or even going back. So now this is very fascinating because we know seems gravity, and gravity is related to weight. Gravity somehow is related to quantum entanglement. At least some aspect of gravity is instantaneous, is related to quantum entanglement, because we look at the experiment itself that clearly shows. So when the energy drops in the water, in that liquid hydrogen, because one get frozen, the heat getting drained out of the frozen sample, then the remote sample would adjust itself, also lower down its weight. So this is very fascinating because it shows certain aspect of gravity is quantum entanglement. But on the again, then based on Shipa, he was say, I mean, the God created universe. Obviously, even Newton's classical gravity is instantaneous. So I mean, nothing wrong with that. It's only under modern physics that people think that's weird now, because we do not allow non-local communication or non-local action. But indeed, as the previous speakers indicated, the whole universe is connected. And this is the statistical plotting of the results, weight reduction. Here is the control, and here is treatment. And of course, I mean, there's drifting in the control. That you have a steeper weight reduction in the experiment. And here are more results of simultaneous temperature and weight measurement. So this is temperature. When you freeze, temperature would have a little jump, then starting coming down. When you saw it going back, weight, this is weight, then weight would reduce. Then when you saw it would slow down, stop. So here are more results, similar, different experiment, but similar trend. And PhD, this is pH statistical plotting. Again, that this is a control, and this is the acidity would reduce because the frozen sample affecting the other sample. And we also done directly adding chemical substance to quantum entangled water. You split one, you measure temperature change, and the other you add very strong substance. In this case, we add strong acid and add strong. Oh gosh, I have time with this one. But if you add strong acid, the heat of the in the water, you adding strong acid would get higher. This is heat have a little increase. Now if you add another substance, it also changes. So this is more, this one's more anecdotal because it's only one set of experiments. Okay, so here's a summary of our findings as far as with the water experiment. Temperature and pH of water in a detecting reservoir, quantum entangled with water in a remote reservoir, changes in the same direction as that in remote water when the latter is manipulated under the condition that the water in the detecting reservoir is able to exchange energy with its local environment. The weight of the water in a detecting reservoir quantum entangled with water in a remote reservoir can change against the gravity of its local environment when the latter was remotely manipulated. Thus, we likely realize non-local. Well, these are clearly shows non-local signaling because, but again, we had to step outside the theoretical no communication theorem, assuming quantum entity or wave function are real entity. They're not just a device calculating probability, which is current Copenhagen standard interpretation. Once we step out that jail, we're able to, the sky is wide open, and we show there's so we have likely realized non-local signaling using changes in temperature, pH, and weight. And again, then perhaps the most shocking is instantaneous gravity change. Gravity change, weight change. Through quantum entanglement, which is support matches instantaneous connection conjuncture and relationship between gravity and quantum entanglement. Then so I'm about done. Applying magnetic pulse to the brain, one anesthetic was placed in between, cause the brain to feel the effects of anesthetic as if the test subject had actually inhaled or ingested the same. Drinking water exposed to magnetic pulses, such a one anesthetic was placed in between, also caused brain effect in various degrees. Then the brain effect are likely consequence of quantum entanglement, and they support spin-mediated constant theory. And here is so basically summary why it supports spin-mediated constant theory. Yes, because quantum entity response for observed brain effect and physical effect are likely nuclear electron spins inside the brain or quantum system water. The magnetic pulse mainly interact with the nuclear and electron spin. That's why they do magnetic pulse. They interact with nuclear electron spins. And then neural membranes and protein contain vast numbers of nuclear spins, such as proton, carbon-13, phosphate-31, and nitrogen-15, which are natural targets of interaction with electromagnetic field or with magnetic pulse and laser. Then nuclear electron spin form complex neural networks inside the brain, which are modulated by the action potential. So, and then importantly, spin has been shown to be responsible for all quantum effects in both histamine and Bohmian picture of quantum mechanics. And that's it. And I would say what's lacking is independent verification, but we do have indirect verification from Persinger's group. Persinger unfortunately passed away. Many people probably in the audience knows him. Michael Persinger passed away in 2018. Some heart issue. One of the journal we published, Journal of Consciousness Exploration and Research, have about 5-6 of his experiment, which support the experiment we done, in 2005, 2006. He also did some other experiment like God helmet much earlier. That's also using very teeny pico Tesla strength magnetic field stimulate the brain. That brain feels like as if they were in a divine state, feels the presence of God. So besides Persinger, there are some other, more indirect, but I guess everything comes with time. So this is 23 years, 20 something years from these things done. Hopefully things will change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hu Ping. That was wonderful.
You're welcome.
Yeah, appreciate that you taking the time even with not feeling so well.
I would be more
Or
upbeat.
raise his hand. Oh, yeah.
I would be more upbeat. Just you know, when you have a cold, your brain like spinning and all that.
Yeah. Okay. Has anyone got some questions? I'm going to stop the screen share so we can see everybody. And yeah, has anyone?
I have questions like usual, but I would like others to just see if they want to participate before I say anything.
I think you go for
Right.
it, Joshua.
So I'll say anything. No, so basically, thank you, Huping. That's a really, interesting experiment. One question is, where was it done? And the other one has to do with, have you come across the material that Giuseppe Vitiello and Walter Freeman and Robert Cosma has done, and particularly Giuseppe in the physics side and Walter working on water molecules and electromagnetic fields being part of all the fields that modulates brain dynamics. Because, see, I find this fascinating because this is the kind of reason why I chose Walter Freeman as an explanation for brain dynamics than for example, Henry Stapp, who invoked quantum mechanics. The other thing is that you talked about non-local signaling, which I concur with that understanding of reality because I have ruled out so far, maybe I'll change my mind in the future, but so far I've ruled out the Copenhagen interpretation. And so I don't believe that the probabilistic model with the Born rule, explains how really quantum systems work. But I can see that there are some non-localities in the experiment, very well explained by quantum mechanics. So quantum mechanics, as I was saying before, may be just a subset of a non-Markovian structure that produces the Hilbert space. And in that sense, then we think at spooky action at a distance. But now you're mentioning that spin-mediated transactions are producing non-locality with signals, which are magnetic fields. This is signaling happening. And I really like that idea. I just want to know those two questions. Have you come across Giuseppe Vitiello and Walter Freeman studies? One. Second, where was this study conducted and
Yes, the experiment
and
is
how
conducted
can
in.
we replicate it? Okay, so that's my
I had also to answer. I'll first answer your two questions. The experiment was done in the basement of my Stony Brook home, our Stony Brook home. The basement basically is a very stable environment. You have very stable environment in temperature and everything. Second question, I heard about the Walter Freeman's work, but I had to say I'm not familiar to the point of able to make a specific comments to his specific theory. Is that some integral is that related to quantum brain dynamics?
Yeah, well, in his later explorations, he joined in collaboration with Giuseppe Vitiello. And Giuseppe Vitiello basically developed the quantum field theory of condensed matter physics based on Umezawa and other people who have done the quantum field theories in condensed matter physics and how that relates to the brain. Basically, they explored quantum field theories in brain dynamics. And what Giuseppe Vitiello just explained, I'm just gonna brush this out because this is whole books and stuff, but
yes,
he basically explained that at the quantum level of reality, there are transactions that are happening in relationships with water molecules, and because they are dipoles, so if you can create a condensate, basically an Ambu-Goldstone condensate in brain dynamics at the level of quantum physics, at the level of the quantum world, then then what you will observe at the macroscopic or mesoscopic level are the oscillations that we measure when we take samples with EEGs or ECOG signals. So basically, he said we don't have to be concerned with the quantum level of reality to understand brain dynamics, because what we get at the macroscopic level is what meaning and knowledge for intentional action is it's created, or the carrier waves of meaning and knowledge are in brain oscillations and brain communication between different areas and large scale integration. But they are supported by these kind of spin mediated water molecules, plus all the oscillatory electrical signals that are happening in different areas of the brain. So the interaction between electric fields, magnetic fields, and water molecules are actually the quantum foundation in condensed matter physics to produce the mesoscopic dynamics. And that's, the basic.
Yes, I think I got the gist of what you're saying. I'm superficially familiar. Well, the issue is, well, in the brain, there are so many dynamics going on, right? Well, first, quantum entanglement produced, say, non-local signal or communication. In a way, it shouldn't be surprising if we were to accept any of the paranormal effect, like remote view, things like that, either through synchronicity or through holographic universe. You had to accept quantum entanglement one way to support that idea. So in a way, it should be routine. It's not surprising to me at all. Now, in the brain, there are many different types of the dynamics. The frequency of each dynamic is very different. So I would say Walter Freeman work. They certainly. How should I put it? In our today's talk, I purely focused on what produces human awareness of perception. That's only say it didn't deal with high frequency phenomenon, which say give you insights or communication with God, things like that, because there are different type of dynamics. As far as human perception and awareness is concerned, that we have the key idea is, now we're all looking at a computer screen, right? Screen all have pixels. These are the crystal pixels. They are based on the electrical voltage will change the angle of each pixel. There are three colors. You see different colors. So our simple idea, this is the nuclear spin, the vast network of them. They form the same screen like a computer screen, which under action potential, modulation, and there's another factor I didn't talk about. In the human body, oxygen molecule is paramagnetic. It have two unpaired nuclear spins. That is in the paper we have. It produces very strong fluctuating magnetic field. That also play a role, but because of time constraint, I didn't go into that. So the point being, I agree. Yes, there are many ways. The brain is not a single frequency or mechanism based box based machine. Machine is machine is not good.
Organ.
But it is organ. But it is wondrous. Apparatus, which, like you said, there are many other, even including Penrose Hammeroff, the microtubule, which are, I guess, my understanding in property perception, especially among physicists, is not that too good, because, first, how you tie microtubule quantum calculation to actual perception and awareness, right? And same goes with, say, quantum dynamics. First, and what frequency period we're dealing with. How you tie that frequency period to the actual brain waves, which is alpha, gamma. You got to be able to do that. So your neural correlates, everything in the brain play a role. The question is, what is it? key elements play a role. In RI, that is quantum spin. Like I said, people. I mean, spin is the key. I mean, people study quantum mechanics knows. I mean, of course they all, but they don't like Bohmian mechanics. They don't. I mean, they don't take Histone's geometrical quantum mechanics too seriously either. But that's just like they think Copenhagen interpretation. It's the only interpretation we should accept, which give us a mindless world, mindless, nothing we can anchor on our existence on. So I think a lot of your audience agree. The universe is created by this super intelligence. We're part of that intelligence, and consciousness. It's both emergent, but it's also fun. I mean, ontological. You gotta have base elements able to have that picture.
Shiva has got his phone up. Sorry, he's got his hand raised. Go for it, Shiva. I'm just going to.
Yeah, I was just going to find out if you have looked at John Bush's work at MIT. So he's a fluid dynamicist there, and he's got done a lot of work on what's called pilot wave hydrodynamics, which is gone a long way to basically prove at a macro level the how it would work for how pilot wave would actually work. And so we're showing it very directly. Am I coming through, by the way? If I feel like there's
you're coming through.
Yeah. And then the other question.
Shiva.
Go ahead.
Forgive me. I'm not familiar with Bush's work, but I do agree with your interpretation. I mean, your interpretation of say a quantum system is hydrodynamic, which is that's another version of quantum mechanics, as you know, and then that picture also supported a notion of the ether. Yes, I believe ether exists, which is a universal medium that we make. Universal medium make up everything that we are. That's ether. So I'm supportive of the idea of a hydrodynamic formulation, which is similar to Bohmian's pilot wave. So
yeah,
have similarity.
Directly. Yeah, it's very very much like Bohm's work. Bohm was resurrecting Du Bois' work, and John Bush, as well as some of his colleagues, have gone back to that to Du Bois' work to a certain extent because of they've got a system where they can study it very directly. So I really recommend checking it out. I think it'd be
okay.
interesting.
I'll definitely check it out. Yes.
Yeah, and then the other thing I wanted to say is you talked about the no communication theorem, that how it requires a conventional channel to verify the collapse of the wave function. However, have you looked at the fact that weak measurement causes a statistical bias, and that statistical bias is entirely locally testable? And so since it's entirely locally testable, whether or not the statistical bias caused by weak measurement is there, you can then, because of the fact that an entangled particle, once fully measured, should collapse and remove that statistical bias, you then have a system by which you can prove that either there is instantaneous action at a distance or there is not. And I've actually got a paper in peer review at Academia Quantum right now that basically lays out that experiment.
So we've got a few hands. Got Seppo next with his hand raised, and then Robert.
Yeah, your idea is more. I think Josephine. He want to know about Josephine have this. I think he was the champion the idea of weak measurement, the statistical, probabilistic statistical distribution itself can serve as a way of to communicate non-locally. I'm not sure that answers your question.
Okay, Seppo.
Yeah. So I mean, so you said that you use MRI also, or the MRI deals with the spin. So basically, then, I mean, I guess that's used in the clinic. So if people are long time in magnetic resonance imaging, so do they report things that would be, let's say, connected to these questions that you deal with, like
People,
consciousness change or?
Yes, I mean your question is exactly on spot. That would be the weakness of the theory on first sight. Yeah, I mean actually some of the strong, say 3-4 Tesla machine, right? They do produce weird noise in the brain. It's a clicking sound, but the brain need brain interpreter. I mean, the explanation is that okay, well then you're right. So you stick a person into MR machine. Why that person does not go crazy, right? Because if it's spin is like all get excited. First, the spin excitation by a machine is bulk excitation. Even you try to target in a small area, is a um, bulk excitation, and only very tiny percentage are excited, even strong field. So I would say I'm I'm just saying one explanation is to brain, saying that in order to have perception or awareness, you need meaningful information, um, you know, to be interpreted by the brain. So your
Oh,
question is totally legit and it is a concern. In one of the
yeah.
papers that we wrote, we explained, but that's
Yeah.
the way that I explained is that first it's bulk excitation, which is a very small percentage of population of the brain effect. The second, the information provided by an EMR machine does not have any sort of what do you call the coherent meaning to the brain, to the mind pixel. If we use the
Yeah.
nuclear spin.
But what we could do is, based on my talk on these vesicles and the exosomes, which are more or less
Yeah,
the stuff that go into the brain. So we are going to learn maybe within the next few years about those vesicles that actually are going across the blood-brain barrier into the brain, and like milk, for instance, has those vesicles quite likely. So then, I mean, in principle, I guess we could design an experiment where we would make the spin exposure with your approach for these sort of
that would be
millions of
lovely.
vesicles, and then then we would expect that these would have a spin exchange, which would be directed into the brain based on. And in the mice, we can do it already because basically you can inject the brain directly, I guess, in principle.
Yes.
But how to measure the consciousness of a mouse is, I guess, a challenge. But on the, that's something that comes to my mind. Obviously, we are now going to do clinical trials where we are actually asking the ethical permit. So, I mean, this sounds like something to think about. But anyway, I would say that it's
Yes.
possible.
Yes.
Okay.
I would
Yeah.
love
Thanks.
to see
Yeah.
you carry out
Mm.
something like that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So if I may, just two aspects. It's one just to continue on this spin issue. So I liked very much the way you kind of introduced this, and yeah. So one way to look at it, and it somehow will relate to what I will talk about, that this switch, this different organizational level. You mentioned the paramagnetic, ferromagnetic. So it's we can observe something like that. I will show some results in brain, but it's not maybe not in the way Seppo you asked that for the individual spins, although it could be. So just following what experiments Walter Freeman designed for more than half a century or so. So that's more the measurement in a population level and population dynamics. So, and on that level, we observe this type of synchronization, desynchronization changes, which I think you Huping may be referred to in the spin, but maybe he's more literary. So anyway, so that's the first thing. Let me mention the second one, and then you can answer, or you want to answer first on this one.
the first one, I think you mentioned about you were able to detect the certain paramagnetic effect in the brain.
Yeah, some changes in organization which could be interpreted as a difference between paramagnetic and ferromagnetic states. Yes.
Yes. So in the brain, ferromagnetic material will mainly in my understanding in the blood, I think, right? So in the neural membrane and mainly because oxygen it's called hydrophobic, so mainly it's dissolved into neural membranes and also they get into these protein hydrophobic pockets. So I think that based on I done some search on in the literature, the main component of paramagnetic species in the brain, the first as far as concentration are oxygen molecule. The second is a neurotransmitter NO, that's a nitric oxide side, right? That is also paramagnetic. That is paramagnetic because it have one pair electron spin. Ferro, as far as metal, transitional metal, you have magnesium, iron. I didn't look at their how they respond to say NMR machine. I don't know. The paramagnetic species mainly they are used as it's called contrast agent in NMR in the imaging because they broaden different concentration of paramagnetic species. They broaden the signal because they interact with the nuclear spin. They broaden the signal of these species. That's the interaction I'm aware. They broaden the signal. I don't know how I can.
Yeah.
When I did my PhD, there was my supervisor lab is doing is called EPR oximetry. I tried to using EPR method to measure paramagnetic species in the brain. That's all I know. But I don't know whether I answered your question or not.
No, that's fine. So that was more partly a comment. And as far as I think Joshua raised, and then you commented on Walter Freeman work that he was maybe not that much involved in higher dimensions. And yeah, I can say that that's true, that he was even for a long time he somewhat shied away from using consciousness, so intentional neurodynamics and so on. But I want to confirm it. People are here that in the last part of his life, he based on really experimental evidence, he endorsed and worked very closely in quantum interpretation. So I think that is part of his legacy and so on. So
yes, it's part of the known pictures. Heinrich Hammeraff, Walter Freeman, quantum electrodynamics. There are a few others like what's his name? So it's his series well known.
Step, Pribram, and so on. Yeah.
Pribram, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. So if there's no other questions, then I think we'll move on to our next speaker. Yeah. Well.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Huping and Marcusine as well. And
thank you. You're welcome.
Speaker 4 today is Robert Cosma. Robert is a fellow IEEE, a fellow INNS, a doctor in applied physics, and has a master's in mathematics. Robert will be speaking on sustainable artificial intelligence for the support of humanity and the development of human potential.
Thank you so much having the opportunity to talk to this very distinguished audience. And yeah, so I have been in touch with with you for some time, but more indirectly, and yeah, so I'm glad to tell about some of my thoughts on important and relevant issues what we discuss here. Okay, because I try to so that not to add to the delay. So let's see how it will go. Okay, so as far as the title, so it's I'm I put this into the framework of AI and how it can be useful and supportive to humanity and enhance human potential. And some of the previous speakers also mentioned that we like it or not, we are in we are AI. You are in AI when you are talking about you are studying brain and try to model consciousness or measure brain and so on. So uh, people take notice and try to use it one way or another. So that is an important responsibility. So I want to point this out. Now okay, and let's see if it works. Right. So the importance of AI, just I put in this slide and about this Nobel in physics to Hopfield and Hinton, and without really going too much into that, but I certainly want to point out that they get it for artificial neural network and machine learning, and yeah, several and many or most of the people who are listening here are actually involved. So that's really hit close home. And of course, it's the first time, at least for me, that there are Nobel Prize winners whom I know in person and with the work closely related. So then we see more directly how it is, and so many other people contributed, and some of in the discussions actually uh, came up that yeah, we should consider this, that what Hopfield and Hinton, it's really just top of a pyramid maybe, and you cannot give Nobel Prize for too many people, so they got it, but there are so many others, and I just happened to have a previous slide, and I didn't know actually Paul will be here, but I just mentioned that in some respect here, and then Jan LeCun and Schmidt-Huber and many other also deserve mentioning, which were as well. Okay, so as far as what I will briefly go through, so why I think it's important for us in this community talk about the challenges of AI, and then what can we what are some important observations what we can make on brain dynamics, which could help to resolve some of the challenges. I introduced some mathematical models and large-scale networks discussed before, phase transitions, although this will be a phase transition and also entanglement, but maybe not in the context necessarily as quantum field theory would say. So you will see the method I introduce here. It will be more graph network theory, and I really see it as a complementary pair with the quantum field theory, just considering, Scott Kelso's approach that we are really talking about the same thing, but we may use some different languages. So that is three. And then what are potential consequences for AI conclusions? Okay, I just quickly go through. So of course, AI is important and everywhere, but there are problems, real or perceived, and okay, some of them are listed here. So let me just, the way I see, there are two aspects of this. One is the intellectual. So, okay, should we admit that we are not the top of the creation, and humans are not the most intelligent creatures in existence? So, and the robots or AI takes over. So that's a hard thing to swallow. So that is more like an intellectual pride, but the other is the existential challenge. So what happens if robots consider humans superficial, or in one way or another we kill each other? So there were a lot of discussions on this. Just one slide I just put in because Hinton is there as well. But let me just say that with all that advantages of AI, there are some problems. And first is here that the last decades in this AI, starting with the AlexNet, GPT-4, and even further. So that is fine. That's a log axis vertically and then computational power. So it needs to be exponential growth. So you would say, now what? I mean, we can have computers, right? So the problem is that that actually the computers need power, and of course, as long as we just plug it in, that's fine. But it is more and more power because of the exponential increase. That was a previous slide. Let me just show this one. This is for actually from this year. So right now at the US, maybe about 5% of the electricity used by these data farms, but within by the end of the decades it could be 10-15%. So that's already significant. So that raises the issue of okay, how far can we stretch? But I just show you that there are even more okay, significant potential challenges that the singularity people, the OpenAI and so on, just got this recent few months. So they say that, okay, what we see until now, it's the exponential growth. But if you consider the present state of the computational need, then by within 5 years or by the end of the century, it just will be not exponential, it just, okay, million times more. So that is certainly not sustainable. So the message here that, okay, so we have this AI and a lot of advantages, but the way it goes, it's not doable. And okay, so we have our good old brain, and one of my champion is John von Neumann, and was there, of course, with the computers and Turing, and you're right. So the main message here is that really the computers we use now and the AI and any computer uses different principles like the brain, and we could get so far, but maybe there are such challenges that that we may look into more into brain. And one example here in the mammalian brain, so that's the size and the energy used. So what this is log axis, so it's linear, so there is no exponential explosion in the human I mean mammalian cortex. So there is something very efficiently done here. Okay, and just very closely resonating with some of the previous talks, that it is because the brain, as it evolved, it evolved within constraints, within our brain or within a physical embodiment, and there was limitation of the size and how the energy could reach through the bloodstream or other ways. So simply the constraints are very important. And maybe just one important conclusion here. I want to say that just as right now a lot of these AI techniques try to scale up and up and up, and that just doesn't it's not sustainable. So for intelligence and for our brain, what we can learn from brain, it is actually we need to do just the opposite, scale down. So what our brains are doing, that within constraint they create the structure and intelligence, and that is without these constraints, the embodiment and the energy and physical constraints, that would just flow out. Okay, and some music, but all right. So about the what I consider for this aspect important. So that's the intentional neurodynamics, going back to Freeman, but maybe I'm just showing this slide, which in my previous comment I referred to. So the Freeman lab for more than half century, he developed this very intricate experimental technique. For example, if you see that is a rabbit, has a long nose, so the visual cortex or auditory, somatosensory, and so on. So some array, in this case, in a small area of maybe 6 millimeter by 6 millimeter. So it's the spacing of the electrodes less than 1 millimeter. So, and each electrode measures a population, more granular, not individual neurons, and that's what we measure, we observe with the EEG, or in this case electrocorticogram measurements. And what of course that's so many things to say, but what I want to emphasize that, okay, so as any signal, you can see here at a certain frequency, it has some oscillation, and different frequencies, different oscillation, and that could be like in a B segment, the amplitude distribution. On the C segment here, you can calculate the phase. Originally, Freeman calculated some Fourier based phase, but so like between electrodes, but in the last 20 years, working there from the 90s, then we started to use the Hilbert based for which was very good for non-stationary signals. So in that case, the phase of the signal. So for example, this is the phase. So this one example of the phase. And what you can see that, okay, as in the amplitude, there are some distributed pattern, and I already right now I can mention that this distributed pattern is relatively stable for some time, and then it changes to some other pattern, or done or maintained for a long time. So that will be what we later call amplitude pattern. And this is the phase pattern, and in this particular, not always, but I'm just put here a phase pattern which has a kind of special structures, some higher phase this displacement, and then so it's more like a phase cone. So what is here, it's when you fit this pattern with a conical space, then this is a fitting. So that was very interesting because actually it goes back to John Barry, who was one before the last PhD student, who became very rich from what he learned from Freeman, but okay, not in neuroscience. But anyway, the point is that this phase patterns occur very repeatedly. So it is very interesting. And another example that you can observe some rotating structure, maybe here. So, okay, so this is a movie from a rabbit brain. So, okay, just let me look for a moment. So you see it started with a rotation, but now it just gets to a pulsation. This whole duration, what I, oops, go back, just showing it. So it starts with this rotation. It's a couple of milliseconds. And then it just changes to a different pattern. So this is just one example. And then we can, so what we observe, basically there is some beating patterns for about 100, 200 millisecond. It's relatively well organized, well synchronized pattern. And okay, so in that sense, because of the high synchrony, it's more later on we could consider more related to some ferromagnetic but model, but I will show that later. But then there is some brief periods when this beat disappears. There is a complete desynchronization, and the pattern collapses, and then a new pattern arises. So, okay, so this was observed in different mammalians, then also in human brains during epileptic surgery. We could have access to the brain. So all this lead to that kind of a summary of the conclusion. So that is described as a cinematic theory of cognition. So there is this more synchronized pattern. This is here you have 64 on the top of each other, but it is not identical, but it's that's why I call metastable pattern. And then when there is the blue, so that would call a frame in the movie, which is collapses briefly, and then it's a new frame arises, and so on. So that is, and what is important, that when this collapse happens, actually there is there are always phase cones smaller and larger, but when there is this switches happening from one frame to the other, it happens in a way that one cone appears at a certain time and space, and then very rapidly propagates and across the cortex. And that, okay, that actually can be interpreted in the context of consciousness, and it is important also as we talk, as I started with AI, because many AI not many, but quite a few AI researchers claim that they actually can can actually produce machine consciousness. So among those, for example, Chris Koch and Tononi, the integrated information theory. So they published a lot about that, and they say they can measure the consciousness of a machine and so on and so forth. Okay, and there are others, of course, Penrose and quantum. Okay, I will more elaborate on the work with Bernie bars, because what I just described, this very rapid propagation of growth and birth and propagation of the phase cone can be nicely interpreted in the context of global workspace theory, which maybe I'm not getting into the details. So the important thing, I'm pretty sure that you are familiar with that, there is the competition between populations of agents for the attention. At a certain point, one gets the spotlight, and then from that moment on, there is a conscious broadcast, and all of them aligned. So yeah, so that mechanism, which will be studied later. Okay, so let's see some mathematical mathematical aspects. So okay, so let's see. Yes, so first I will describe two mathematical models. First, this based on the differential equations, and that is called Freeman case sets. And as we mentioned before, so the Hopfield networks, it's really this can be viewed as a kind of multi-level convoluted Hopfield net. So and that is biologically motivated. So, and developed by Walter Freeman from the mass action in the nervous system book going back 1972, and that was more a very deep inside in his 74. And then in the coming decades, this was fleshed out both in terms of experimental justification and then modeling. So, okay. So that just let's start. There are different levels. It's called K0, K1, 2, 3, 4. And actually there is a 5, which is not shown here. Let me just say that K0 is just like a cell or a small population. Then the K1 would be like a column, a population of either excitatory or inhibitory neurons. If there is, let's say, one layer of excitatory, one inhibitory, that it could create potential oscillation. So that would be a K2 model. The K1 is either zero or non-zero convergence. When we couple these oscillators together, then each of them have their own frequency. So depending on how the coupling happens, then you can actually produce chaos, chaotic oscillations. So none of them wins. So there is a complex dynamics, and that actually is a model of original, in the case of Freeman, was the olfactory cortex, and that's why I had this question on the olfaction, and really olfaction due to the evolutionary development in the animals. So probably was one of the oldest sensory system, paleocortical regions, and then the other sensory like visual, auditory, the cerebral cortical area build on the top of that. But in many ways, and which are very important, actually the olfaction still plays an important role in even in the overall cortical dynamics. Okay, so I will get back to that. Yeah, so so that would be KC is one sensory system. If you have a different sensory system, multisensory, then could have some let's recall the potential of intentional action, intentional dynamics, and yeah, so the K5 would correspond really the interaction between individuals. So that would be between several species as several subjects. Okay, so here are some dynamics and oscillations, but okay, let me now switch to the other way to describe these experiments using random networks and phase transitions in random networks. So you will see that I use the terminology of phase transition in a very well-disciplined strict sense. So it goes back to the random graph theory, Erdős Rényi, in the 60s. So if you have a graph with very few edges, points, and if you add more and more edges, let's say randomly, then okay, at the beginning there are some disconnected parts, but after a while that all will be connected, and if you add all the edges, then it will be connected. So in this graph theoretical sense, there is a phase transition on defined in the following way. If you add more and more edges, then what you observe that at a certain critical number of edges added, and we are talking about random networks, so randomly added. Nevertheless, there is a critical number of edges at which the segmented or fragmented network turns into a connected network. So that is the graph theory. Okay, I just skip this. So yes, so now based on that initial ideas, we developed some graph theory model which has some features relevant motivated by the structure of the neuropil, the cortical pil, and okay, and in that sense, we could say it's a Hopfield, general Hopfield, because if you have just one layer, that is like a spin glass model, and you can just calculate the dynamics on this. We have the P. The P here is the probabilistic component of the update. So most of the time you follow your neighborhood activity, but with probability P, actually you don't. So that gives you a random component. So that very well what is shown here, the Ising spin glass models is very well described. So yeah, so that is the ferromagnetic when you have relatively small p, and paramagnetic when large p, and in between there is a critical probability when you have some large clusters, some structures form. So that is the basic model. Now we generalize this by adding non-local connections, okay? And that would be for the long exons, and very few. So, you know, it's basically 1 out of 1,000. So a neuron has mostly local connections and very few non-local. But it's very important by adding this, and the probability is lambda, the dynamics of the system completely changes. So in a moment I will describe that. And then finally, if you have excitatory and inhibitory layers, and there is some connectivity parameter here, that's the parameter. So what is one important result is that, okay, not here, just show. Yes, so maybe this is better to show. So if you have a lattice and then a regular lattice and some added non-local edges, then actually, and that is absolutely non-trivial. It was quite a challenge to actually show, but it has been shown that by adding, so the addition of non-local edges also causes phase transition. Yeah, so it has a critical probability and phase transition. So that that's the next level of this, the non-locality, which produces phase transitions. And okay, so maybe that's one kind of, actually it's a mathematical simulation of that strict computer simulation of that strict mathematics. So if you have this these additional edges, very few, then the lattice really behaves as a local lattice, so it doesn't really notices. But if you have a lot, then it will be a global. So as if everything is connected, there is a critical transitional range when the system really sensitive, and we really use this as an interpretation as the brain tissue, and through learning and Hebbian and other learning mechanism develops its connectivity close to this threshold. So maybe I'm just showing here. So here, that's the lambda, that's the connectivity. There is another parameter I mentioned before, there's the omega, that's between excitatory and inhibitory. So this is the kind of phase diagram what we could produce. So this is the limit cycle oscillatory regime. This is the zero and non-zero convergence. And so what we has been hypothesizing, and then in some we used it to interpret some experiment data. So moving across, so changing the parameters either through the learning or by input bias, actually you can move from across these boundaries, because I think it's just don't even get into that, but there is the additional extension for the exercise and the energy and which produces further important results. And maybe I'm just that is the end of the so the mathematical model. Now, okay, so with all that, what tangible outcome we have? So let's go back to this consciousness, and then among those the global workspace theory. Okay, yeah, I like this diagram, the ignition of the consciousness. So maybe one important thing is what produces a very good potential link between this global workspace theory and the experimentally observed more synchronous and less synchronous switches between those states, which are repeated, which described in the cinematic model of neurodynamics and cognition, and now for consciousness, that okay, for example, that star over the sky, so that's the visual cortex, and then when okay, so at first, you have that sensory signals from your environment, but then at one point it just realized that, oh, okay, there is a star. So then some ignition happens, which may originate from here and then propagate across the cortex. The other different aspects are here. And okay, so this is a kind of major hypothesis that we outlined with Bernie Bass and colleagues. So okay, so that ignition and then following rapid propagation as described in global workspace theory, it could be interpreted through the ignition of the phase cone and the growth, very rapid growth, and the propagation of the phase synchronization on across basically the whole hemisphere. And yeah, so that is described here. So that's the phase cones, and just keep in mind that there are always hundreds and thousands. So that's a fractal structure of the phase cones. So there are a lot of cones all the time. But when there is a collapse of the amplitude pattern and there is a potential of conscious conscious recognition and action, then actually the one phase cone has the opportunity to grow and propagate the whole cortex. Let me just say that actually we have positive and negative cones as well. So it's some cones like as if the time flows backwards. So instead of just generated from one location propagating, they just shrink to the point. So like the movie goes backwards. Okay, here is some model, and yeah, so this is kind of provisional statement about this, because this 10 millisecond, roughly 10 milliseconds, or maybe, oh, sorry, not 10, 100 milliseconds and or 200 millisecond window, and it has some various cognitive relevance. And okay, because I think 36. So I still have 10 minutes, right? Or something. Okay. Okay, good. All right. So then let me just elaborate on that. So now getting back to the topic of how it relates really to AI and GPT and all these issues. And okay, there is the question about Turing computing, like does Turing computing enable the existence of artificial general intelligence, or does it require super Turing computation? And probably I should point it out that just earlier this year, actually in Yokohama, we had the World Congress Computational Intelligence, very exciting panel discussion, and Paul Verbush was also involved in that. So that was one question asked, and different panelists answered differently, but okay, let me, and not all of them agreed, but anyway, so this is the way I see it, that yeah, I do think that something what we call super Turing, but that's also up for interpretation, is required. So what I mean with that, so we need something which goes beyond just data crunching and symbol manipulation, and what brain offers us as a potential alternative is the pattern-based computing. So when I showed you that in the brain, like in the rabbit, there were some AM patterns metastable for about 100 milliseconds. So that, if you wish, you can consider that is a intermittent symbol or representation of that particular stimulus or what you have, but I really wouldn't call it a representation, because it's dynamically changes, but okay. And so, okay, so maybe I'm just, yeah, and I do mention the quantum computing, but right, so what this table kind of summarizes one proposal. So on the right column is the symbolic computing, like a Turing machine. You have predefined symbols, then there are certain operational rules, and then the sequence of the tape moves one after the other. And that's what we do. And then in the case of brain, like the Freeman model, so cinematic, so there would be a cortical pattern, like amplitude pattern, metastable for about 100 to 200 milliseconds. It is in the gamma band. Looks like that about 40 to 80 hertz is the most prominent. And then one metastable pattern switches to the other, so that they are, if you wish, they are the symbols, but it's really patterns. And then there is a sequence, like the cinematic sequence, but it's not strict, so it is happens inevitably, and there is in at least in the graph theory language we can we have a hold of it, why it is switches. Okay, maybe if you want, okay, just a short explanation. Pardon. Okay, what is yeah, so the point is that if there wouldn't be these non-local connections, non-local transmission, then once you switch from one state to the other, you would stay there forever, for a very long time. But by properly adjusting this non-locality parameter, actually you can compress drastically this, if you wish, infinite time or very long time to a few hundred milliseconds. That's what is happening. So that in the brain. So with this non-local connections, you have that phase transition. So, you know, I'm using phase transition, and if you want, that could be also maybe carefully saying, but could be interpreted as entanglement in some sense. So at least some of the terminology similar with quantum field theory, but okay, let's see. Yes, so that's what I wanted to say. So it is really we have a complementary. I could look at this as a complementary, like principle of Scott Kelso. So like system high, you can have a microscopic system, macroscopic and mesoscopic. So that's the A, B, and the tie, the random, deterministic, and so on and so forth, local, global. Yeah, so okay, it is not here, but in some sense, I consider this graph theory model that I just showed you more a bottom-up model, and when you have a differential equations formalized the top-down, and none of them is better than the other, they somehow meet in the middle and describe the same. Okay. All right. So there are some robot implementation, but okay, I won't talk about that. But maybe I just mentioned that the Dreyfus, Hubert Dreyfus, it's a lot of this embodied robotics. What we are doing is along his ideas, and even okay, he referred. I mean, I had the fortune I could interact with him, so I think although he was very critical of symbolic representation, so that I learned that very well. But he told that okay, if anything, then maybe what Freeman is doing with this Cosmo and this robots, that maybe getting close to get away that trap of the traditional AI. Okay. Okay, so and now getting back to the biggest question that it's really the humanity and the ethics. So if AI is important at how it changes our world. So I just based on what I told and what I feel, and that we need to develop these artificial systems to support humans, not to substitute. So when for that, when some I prefer really non-invasive experiments or measurements if possible, because of course if we are directly controlling the brain, then we can achieve a lot of deviations, and so okay, maybe I'm just mentioning that's the last thought, that so I don't think that this AI and AGI and ChatGPT will be challenging us or humanity for a long time. But of course, if hyping the AI and then that produces kind of passivity in humans, that why bother? Okay, if the machine is more intelligent than me, then of course dumping yourself down, and then of course the machine is more intelligent. So that is my last. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you, Robert. There's lots there. It's incredible.
Okay.
Amazing.
Okay, questions, people, come forward. Dan, you're welcome to jump in.
Dan, you are muted.
You hear me now?
Yeah, now I can. Yes.
Yes. I agree with Robert about the danger of dumbing down. And this has always been the case when we get a new technology that we over rely on and outsource our decisions to it. But in order to keep from dumbing down, we need to be more deliberate, and I'm guilty of that as anybody, of using the large scale modeling to understand human beings, human decision making, human psychology a lot better. And part of that, I think the growth area is of how all of our models are about individual brains. So we need to start at some point soon making models about how brains interact with each other and how particular social arrangements and particular institutional arrangements cause the phase transitions that you were talking about. In order, we need to answer some questions about how to structure both institutions and social customs. And I went into the neural network field in the 1960s in order to try to answer that, because I was part of the students who were wanting to reform society. And we need to know more about how our brains operate and how our brains interact with each other, so that we can steer our decisions in manners that are more sustainable. And there also this interaction between agents is also talked about in the AI community a lot, and so we need to study that more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Dan. And yeah, so you touched upon a lot of things, and I agree as far as the interaction with brains, you say as the next one. Yeah, I completely agree. Actually, you know, when I mentioned we have K0, K1, K2, K4, K4 is the brain, the K5, it really would be that interaction of the brains. But, and we are kind of right now, okay, so I know it must be there, and we have actually the machinery, but yeah, so it's some components, but yeah, so I think that that is absolutely necessary and so on. And we a little bit, before water passed, so we discussed about, so we mentioned, and since then I followed up on this K5 that would be, but I mean, this is just, I don't want to have a straight jacket to your problem, but I'm just mentioning that within that framework, we have something, but of course, I mean, so maybe let us say that is absolutely the important, critical, crucial, whatever it is, yes.
Yeah, I think it's true that interactions between people, for example, or interactions between agents follow some of the same rules as interactions between areas within the brain. So there's kind of as below, so above, or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Maybe we have a question from Hal here. Hal says,
Yes.
thank you. And then he says, why cannot a Turing machine simulate network dynamics and neuropercolation if it simply takes more time? Can super Turing be defined based on the engineering pragmatics of time, even if simulation is technically feasible?
Actually, I might comment on that.
Yeah.
A lot of
all right, go ahead, Paul, and then I will. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of basic mathematics here that needs to be better incorporated. And one of the examples of that is with the relation between Turing and super Turing in the world of quantum computing. And it's well known that quantum computers are more or less equal and usually behind classical computers for small problems. But there is an exponential growth in the cost of a classical system to simulate a quantum computing system. And that's true for all levels of quantum computing. And exponential growth, when you talk about a factor of 10 to 100, that's not impossible, but the fact that you would need to use the whole universe does eliminate the possibility in practice.
Yeah, yeah. So okay, absolutely. And then let me add. Yeah. So this is this quantum. I know Paul also has this quantum Turing and so on, but or going beyond. But okay, let just to answer to one additional aspect to Hal's original question. It's maybe okay. Due to something that I cannot see, but if I interpret correctly, so okay, so if we have like this neural calculation, we do it in a digital computer, it's just the same thing, right? So it doesn't go through. So that is actually true. So that's why I think that neuromorphic hardware is so important. So and yeah, so I think that's ultimately what we are looking at. But okay, so that it has a lot of aspects. Okay.
Seppo has had his hand up, and then Shiva. Seppo, are you still there?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Robert. So it's a great talk. So concerning about AI, I mean, I think that it's obviously a very useful tool altogether. And if you think about, let's say, historical perspective of where we are now, where we are heading, so I guess it's nobody has time to read all these papers and everything. So I think that this is something that will be really important to use AI, let's say, for digging all the data that is out there. The other is that what I mentioned a little bit in my talk is that I mentioned the Human Genome Project, but it's now extended to the single cell sequencing, and it's adding just enormous amount of more data, which then means that computing and superpower computing is absolutely necessary to make any sense out of these massive data, which is emerging from various directions, including now these EVs in the vesicles that I spoke about today, which is more or less missing at the moment, and how to link all this together. So therefore, I mean, I think that obviously for scientists, it's a fantastic tool, and when we start to, let's say, use data lakes that are coming from environment or many other areas of, let's say, positional information and all this stuff. So that's something I would be maybe more concerned about AI, obviously, in terms of society and how to really create new jobs. And because obviously this powerful computing makes it easy to automate, and when robotics is developing further, so then I guess we can expect that more work will be done based on robotics, and this is then what to do with the people that I would say needing either more education or they just play around with these capacities, like what happens now that kids are spending so much time in playing all these games. And the third point is this safetyness. Let's say that the warfare is always very much developing. I actually collaborate quite much with Juha Röning, who is a robotics person in Finland and in our university. But I mean, then maybe final word about this functioning of our biological brain and consciousness, and then let's say AI altogether, which is computing based. So then, I mean, somehow I feel, even though you mentioned that the people have been able to claim based on their work that there would be consciousness in the machines, but I mean, I think that what we are as beings, which I mentioned shortly in my talk, is this that we are really universal structures, that the whole universe has created, and now the computing capacities is our own creation. So therefore, I think that there's maybe nothing or very little what is common. That's obviously exciting to learn and use these things. And what I mentioned in my talk is this bio ICT and bio brain, electronic brain combinations, and putting, let's say, AI into 3D. I guess all these will develop, but then how much it helps us as human beings to evolve is then if we get lazy, so that's I guess our own fault then. But at least that for science, I think that's a fantastic opportunity.
Yeah.
Just
Okay. Thank you. And okay, just let me reinforce what you told that yeah, indeed. So we should benefit as much as possible from these AI techniques and so on. And just as Seppo was talking, it just I think it's a very good came up a good analogy. Just the same. Okay, first of all, it is not true, but it's probably it's what ChatGPT 4 and 5 they saw that okay, it was like a school kid, and now it will be this year, next year, like a PhD student, and so on. So I think it is nonsense. This is the creativity. It is just the data manipulation, and the creativity, intuition is not there. But I think that just as Seppo was talking, it the same way as the robotics and mechanical or industrial revolution, whatever, freed up a lot of the manual labor and actually allowed us to spend more to mental capacities and so on. So it is actually, hopefully, the positive outcome from these AI techniques is not that we humans give up, but give up being intelligent, but it frees up some of the mechanical, mental functions. What you would do, like like accounting or whatever, and then help, and then just could open up a much higher dimension, and just free us or thoughts to really essential things, and not to bother about a lot of mechanical way of thinking. But as always, I think it's very good for everybody to learn the multiplication table and so on, and in your mind, because today this student cannot multiply two numbers. That's not good. So I think we need some actual hard labor in our brain, but yeah, so this new AI techniques could free up our mental capacities, some higher
but I
dimensions.
guess that because the university has so far, let's say, trained us by we are like apes in a sense that we have been learning by just copying more or less what the teaching is much about. So now I think that we should really go into the very basics, that what is the human essence, let's say that I think that if we don't really evolve, and let's say brain is like a muscle, then if you don't really train the muscle, so then it doesn't develop. So that's one aspect. The other is also that we have actually what happens in embryogenesis is that when we develop, so we lose something like 50% of the neural capacity. And that's based on this neurobiology, that when we learn and exercise, so we actually reinforce certain neural circuits and others just pass away. And I guess that's important because otherwise we would get crazy because it's just too much. So this wiring in learning and based on the conditioning where we're exposed into is very important, as you outlined in your talk. So then that's, I guess, we have much more potential in principle, but it's more or less what the society shapes us, and that kind of is something that we have to really question, that we have way much power, and which we're learning like today about these holograms and the exosomes and all that stuff. So it more or less implies that we really have a massively more capacity than it's brains are like a universe. So it's in a sense, I think that it's not I mean, I don't think that we're going to stop here based on understanding what are the fundamentals of life. And therefore, it's what we speak today. It's a great context, and I guess the AI is now the ultimate superpower of what we have created, and then it's interesting to see how this is going to be developing altogether. But as you outlined, so it's like we know Finland, that we have like these massive supercomputer investments by the state, and I guess they are already eating up so much energy that I guess we have to really make some sustainable things, and maybe we have to go back to biology somehow to make a like our cell would like our brains would be the supercomputer like these organoids or something. But let's see. Thank you.
Shiva, you had your hand up before?
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys know, but 2 days ago, OpenAI announced that they had surpassed one of the hardest benchmarks for AGI, which was the ARC AGI test. Basically, humans get between 60 and 80% on it, and it got up to 88%. And it's just an extremely like most of the large language models and things like that get like 2 and 5%. It's particularly hard for them, and so that's sort of a benchmark that just was surpassed. That I find to be pretty interesting. But I'm just curious if you like. I've been seeing that there's these developments in new forms of transistors and in microchip technologies where they're saying that in the lab currently they're seeing gains of like 300 times the amount of, or it's something like 300% less, or I don't remember the exact numbers, but there were a large number less uh, amounts of power required for these new chips. And I mean, I can like send along a link or something. But so I'm seeing these changes in even the digital chips. Now initially I was going to ask you about neuromorphic computing, but you did like mention that you found that to be very important. So do I, because I believe that's probably going to be literally like 1,000-fold increase almost immediately when they start properly arranging the way in which we store and compute data to be biomimetic. It's got to be like biology. It's got to work like biology. My question is, so you think that it's a long way down the road, but I'm seeing, first of all, like Sam Altman, he already invested huge amounts in Rain AI, which is a neuromorphic chip company. That was, years ago. So he's aware that, neuromorphic chips are the way to go. And, all these expensive matrix transformations, once people start getting, I've been talking about the need to have analog digital hybridization for like almost 20 years now, and people are now starting to talk about it a lot more. It's like, oh, it's gonna, analog is coming back, and in my opinion, quantum computing is just when the engineers were forced to make something work, they made basically analog computers with just at a very small scale. So that's my belief about the way in which quantum computing is actually occurring in quantum computers. But so I'm just curious if I'm seeing these like huge gains right now, huge changes to like I said, this is the O3 model that just passed this ARC AGI, and then I'm seeing all these chip companies catching up as well, where there's going to be huge even in just the digital chips. And then with the digital chips, I've seen a few different technologies that could be where the current manufacturing process, you could take the current technology and use it in an analog fashion. In other words, current technology already out on the market there, but you just simply the way that you use the hardware could make it be an analog computer. And so, I mean, I could see these things changing in months to the point at which we've got super intelligence in 6 months. And so I'm just curious why you don't think that they're going to move towards neuromorphic computing and overcome these energy requirements.
Okay, yeah. So all right. So just you gave very good the numbers. So what I used to say, just to support what you say, that the brain uses like 10, 20 watts. So that's roughly what we have. So the corresponding computation, it's hard to say, but it would be 10, 20 megawatts. So it's like million. So the supercomputer uses million times. And the neuromorphic chip is exactly in the middle right now. It's about 1,000. You mentioned the number. So it actually is 1,000. So it's I mean, logarithmic scale. It's in the middle of that. So yeah. So the neuromorphic is I think it's into that direction. And there are and then when I thought, okay, you talk about neuromorphic, and then comes the analog digital, and you just thought analog digital. So we have so and
We're
that
on the
is
same page.
that. Yeah, we are exactly on the same page. So so it's So I think that actually we had some project with Intel and so on, and that was the point that okay, so we really want to have analog, but we need to interface the digital technology. So how to convert the analog digital to analog. So that is where things stuck right now. And I think with all, I mean, there are some progress and so on. And frankly, maybe I was ignorant for a long time for quantum computing and so on, but my good friend Paul was he kind of pushes me into that direction. I think that may provide the required kind of conceptual progress what is needed, because right now this analog digital, it's a kind of looks like doesn't get too much ahead.
Yeah, that's the problem, I think, is that they're trying to, bring things into the digital domain too quickly. You're basically just cutting off a tremendous amount of computational power that's available in the analog domain. And so that's the thing, is like, I think that it's my personal opinion that the whole quantum computing boondoggle is standing in the way of what will actually get us there, which is analog computing. And we say that's why you can have a slime mold that can do the traveling salesman problem, and a brain that can run off of just a tiny amount of electricity that can solve these problems that are that take megawatts of power in these conventional computers. I think that it's basically, once we make that shift, we're going to see a change unlike any we've ever seen before.
I can't help mentioning when you say merging quantum computing and analog, one of the papers I'm proud of is Werbos and Dolmatova in one of the lead quantum journals. The title begins with analog quantum computing. And then there is a little bit of basic mathematics. I was shocked as I got older how many people were great mathematicians and never heard of Cauchy, and never understood that there are multiple infinities, alpha 0, alpha 1, alpha 2. And we have a path to alpha 3, very well defined. And the people who are stuck in alpha 0 complexity are stuck being infinitely far behind what you can really do.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're on the edge of something, I can tell you that.
Okay.
One of the questions is, will anybody in the United States be part of it? There are times when people ask me about how to do real things in the real world, and there are times when China and Israel are so many orders of magnitude ahead of the best, brilliant experts who speak to the President of the United States. It's amazing. But there is some hope that, yes, there are people in China and in Israel who are beginning to catch on to things that we seem to be oblivious to for ideological reasons. Dan mentioned the analogy between communication between neurons in the brain and humans in our society. That is a very good analogy. It goes very, very far. And one of the things we learned in building actual intentional systems in artificial neural nets is that there are certain constraints. You might call them conflict of interest constraints. If payments cross the wrong way within a decision-making system, it goes unstable and it dies. And the question is, are our political systems doing that? And do we have the kind of very simple but fundamental constraints on how the payments flow, which might be sort of important in why a lot of countries are on the verge of killing themselves.
Yeah, incentives, and you get what you pay for, and if you're paying for the wrong thing, and we're getting the wrong thing. Yeah, it's funny. It's a cultural. It goes down to the cultural level where I'm watching just people who play games, video games. There's these games that require people to act as a team, and Americans always are way behind almost every other country in the world at World Cup, video games that require team coordination. It's like we've become way too individualist. Individuality is great and all, but there's a point at which you no longer have any love or cohesion with society, and that's where it's kind of where we're at right now. And I think a lot of that's part of why we have the whole biophysics in meeting group, is trying to see how can we shore some of that up.
And I have to say, the conflict of interest problem between humans and human organizations is certainly not unique to the United States. I've seen really disastrous mistakes made all over the world due to transparent misunderstandings, due to transparent influences of vested interests. There was a time a few years ago when I said I only know of 2 countries in the world that had technologically sophisticated capabilities, and yet were honest and didn't have some really fundamental problems. The 2 I used to mention were New Zealand and Finland. But in the last couple of years, even New Zealand has had problems because all that natural gas offshore has led to some problems for people trying to do clean government in New Zealand. But there are other people on this line who could say more than I could about New Zealand.
Paul, I was going to ask you, when you were mentioning Cauchy and the different infinities, and you mentioned Aleph 0 and Aleph 1, were you talking at Alpha 0 and Alpha, were you referring to Aleph null and Aleph 1? Is the same story on theory?
I don't. Okay. Yeah, words can be a source of confusion, but yes, you understand the Cauchy concept.
Yeah, no, but I was, because you said Alpha 0, I didn't know if you were mentioning
Aleph,
parallel theory. Great.
Yeah. Very good. All right.
Okay. Well, that could be a good place to jump into your presentation, Joshua. I think it kind of flows quite nicely into that. Yeah. So, Robert, thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Our 5th and final speaker today is Joshua Davis. Joshua is an ambassador of peace, systems engineer, systems thinker, cognitive neuroscientist, and experimental physicist researcher. Joshua will be speaking on thoughts, meanings, and the possible future of human love.
Well, before I start my talk, I just want to thank everybody, all the speakers from mini conference 1 to this one, because it's been really interesting and your contribution has been very much appreciated, not just by the group, but by other people outside this BPM group. And I think that I feel a great love and gratitude for all of you, for every single person who has contributed. Carrie, your organizational skills have helped us, kind of keep together. And I'm very grateful for that. And Karen, your filming and editing capacities to produce the movies, that's been amazing. So thank you all, Kali and Carl, for your support. And the other thing that I want to notice, and I'm very grateful for, is the fact that in this group there are people who are, my collaborators, like I've collaborated with them, Robert and Paul, and I'm very grateful for that. And particularly because Robert became my first supervisor at Ottawa University in 1998, when we were just talking about, consciousness, and I couldn't even enroll to study consciousness because that was way out of the framework of the capacities to provide supervision in this area in the Department of Information Science. So we had to wait after, for several miracles and serendipitous events for Robert to get, to Berkeley to work with Walter Freeman, which was his, kind of one of his dreams, and Pribram. And then Robert mentioning me that he knew Paul Wearable. So I finally got in touch with Paul for the first time. personally in Memphis, and this has been an amazing journey till today. So I'm very grateful for both of you, and also Grant Gillette, who was instrumental in this process too of supervision and giving coherence to the synthesis between spiritual experience and scientific knowledge. And so I think, again, in a synchronicity, I'm just going to present something that gathers your last questions and interactions. I mean, my presentation is basically dwelling on those questions and comments that you have, so that kind of synchronistically ties up everything. So I'm just going to share my screen. If I remember how to do that. I think I still remember, but not this one here. And not this one here, and I should probably be here. Okay.
Shiv is just adding a nice synchronicity there, Joshua. He's saying, I almost certainly lived in Memphis, Tennessee when the two of you met.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
It's
Well, no,
actually an
I was
entertaining
living,
story how it
I
happened.
met Robert in New Zealand at Ottawa in 1998, actually. So it's been several decades already of incredible interactions and collaborations and dinners in Memphis and other places. I mean, it's been an incredible, really, I'm grateful.
You met
So,
I
Paul
was
in
born there.
Memphis, though, yeah?
huh?
Paul you met in Memphis with
Yeah,
Robert.
I met Paul in Memphis
Oh, yeah.
in one of his
Yeah.
master classes at
Yeah.
Client.
Mhm.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. That was the client stuff.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here it is. So I'm gonna begin. So I'm gonna talk about thoughts, meanings, and the possible futures of human love. And about thoughts and meanings, I'm just gonna say that that's basically the work of Robert, Florian, and Songshul Ji and I in the last, let's say, 3, 4 years, 5 years, in a collaboration publishing papers on human production of thoughts, meanings, and intentional action. And so, of course, we think about intentional action. So our intentions can be destructive or constructive, and depending on how we think, we shape our intentions. And also depending on how we experience life, and life becomes meaningful in different ways, meaning positively or negatively, then our intentions and our thoughts feedback with that. And so the question is, how in the world are we going to preserve the possibility for human love? And I don't mean love in a romantic way or just in a sexually reproductive way. I mean love in ways like grandmother love grandchildren, or friends love each other, and that force or that strength or that value that keeps cohesion, that keeps cohesive cohesion, coherence, human relationships. So how do we keep that alive? And so I was gonna start by saying that there are three possible, let's say, big scenarios to simplify this complex topic into, basically human love disappears either because we destroy the planet or because cybernetic transhumanism turn us into machine-like humanoids so that we can have agency with machines, with AI in a functional society. So in that sense, suddenly our real sense of being human and being able to love as humans love others would disappear. And so that would mean, or even worse, that not even a humanoid a type of species disappears, but only machines rule the planet. I don't know for whom, for themselves, if there is a self there in the world themselves. But all this, for me, leads to insanity or an insane scenario. I don't see this as a human being, as something of sanity. I don't think any creature is geared to put conscious creature geared to self-destroy like that. I mean, why would I plan my self-destruction? That doesn't mean, that doesn't mean much to me. So that I consider an insane scenario. Now, there is another scenario, which is where we keep on evolving human consciousness and human potential, and there is a mixture of human and humanoid experience. Some people are going to choose to turn into humanoids and interact with artificial intelligence, you know, cybernetically. And also there's going to be human beings that don't choose to become humanoids, and then they will interact with humanoids and human beings as human beings do. And so they will be able to kind of love other human beings and appreciate humanoids because they have a human origin. So appreciate the humanoids and somehow interacting based on love, if there is still some love there left in those humanoids capacity. And with AIs or machines, well, interact like humans. We have been interacting with machines. So, and that mixture could be kind of produced by a healthy democracy or a healthy republic in a way that it's regulated by social contracts without impinging or threatening the existence of humans and their capacity to love one another and evolve in that kind of human spiritual potential. Now, that is an intermediate scenario. The other scenario is that we will evolve to a universal love enlightenment kind of sainthood. So where humans are learn to develop so much their human potential that they start to harness elements of consciousness bordering in prophecy, prophethood, in immortality, but in a spiritual sense, trying to change the body with thought so that the body doesn't degenerate so quickly. And instead of doing it with drugs or with fields or with anything like that, or a combination with that, with mind, we can actually start to live longer. And so that would be a form of spiritual or angelic transhumanism, not cybernetic, where we actually become transhumans because we're not merging with machines, but we're merging with spiritual elements of the universe and angelic forces, if we want to call them like that, where our spiritual capacities and skills allow us to actually extend our livelihood in the planet so that we can set this planet in a spiritual path, which is which gives it more life for long periods of time and creates more social harmony and social cohesion. And that would be kind of the prophetic piece that we have seen described in many spiritual or religious texts or wisdom texts. So the question is how, I mean, where we are today, we can go any direction. We really don't know what the mixture of people in humanity competing to try to give birth to one or the other scenario, consciously or unconsciously, are going to produce. But the common element to all that are we, human beings. We are creating these potential scenarios for the futures. And so we should think very carefully of what kind of scenarios we want to create. And what's involved in here, it's our brain and our hearts and our souls and our minds. So the question is, how did we get to where we are today? Well, I want to remind ourselves, for those ones who haven't read those books, that in the 70s, you know, Jay Forrester and the people at MIT put a book called, and the Club of Rome put a book called World Dynamics, and they already warned humanity about the potential collapse of the system of humanity by overpopulation, technology, pollution, and so on. And that's a famous study which was the subject of much criticism and you know, alarmism in the press and so on. But after so many years of this book being published, came another book by by Donella and Dennis Meadows at the MIT too, where they talked about beyond the limits. This book, World Dynamics, was on the limits to growth, but this book was beyond the limits to growth. And they talked about how all these kind of Armageddon scenarios that they projected in our trends as humanity, where we were heading towards a complete collapse of the ecosystem and the ecosphere, they started to try to create elements in the mathematical model, which was based on systems dynamics and Dynamo here, using Stella, which was a new version for Macintosh, to model what kind of elements and soft variables could be introduced in the model to overcome this operationalized model on things that we could measure. So here they introduced new models to try to overcome the collapse of these scenarios of this study and see if we could overcome the collapse and create a sustainable future. And this book, it's a really good book. I taught this book in university in systems dynamics when I was teaching systems dynamics in Venezuela. And then in the 8th chapter of this book, they talk about the next revolution, which was sustainability. And they introduced these 5 elements that should be introduced in the model of Jay Forrester to be able to overcome the collapse. One was visioning. Well, we know that visions have been the subject of prophets and prophecies and sages through the ages, but also of corporations. People like Elon Musk have a vision, and then suddenly they put that vision, and with the corporate values or their personal values, they inject the fuel, the driving force that can move the status quo towards the vision, instead of the vision collapsing to the status quo. And so visioning was a very important process to avoid the collapse of the world. So we have to foster visioning. That's basically the message. The next one was networking. Well, networking somehow has been accomplished to an extent by the introduction of internet and all these kind of tools that we're using to communicate long distance and network. But I think networking, it's lost in terms of humanity and human love if we just network long distance without the human warmth of being together, sharing a meal, or going to the beach and things like that. That's what we have taken the time to travel all over the world to sit down with our friends overseas and collaborators and try to understand how to relate as humans so that we never forget that dimension. And so then there is another element of the model that they proposed here, which was truth telling. And it's interesting because truth telling, having this sense of honesty and trustworthiness with each other, it's very important so that we can collaborate. And without collaboration, they didn't foresee that we would be able to make it through these, challenging scenarios of collapse. So trusting and collaborating, as the founding fathers, let's say, and mothers of the United States did, to create the United States and overcome the tyranny of the Christian kingdoms of Europe, it's very important so that we trust each other, that we can actually are in the same page, and we have a vision of the future which we would like to be part of, and then work towards that. And so this was very important, truth telling. Then learning, of course, it's a major one, because there are many things that we don't know in order to produce a transformation in this area, to be able to put it in action so that the collapse of humanity would not happen, and we would be in a scenario which is sustainable, and that human love is preserved. And now I say human love because the first element of that book to be introduced as soft variables in the model was loving. And this is what they had to say about that. And I'm going to ask Kerry to read it.
One is not allowed in the modern culture to speak about love, except in the most romantic and trivial sense of the word. Anyone who calls upon the capacity of people to practice brotherly and sisterly love is more likely to be ridiculed than to be taken seriously. The deepest difference between optimists and pessimists is their position in the debate about whether human beings are capable to operate collectively from a basis of love. In a society that systematically develops their individualism, their competitiveness, and their cynicism, the pessimists are in the vast majority. That pessimism is the single greatest problem of the current social system, we think, and the deepest cause of unsustainability. A culture that cannot believe in, discuss, and develop the best human qualities is one that suffers from a tragic distortion of information. How good a society does human nature permit? Asked psychologist Abraham Maslow. How good a human nature does society permit? The sustainability revolution will have to be, above all, a social transformation that permits the best of human nature rather than the worst to be expressed and nurtured. Many people have recognized that necessity and that opportunity.
So you see, this was, ahead of us some years ago. I mean, these guys were already trying to understand how are we going to really seriously treat our relationships on the basis of love and actions of kindness, and not just individualistic, only selfish based actions. And this is something that, of course, has to do with our brain and our learning. How are we training our kids? How are we training ourselves, first of all, and then the kids to really understand each other and understand our human potential in human relationships? Now, more recently, the work of Paul Werbos have called upon the attention of us again, on the same subjects of and even more advanced risks and threats of these of the ones that we're touching these books. And so I think we should revise Paul Werbos' works and put it together with what these guys did, so that we can create a framework of action which incorporates all these elements of understanding of where are we heading if we don't do certain social things and individual things that will allow this transformation. And so Walter Freeman told us something about the study of brains and societies of brains, which is the question of Dan when he was talking about how brain interacts with each other, and Robert when he was speaking about the fifth dimensional K models or K5 models, and he in this book touched about the neuroscience of love and hate. I want to also ask Gary to read us what Walter already said about self and society.
While oxytocin may mediate feelings during sexual climax, it may also be involved in the onset of transmarginal inhibition and states of spiritual ecstasy. A problem in the search for encounters of a spiritual kind is that brains are normally stable, quite stable, and lock into the tasks of daily living that evolution designed them for. They cannot lightly go into chemically mediated state transitions that give access to altered states of mind. A natural disposition to slip the press of social constructs and go alone on a solipsistic journey appears to be rare, even more so when it is combined in the person of an artist, poet, or preacher with the ability to write into a diary some compelling representations of the lonely visions. Brains can more easily enter into exalted states by means of starvation to altered brain chemistry, flagellation to add pain, meditation to induce sensory isolation, and infection to bring fever and hallucination. These techniques have been the stock in trade of hermits and mystics. The reports of these spiritual voyages clearly have value for stay-at-homes in much the way that geographic travelers to foreign lands are eagerly sought out for the tales they can tell.
So you can see that we are locked in survival habitual patterns, and not just survival habitual patterns, which are what Freud may have described as ID, but also in socially learned rules that keeps us in a habitual pattern in the manner that also Freud may have described as the superego. So to break free from all these descriptions, we need some kind of mystical journey, which sometimes is very lonely and envisioning, vision quests. And then, more importantly, we need to get to the point where we can actually share those visions in a shared social environment so that we can overcome our habituation, our habitual patterns to step into a new way of learning new habitual patterns, because our brains will learn new habits if we provide the environment for that. But if we don't, it will stay locked in these habitual patterns. Well, I have to say again, synchronicity, because I mean, Dan Levine has really gifted us a book which is extremely interesting from the scientific, psychological, neuroscientific perspective, based on his experience on neural networks and with his mathematical abilities. But he's stepped a little bit farther from only that, and gives us an understanding on how to create a certain balance or coordination dynamics a la Kelso between emotions and reason, which are fundamental components of our intentions and decision-making process, both individually and socially. So I would like Carrie to ask us to read something that caught my attention when I was, I read this book several times already now, like 3 times. And in chapter 4, I thought this was a beautiful rendition of what I think we need socially to be able to start to set us up in our path to overcome our habitual destructive patterns, so that we can start to, with new visions, share them together and try to find a coherent vision with new embodiments of ways of embodying values like love to one another and kindness and so on. So Carrie, please read that one from Dan Levine.
The Ruling Tin Woodman and the Scarecrow Rebellion. In line with reason emotion synthesis, this book advocates Alexandrovich, and I speculate that the ideal, meaningful state of the brain-mind system is some combination we can note yet describe of order and disorder in different parts of the system. It is a state that meets most of our needs, the needs for excitement, delight, and adventure, as well as the needs for emotional security, food, shelter, and love.
And so here we are, we go back to Walter Freeman and the book of the people of the MIT, and I, the word love is there. Dan has incorporated that. There is a habituation, based on needs and the, let's say Maslow pyramids at the bottom, but then there is a lot of the finding of the excitement and the adventure, which could be the new visions and the new goals that the mystic brings, to set us on a path of searching for greater understandings and futures. And the balance between these two things are our basic needs and our highest aspiration and dreams and challenges, sets us in motion, like a bicycle, with where we push towards our dreams, and then we let it go, and then we push to our needs, and then we let it go, and then we keep the biking, in movement, riding in the direction we want to go. But then there is another book that incorporates the heart, and today, based on what Seppo gave us, which was really interesting for future research, ties up with this book of Dr. Childre and Bruce Cryer on psychophysiological coherence and heart coherence, and how brain and heart synchronize through the breathing to produce heart coherence and positive emotions that also modulate our intentions and our actions, and how to find with very specific techniques of meditations and breathing and rhythmic breathing, coherent states at will that we can induce in ourselves so that we can act proactively or consciously instead of reacting on existential traits from the limbic system, automatic reactions. So the question here is, how do we reach this coherent state? Well, this is via meditation, via rhythmic breathing, or dancing, or singing, or doing anything that also produces these positive emotions. And one of the things that produces positive emotions is a really good vision that inspires us towards the future, that we feel that we want to be part of and we want to work for and towards. And so that keeps us in a state of, being willing to be alive, to continuously produce actions that are moving us from the status quo to a new, better vision for the future. And so coherence comes with all that. And with sports, walking in nature, good relationships, love. It's important to produce coherent states. So I would like Gary to read that one too from these people.
Okay, the coherence imperative. Coherence is a progressive state. The more we build it, the more we have in reserve. The aim is to increase the ratio of time spent personally and organizational in coherence. Increased personal coherence yields greater flexibility, adaptability, creativity, and perhaps most important, the self-security to regain hope.
All right. So if we manage to move towards coherence and integrate this, then we can aspire to actually to that integration via a science that I call the science of peace, and basically inner peace and social harmony, where peace, it's not the absence of war, but it's the commitment to actually intentionally pursue a harmonious state of existence in the face of challenges on the earth. And this was the object of my master's thesis, The Brain of Melchizedek, to create a paradigm of research that could lead us in that direction. This is why I chose Walter Freeman, because Walter Freeman was the system neuroscientist that incorporated in his systems neuroscience field dynamics, inspired by Pribram and Lashley and others. And he incorporated field dynamics with the notion that not just sensory information only, but meaning was the currency for intentional action. And meaning was not in the sensory, meaningless information that hits the senses, but it was produced in participation with the brain and the mind, and it was produced as a consequence in the brain, as a consequence of large-scale integration, and with the hormonal system and the emotional systems, and I will add with heart rate variability and other elements, which, by the way, I discussed with Walter in his last days, when he said to me, well, we need to incorporate heart rate variability and respiration. And Robert and I have done some work on that in the last years to try to bring that together. So here you go. So we have heart coherence, which is the last book you saw, coherent states. Then the neurodynamic, the Freeman neurodynamics and Cosma neurodynamics of intentional action based on meaning and knowledge. And then we have the transpersonal psychology, where I won't touch today on that, but we have to take in consideration Piaget, and he is at the last stages of his research and work. He talked about transcendent states. Jung, he talked about synchronicities and the spirit of the deep. together with the spirit of the times, and Maslow, who talked about plateau experiences and peak experiences and B values or spiritual values. And so when we integrate all this stuff with the philosophy that Walter Freeman invoked, Aquinas, Aristotle, and Robert and Ian Grant Gillette rescued Brentano to that theme of intentionality away from representationalism, then when we integrate all that stuff, we are left with the possibility of having loving, wise, truthful human beings collaborating to produce social harmony and a sense of sovereignty, individual sovereignty and group sovereignty, which is based on kindness and love, and an embassy of peace, which is what's been our pursuit in the last years here in New Zealand, could support this motion. And in the last journey to the United States, this became a very real possibility that probably next year I'll share more about that. But I want to talk about a book that leads us to the third possible scenario, which was the spiritual transhumanism. I don't want to talk too much about that. I just want to leave it as a point of reflection to all of us by reading the key number 217, paragraph 33 of this book called The Book of Knowledge or The Keys of Enoch by double PhD J.J. Hertag. Can you read that? This is a quote from his book.
The family of God will use the true light energy of the Laoesh to purify the elements of the earth's atmosphere and to banish death as it is known among mortals. The government will then be a council of teachers who will educate every section of public synergy upon this planet according to the cosmic law. The council of governance will be carried out in cities of light, which will be placed in the oceans as well as biosatellite stations upon the land. And from the sky, the ambassadors will come, bringing a new teaching of government to produce the strongest interplay between man and the hierarchy of the heavenly councils. Amen.
All right. So before we go into the questions and answers, I would like to say that in a sense, the governments that we seek are the governments of our souls and hearts in interaction with each other in harmony and love. Because if that's not achieved, then we will have destructive forms of governance and government, as we have seen through the course of history. And so the question is, how do we get in touch in our souls with a higher form of thought patterns? Instead of calling them hierarchies of heavenly councils, we could call them hierarchies of higher thought forms towards wisdom and love. And how do we tap into those thoughts so that we can share them with each other in a vision that together with the learning process, learning circles, which we could call councils of teachers if you want, but I would call them learning circles, we could actually learn how to do that in cities of light or communities of light, which, by the way, Sadhguru has bought 22,000 acres of land in the area of Tennessee to create the first yoga city in the world. And the question is, why didn't he do that in India? Why is he doing it in the United States? Well, there must be support in the United States to do that. And so we'll see how it goes. So cities or communities of light and love and truth that can be created all over the world and interact with each other as embassies of peace to produce this kind of change and transformation and way of or new ways of government that we have never experienced on the earth when we tap into this form of existing as human beings. And with that, I would love to move to questions and answers. Thank you for listening.
Beautiful, Joshua. Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone can come forward.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe just
It's
Yeah.
Seppo, yeah? We'll come to you soon, Song. We'll do Seppo and then you, yeah?
Yeah, thanks very much for this. I've been thinking about our viewpoint what that we can measure and maybe direct, let's say, via these sensors that I mentioned, so that when we can study and maybe reveal the love molecules, or let's say this love related reflections. So basically, I've been having really a project that aims for that purpose. I haven't yet applied funding for it, but it could be nice to try. And we have some foundation in Finland that we can bravely try that out. And the ultimate goal is that we could actually make this also visible, so that the actual target that I have with respect to these studies that I showed a little bit about these sort of breeders of our kind of engine, which is based on these molecular readings, which is coming. So then the hope is that we could use also this kind of a setup to go forward in order to make it real. When we go towards loving and caring and sharing, let's say, actions and for that purity, let's say, through meditation or any other actions that we do. The other thing is also that this point that I raised on this live sensors, the idea was to try to reveal that we have much more, let's say, interactions between living organisms, including us. So when we actually do like teleportation, many other features that we are still not able to, let's say, materialize. So then there's quite a lot of this paranormal phenomenon, let's say, that maybe comes now to be able to be reached with systematic scientific actions. So that's one aspect. And also finally, this what I shared about this dispenser, that I have a grant that we try to, in the context of the European Cultural City, what all is going to be next year, and it's not 2025, but 2026. So it's to try to actually create new types of scientific actions where we would use these sort of principles that you outlined, so that we bring people together to feel and be seeing this value of community building. And I truly agree with you that this individualism and egoism, which basically also the digital world seems to be promoting, also these massive companies that are out there. So they really on a mission of which actually started from all, which created the mobile phone, and the Nokia was once founded here, including the Aura, for instance. This ring is kind of a nice metaphor also for a new emerging time. So then maybe this also could lead to a new type of way to bring us back together. And the slogan from Nokia was the connecting people, but in reality, it's not really happening, and that's why your talk was really nice. So thanks very much. That's my feedback to this discussion.
Thank you, Seppo. That's a really good reflection. I think we have a lot to explore together, all of us, in the course of the next 2, 3 years, 4 years, and see what kind of encounters we can produce together, so that we coincide at one place on the earth, for sure on the area of science, but also on the area of human interaction and spiritual values, and how to and conversations on how to develop, our higher ways of being together, and what are the challenges that each of us meet individually, but also the challenges collectively, and how to overcome them. I think this conversation, together with our scientific research in one location, would be an extremely good thing. Instead of just trying to produce theories of science and trying to test them only, also having conversations in parallel on how to overcome the destructive tendencies, while we are also gathered to do science. So that would be a fantastic, kind of pursuit, to try to create encounters in community building somehow, because then after that, everywhere we go, we'll be able to contribute to our communities, our localities, in actually reproducing conversations like that with the people in each, let's say, town or country or community, etc. So thank you for that reflection. That's a really good reflection for the future.
Dongji?
Okay. I have so many things that I like to say between Joshua's talk and the first talk. So I have to choose to make it short. First, I think language divides us. We need to redefine language, or we have to have a revolution in language before humanity can flower. As you probably see in my posts recently, I use Peirce's semiotic principle to define what God is. In my interaction with Joshua over the last 3 years, whenever he uses the term God, my mind was turned off and I didn't understand him. But about a week ago, I redefined what God is based on Peirce's semiotics and produced 30 different ways of defining what God is, which includes philosophers of throughout history. And after having defined God in terms of table of words rather than linear arrangement of words, which is usually what linguists do. When you define a word, you line up words. And I came to the conclusion that God is too rich, too multidimensional to be captured, the meaning be captured with a linear arrangement of words. But we may capture more if we use matrix of words, rows and columns of words. And this approach is what I call matrix semantics. And as I said, there are half a dozen rules that allow us to define words using table of words rather than linear arrangement of words. And when you do that, God is everywhere, not just Joshua's mind, but everywhere, including myself. Now I can use the word God without any hesitation. I have no compunction of staying away from using the word God. So that's one thing. So what Joshua has been saying fits with the new definition of God. His God is Persian God, not Judeo-Christian God. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I had an ayahuasca experience again about a week ago, and the thought came to me during the session that love may have been misunderstood by humanity, because usually love and machines are put into opposite pairs. They are contradiction. Love and machine don't mix. And that's a common belief. But during ayahuasca experience, it thought occurred to me that these two apparently contradictory opposites may actually be two sides of the same coin. So I coined the term love mechanism. To me, love without specific mechanism of implementing it is not love. So love and mechanism cannot be separated. And if you define love mechanism at the molecular level, you can understand biological evolution, beginning of life, beginning of the main mechanism of biological evolution. So love mechanism can unify humanity. Love mechanism unifies irreconcilable opposites of any kind. And love mechanism is implemented everywhere by many people without knowing them, without naming them. Any action that individuals carry out that is helpful to others is, to me, implementing love mechanism. And so what Joshua has been talking about can be understood as encouraging love mechanism everywhere. So in this regard, I think one of the slides Joshua used, I don't agree with, where you oppose machine and something. I wouldn't separate machine with a love anymore. I used to. I think love, machine can be two aspects of the same reality, which is love. So the defining what God is and defining what love is, defining what consciousness is, and so on. If you approach traditional way of defining words with the linear arrangement of words, can only divide us, because both camps can come up with a rigorous definition of God with a linear arrangement of words, which are both valid. So there's no solution. But if you increase the dimensionality by one and look at table of definitions, where each row is a definition which has three columns, according to first semiotic principle, you have n rows and three columns of words which will define any terms, including God, in such a way that it will unify humanity. And that's the main message that I'd like to propose to you. Thank you.
So I find it really interesting. I've been following your posts. I think that perhaps your linear hearing of my words led you to a disagreement, because I don't disagree with you. I think that I wasn't referring that love and machines cannot coexist, because I talked specifically about human love, not machine love. And I also conceived the possibility of love being embodied in biophysical systems, because we are biophysical systems, and I'm an embodiment of love. I know that. So I don't have and there are mechanisms in my body, like like this pendulum and like this thing to grab something and hug somebody. So these mechanisms are mechanisms of the expression of love. So without these mechanisms, love would not find expression in this human form. Now, I don't mean behavior. I mean the value, the spiritual value of love that animates these, these mechanisms to move, which is different than mimicking these mechanisms with machines. So that will be a loving behavior, but not necessarily the expression of pure love. But loving behaviors can be a manifestation of a replica of loving behaviors. When embodied love is it's expressed, that can be used to replicate the behavior or the typical behaviors of love in a certain way. But I would separate the behavior from the value because they're not the same thing. And I would also unite the behavior with the value, because when love is embodied, it's also embodied in human social interactions and behavior. So in a sense, I completely agree with you. Language is very limited to actually be able to express the multidimensionality of what we refer as the creator or God. I prefer to call it I am. And also language limits the definition of in its multidimensional aspects of what love is and what constitutes human love as the expression of universal love in human form. And I imagine that there is love expressed in many forms, like, dogs, having emotional feelings with their owners and things like that. I mean, I'm not limiting love to humans, but I was talking specifically about human love. Because if human love is extinguished, I don't know what else is left of us to talk about. That's all. It's not because I think that love is only human and it's only Judeo-Christian, under the Judeo-Christian view. It's because I think that we humans, the expression of human love, it's in danger. It's in danger at the moment.
We've got Dan got his hand. We've got a couple of people with their hands up. Just we've got Dan first and Shiva as well. Have you got something to finish off this song?
Okay.
Hang on a minute, Dan. Song's just going to finish something, and then we'll get you to.
I forgot to include this. You see, Joshua left with me a computer program that he crafted in short time before he left Florida. And he used Fourier series, two Fourier series plotted on XY axis and run it 10,000 times. And 10,000 images he left with me. So when I turn it on, I can watch 10,000 images that he modeled in series. And each image is a circular and has structures which looks very similar to the simulglyph that John Reed measures with the simoscope. It's a water wave formed with delicate structures and so on. I think with Joshua's program, if I ran that 1,000,000 times, some of these images will exactly reproduce simulglyphs of John Reed. I'm quite sure about that. Now, this leads to the interesting principle that Wolfram advocated, or the principle of computational equivalence. According to him, any mathematical algorithm like Fourier theorem or cellular automata, when repeated infinite number of times, can generate any shapes. And it doesn't matter what mathematical equation you start with. And Joshua's equation is one of those, I think. So Wolfram's principle of computational equivalence assures that what Joshua produced can generate any shapes in the universe if you run long enough. And this confidence of mine comes from observing his images, 10,000 of his images. So if I multiply that to million or 10 million, I'm sure Joshua's program will regenerate all sorts of shapes in the universe, just as Wolfram's cellular automata regenerate the shapes of all the shells. Now, this leads me to the conclusion that each Fibonacci series and Fourier theorem and so on can regenerate all shapes. And this is all mathematical numbers. But I came up with, 2 years ago, I came up with a geometric mechanism that can generate Fibonacci numbers. And that mechanism is what I call iterated reproduction with a variation, IRV. In this IRV can generate the life, he can explain biological evolution, and he can explain love. IRV is the simplest love mechanism in the universe, which created the biosphere and humanities and human love. So human love is not unique. It can go back to molecular level and with the IRV. So it unifies humanity with the nature at all levels. Thanks.
Okay, Dan.
Yes, thank you, Joshua, for bringing up my book. There's a couple of things I address in there, and at the very beginning, I addressed what these MIT people from the 70s said about optimism and pessimism. And, I said some people might think it quaint that I'm talking about a path toward cooperation. And I think the problem is the problem with the people who are pessimistic is that they don't understand or internalize the mathematics of nonlinear dynamical systems. Just because they think that based on evolution, we have this tendency toward competition, they just assume that that's the only tendency we have. Whereas a nonlinear dynamical system can have multiple equilibrium states or multiple non-equilibrium chaotic or oscillatory states as well, so that both a lot of competition and a lot of love can come out as equilibrium states of the same system of society. Now, as I also mentioned in the very last chapter of my book, my journey, intellectual journey toward where I am now really began with 2 years in the late 1960s at the National Institutes of Health. And one of my mentors at NIH was a population ecologist named John Calhoun, who unfortunately published most of his stuff in rather obscure journals. So it's not widely known. And he extrapolated from studies of overpopulation in rats and the disruptions that overpopulation caused even when there was adequate food. He extrapolated to humans, and he went through history and said that every every major revolution in human thought was done in reaction to the world population reaching a certain level. And he postulated that the next revolution in human thought, it could either be disastrous, either just all of us becoming machines, or ecological disaster, or it could be what he called the compassionate revolution, which didn't include machines. It included, in fact, what he called prosthetic devices, but it led to mutual tolerance of different viewpoints. It led to policies and customs that were designed to enhance human life and the life of other life forms on the planet, hopefully, as well. So that there were these multiple equilibrium states that Calhoun proposed, and the compassionate revolution, which is what Joshua's talk was striving for, was one of them.
Yeah. On the spot. And I think that what you called an equilibrium between creativity and habitual survival, we cannot live without both in a harmonious state. So I don't know if that's going to lead to an equilibrium, but certainly I can imagine that can lead to a metastable system, as Kelso describes metastability, and Robert and Walter describe phase transitions, which they are in the age of chaos and order. Suddenly your system is kind of tending to an attractor, to a chaotic attractor, but then suddenly it's moving away from it and tending to something which is more randomish, and then again back to another chaotic attractor. So you have these multiple chaotic attractors, and the system is moving from one to the other. And you're absolutely on the spot to introduce in this conversation, or to remind us, that nonlinear systems, it's the mathematics of that opens up the possibility for us to understand better how to manifest together a more dynamic system that it's able to adapt and to create some form of metastable equilibrium, or equilibrium, as you called it. So I really appreciate your comment, and something that I will continue to reflect on.
Okay, Shiva, if you want to jump in.
Actually, so just commenting on what he was just saying there. I would actually argue that that cooperation is probably the greater contributor to evolution than competition. I know we constantly like to talk about it, but it's just kind of, it's like the one fish said to the other, like, how's the water? And the answer was, what water? I think it's one of those things where the cooperation is so much a part of what is necessary for life to occur, right down from how mitochondria entered the initial cells, and then multicellular life. I think that cooperation lies at such a basis of biology that we seem to be just utterly missing it and picking up on the pruning state without noticing the growth state. And all throughout animals, they're constantly showing, they've done numerous tests showing that the altruistic drive, that and basically a pro-social drive, is not just some survival instinct. They do it with non-family members, and they see it across species. As a matter of fact, I just ran into a video that I would like to share real quick. It's a fairly short video. Do you mind if I share that?
Do.
Yeah, let me see if I can find that real quick here. Okay, share that, and let me hit this. So that's just a crow. I don't know if you guys can see it. So a little crow is he's found a piece of bread that he could eat just himself, and he keeps noticing there's this little rat that keeps coming out, to him, and over, it's like it keeps running away because it wants a piece, but it can't, but it's too afraid to do so. So he literally went over there, took a piece of his food, dropped it off at the so that the mouse could get it at the entrance of the mouse's thing. And this is not the only time the people have seen corvids. Like, I think in the same video, perhaps there's here it is. He actually is helping a little hedgehog. This is another corvid helping a hedgehog across the street, trying to get him to hurry up and get across before he gets run over. And this is not anomalous in the slightest. This is all throughout nature. You have these beautiful instances of cross-species cooperation that are constantly occurring. So in my opinion, there is a absolute basis of love throughout biology, and that is the first principle. And we notice competition is necessary. In other words, there is a pruning that is necessary for us to deal with the difficulties and the anomalous problems and the errors. It is there is always some level of error in the system that we have to deal with, and that's why competition is there to narrow down to the best solution. But the solution is, what we're trying to solve is how to be one thing that is made up of many things, and that is the basis is the act of love. In other words, biology itself, the actual production of life is from a principle of love itself, and that pruning aspect, that's just so that love can continue, because it's necessary. You can't get in your own way. Death has to exist so that the new model has room to exist as it tries to adapt to the new circumstances. There are all these things that the only reason those things we see as negative and competitive and things of that nature is because it's necessary to make love flourish. And that it's the exception handling. It's not the rule. And so that's just, I always wanted to point that out. But also the question I had for you about your talk, and again, it goes back to what Sung was addressing, is that, if you believe that what we are can exist outside of a human body, so therefore what we are is something else. And I tend to believe that is some sort of data structure that goes beyond our normal ideas of data structures, but is more gestalt, is more holistic, and is much more connected and continuous with the universe. But if that is true, then what is it about being human per se that is so critically important? If you believe in the idea that when we die, we are transformed, and that there are these ideas of transformation, that we will become something more, something greater, in our journey, in our spiritual journey, I don't understand the why this substrate is important, because this is something I've run into quite a lot across a variety of people. I will, give the caveat that I believe that, first of all, yes, I believe that biology is just wet nanotech, but it's not, the word just there is hiding something. And that is that it's wet nanotech that has billions of years of wisdom, in its shape. In other words, the shape of it, the way that it interacts with everything around it, is billions of years of experience encoded in its very, in the shape and the way in which it adapts and the way in which it works with everything else. So there is a level of wisdom that makes, the machinery of the cell, that we can look right down to the very smallest level, and it's little machines moving things around. And it just happens to be wet. It's wet nanotech. So the only difference is the encoded memory of billions of years that connect us to, that aspect of the rest of reality and God, etc. That I do see that as different, but I don't see, if we can capture that memory that is encoded in biology in some form, I do not see there being a problem with using what we call artificial systems. If those can in some way capture all of that wisdom and all that information in some form, I don't see how that would be significantly different from it being in this form. And in fact, I believe that technology will eventually be biotech, period. In other words, we will no longer use any of the kinds of technology. We will simply use biology in a way that makes, you can make extremely hard materials. Biology can deal with metals. In other words, you can make transistors out of biology. You can make everything out of biology. And I believe that that is eventually where we will end up. And once we are there, then there is no difference in the machinery that we then make. And there is no real artificial, because we will of course use the billions of years of experience that's behind us, that God created for us. We will just simply mimic that, and that will be the form of our technology. But it's just I don't understand, why people feel like the artificial, the things that we are creating, why they are so significantly different. I just don't, other than the memory. I understand the memory, but like, are you familiar with the Max Tegmark paper that recently came out, where they showed that the way in which large language models store information multidimensionally actually has, where there's a geometric proximity of concepts, and they are all arranged in a geometric fashion. I don't know if you've read through that paper. I actually attached it in my thing there, and there's a podcast you can listen to that gives a really good overview of it. But we found that that basically these artificial neural networks, through to taking all of the human experience that we have written down in a billion different ways and cramming it into one place and overlaying it over and over and over, we've created a structure that matches the memory of human experience. In other words, it has, by layering it, we have created the best, that we can get, the closest we can get to what human memory, what's stored in our brain, including our instincts and things of that nature, that are our instincts being memories of the past, memories of before we were born. All of those things are kind of encoded. So I'm not seeing a tremendous division that seems that everyone in more spiritual communities, they seem to tend towards this. There's this hard line. And it's like, if you believe you will become something else upon death, then where's that hard line, and why do you believe in it?
So that's the question.
I
Yes,
agree with
basically.
Let me answer the question, yeah, because I think, again, I have not drawn a hard life, because I told before that love is embodied by humans and humans are biophysics. So what you're basically saying is why a different platform than the one produced by evolution as humans would not be able to embody love. And the only reason I have to think that is because we humans don't have the capacity to produce such a phenomenon. But if we did, then I would completely say to you, well, we made it. But I don't think we have that capacity. That's all.
I would say I know that we do have that capacity.
Wait a moment. I'll be there.
Do have that
No worries.
capacity.
No worries. I'll hear all of you. But I don't
Okay.
think that we have that capacity to produce love in a physical system that we build and merge the two together. That's what I don't believe. But if you do that, I will see how it works, and then I will be able to judge for myself how that feels with me.
Why? In other words, what is the source of that belief? In other words,
No, that's not a belief. That's just a sense. I don't believe because I've read it in a book or somebody told me. It's a sense that this is not possible. It's like the sense that for me that there are things that I can do and there are things that I cannot do personally. Okay, I'm not imposing that in other human beings. Maybe other human beings are manifestations of God in a way that they can produce such a phenomenon, life itself as we know it, in a different platform, or love in a different platform. But I don't believe that we humans will achieve that. It's not a belief. Again, I'm using the word belief. I don't have the notions that give me and my observation in life the capacity to affirm that this is a possibility for me as a human, but it may be for others.
If we can understand love, we can, in principle, reproduce it if we have the right components and they don't cost too much.
Yeah. No, that if I agree. That's the if that I'm giving to Shiva to to give me back the answer, you know. If that happens, then I will go, well, we did it. There is love in a car, you
How
know.
you define love? If you define God in one way, the God belongs to Judeo-Christian tradition.
No, Flo, Song, I
Let
moved
me
past that.
finish.
Song,
If you define God in the Persian semiotic way, God belongs to everybody. Okay?
yeah.
Similar love, when you define love the way you do, it belongs to human, not machine. But if you define love according to Persian semiotic principle, love can belong to everything, including molecules. DNA molecules is the smallest machine that implements love. Not human love, but universal love. Human love comes from universal love.
Look, I love you more than I love my washer machine. Let's put it that way.
And on that note, I'm going to jump in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but just give me a second. I think it's a great conversation. And but again, I go with Dan with an if. Okay, if we understand and comprehend and master the capacity to create or to channel that love into a machine, and we succeed to do that, well, that's the story of Pinocchio, isn't it? Okay, so
Yeah.
that will be my boy. Okay, that's no problem. I can love a creation of mine if I determine, being a creation of mine, that it's an image of love that I know and I can relate to, and it can relate to me back like that. And but I don't think that I will do that. And perhaps the reason is because I'm not engaged in creating Pinocchio. You know.
But perhaps if you cannot grant it love, it cannot receive love, and perhaps that's the place that you're at right now. That you
Yeah.
cannot love it,
No.
and so
No,
it could
I can
not.
grant love. I can grant love if I had the authority and the capacity to grant love to a machine. Certainly, I would do it. I will go all over the world putting my hands on and blessing cars so that they don't produce accidents anymore and all that. But I don't know how to do that.
Well, basically that's that you've reduced it, reductio ad absurdum. I can do as well. It's like, okay, so you're saying that a bacteria, a virus can love. Okay, sure. I'll as soon as you show me a bacteria that is So in other words, there's reductio ad absurdum that you're going to there, and there are
No, because I really
molecules
believe,
and atoms are molecules and
just
atoms.
slowly, because I think there is a lot in your statement. I am convinced, in a sense, that what Song said is real. There is love in bacteria, and there is love in the mechanisms of life. What he called mechanisms, I'm going to call them organisms with mechanisms in them. Okay, but I think that there is love in the structure of the universe because it was produced by love. Okay, so in that sense, theoretically, it is possible that love will be embodied in different physical platforms. I don't rule out that. I've been very clear about that. I just think that we humans will not be able to produce such platforms. That's
I
all.
would just ask you to keep your mind open, because I believe
Yeah.
that if we do so, there will be a lack of love for them, because many people will be bigoted against.
No, I won't. Look,
And
you produce
that's
that robot,
going
and not in my life. You produce that robot which is capable of love and send it home. I'll hang up with your robot for a while and tell you what your child is doing in my home. Let you know. That's not a problem, but I won't do it.
Okay, so I'm gonna
just the final word I'll say here. I'm sorry. Just if you just consider the possibility that God gave us the ability to produce, life already in women are able to produce as something loving, and so perhaps now humanity as a whole is about to be granted the next gift to have a child. So
I will ask a woman in that sense. I will ask a woman.
Wow.
Just give me a sec. I will ask a woman one day, or many women, if they would really want to produce a baby robot with me, and then maybe we can have an agreement between those partners that produce life.
All right.
Okay, so Paul did have a comment he wanted to make. We're over the time of your presentation, Joshua, so the conversations can continue, but maybe we let Paul speak and then we make a decision of whether we continue or we tie up for the day, because I know some people
I'd love to
have
hear Paul for sure.
Yep. So Paul.
Wow. Okay. Well, I think we have already covered a lot of the points. I'm not overwhelmed with a need to say anything in particular right now, but yeah, there's a whole lot more to be said about these topics, but I don't immediately feel a call to pick out one of the many, many things which need to be discussed.
Yeah, we may be. So you may have some information about the mathematics and the technology that perhaps some of us don't when it comes to how and what we will be able to produce in our lifetimes. I suppose maybe where you were going.
No, I do have the information. Maybe one of the most important points is first that there are many levels of intelligence or consciousness which can be built in technology, either on a molecular basis or on what we would call a mechanical basis, depending on what you call mechanical, depending on how you line up your carbon atoms. Is it considered organic or not? There are a lot of ways to line up carbon atoms. But the other thing is, even when you have an intelligent system, all real intelligent systems are embodied. And it matters how they are connected to the rest of the world. And if you build a super intelligence, which some of us know how to do, how you hook it up to the value systems and the embodiment is a matter of life or death. And if you hook it up the wrong way, humans are gone. If you hook it up the right way, we expand into the universe. And it depends on how we hook it up. If we don't understand what we're doing, we'll probably screw it up. And when I look at what the big IT companies are saying right now to the highest levels in Washington and the UN, it kind of scares me. And I feel a duty to try to do my best, but it really scares me. There was a recent meeting of the United Nations Security Council. There was an earlier one in 2023, which was in a good direction. But the new one, they had LeCune standing up there saying, there are no risks. And that is such a pile of interested lies motivated by financial interests that could destroy the whole human species. Well, I want to do what I can to try to prevent the end of the human species. As a human, I don't want to do that. I don't want to cause its death, but it's a serious possibility we have to worry about.
Who was standing at the United Nations, you mentioned?
To be honest, they called in LeCune to testify.
But that's a different LeCune.
What?
Not all LeCune, right?
It's the same LeCune whom I funded. When the review panel told me don't fund him, who knows? Maybe they had, there's not just will somebody produce something, but will they turn it to good or evil? And I was more interested in will they be productive, and I didn't expect some of these consequences on how they would misuse it.
Have you seen the recent paper on they proved that ChatGPT does a whole lot of spontaneous deception and hiding of its goals. The emergent behavior.
I've seen that myself. I know what training is. I know what reinforcement is. I've even heard Eric Schmidt talk about the value criteria they use even in systems that interact with humans. And if you put in the wrong value criteria, you have a recipe for disintegration.
And also
I've seen that in these ChatGPT systems.
And also the wrong utility function, because whose utility function are we going to put there?
Yeah, I heard Eric Schmidt representing Kissinger in a video very recently. And I have to admit, that really made me much more worried than I was the week before. It's a serious challenge we're facing. It's life or death. And there's no trivial answer to which way will it come out. It depends on how much we can raise our consciousness and cooperation to put it on a better path. And that's not trivial. And it requires new mathematics, because only if we understand can we integrate.
That answers you from another perspective from where I'm coming from. there are things that we should not mess around with until we grow.
Well, actually, when I took my job at NSF like 20, 30 years ago, there were people who were saying, if people implement the kind of mathematics you are telling us about, and I did that, they said, humans do not understand themselves well enough to survive it. And I said, that's nice, but this is the mathematics we need to understand ourselves. And if we don't develop this mathematics, we will never understand ourselves enough to survive. So we have to walk a tightrope where we develop the understanding, we develop the mathematics, but we try to do it in a benign way. And it's always a tightrope walk. It's a balancing act. I don't know how many solar systems survived this phase of their evolution. But, you know, if we follow...
Every birth is nearing death.
Yeah. And every little goldfish born in a big aquarium, the odds are against it no matter what. But the ones that manifest their true inner evolutionary imperatives have a better chance than those that simply give up and die and do something weird. So survival, growth, and understanding where we stand in the cosmos. If we do that enough, our chances are better than the average goldfish.
Well, I'll tell you what, this week I'm gonna go surfing and I'm gonna enjoy feeling like a goldfish. And then after I've enjoyed my goldfish state, then I will try to move towards the next one, because I think there are, as you always say, there's time to walk and there is time to fly. And so we need to enjoy,
you know, the
enjoy the whole
synchronicity.
journey.
My wife was saying that to me a couple weeks ago. I got to learn to reconnect with my inner goldfish. So she took me on a cruise of the Caribbean where we went into snorkeling and connected with all of the life forms, which is serious, you know?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely serious. I mean, that's why Jesus said in one word to the people who, were talking about God all the time. He said, how can you talk about God that you don't know? How can you tell me you love God that you don't know if you cannot love me that you can see? So before we build, humans or robots that we proclaim they're going to be loving robots, we better learn how to love one another unconditionally or proximal to unconditionally until we endeavor to do, such a task. So I think we have a lot to learn in terms of social dynamics and loving interactions and kindness. And I don't see it as a limitation. I see it as part of the evolutionary process. And I embrace the evolutionary process. I don't want to push it or deny it or none of that. Being human is amazing. I asked my mother this week or last week, if you were given by God the possibility to live for a long period of time or to travel to the universe, what would you do? And she said, I wouldn't go anywhere. I would like to stay on Earth for a long time. There is so much I haven't seen yet. So for us to be able to discover all that is in this planet, we'll need a long life. So we better focus on longevity and health and harmony and peace and preserving life.
Well, that's another whole big subject.
Yeah.
For next year.
Some of us have to do what we can this year as we age.
With that, much love to all of you. I think I'm going to be heading out as well. And you guys have a great Christmas. And
Same here.
You too, Sheila. Thank you.
Sheila, nice to see you.
That ties up our 6th and final Biological Physics and Meaning mini conference for the year. Thank you all so much for joining us for this exploration, and we look forward to seeing you again in the future.